Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became a diamond leader through magic. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry shivered out in the cold and dark of the December snowfall as he tried to keep warm, his clothes less raggedy and more torn and heavily damaged from misuse and abuse. He couldn't understand why he'd been tossed out into the cold and left there just for overcooking the dinner slightly. He was 9 years old, for God's sake, and yet, Uncle Vernon, his large, abusive and oftentimes extremely violent relative, was apparently looking for Harry to be able to learn to cook like a gourmet chef. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, the man actually went on to punish Harry, be it by the belt or his hand, if he did it too good, which, in the man's sickened mind, was a sign that he had cheated somehow. Harry had always been the target for Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia and even Cousin Dudley's rages and fury whenever something he did was too right or too wrong. Though they were his aunt, uncle and cousin respectively, they didn't treat him like family. Instead, they chose to look at him like he was some sort of abomination, a thing that shouldn't exist. A monster. Harry couldn't do anything right in their books, but he could do everything wrong. If he was praised at school, a lesson that teachers learned not to do as Harry had pleaded with them to fake his results. But if he was praised at school, then he was beaten for doing better than their precious dinky diddums, and if he did too poorly, he was mocked and jeered at for being an idiot and risking precious Duddykin's intelligent future. Not even when he'd actually managed to learn to read and write and draw did his relatives praise him. They ripped up his work, ignored any and all letters from school that were sent to him and, more often than not, made a habit of mocking Harry and targeting him when he was standing in the same room. And all Harry could ask, as he huddled against the snow that lay around him, his hands shivering as he tried to get some warmth into his body, all he could ask was, why? Shivering against the cold, Harry lifted his head to the now semi-cleared sky overhead, the sight of the full moon shining down on the snow-fallen world below bringing little comfort to him. However, as he looked to the sky, Harry found his eyes drawn to one star in particular. It seemed to be far brighter than any other star that he could see, and, as he looked to the star, Harry found his fears passing by and his cold slowly passing away. Oftentimes, Harry had wished that he could be like that star, standing out amongst a sea of ordinary-looking people and other stars, shining brightly with the power to make things okay and to make people see him not as a monster, but as a hero. But now, as he looked to the star, Harry found his lips moving shakily, his words heard only by his ears as he whispered, I wish I could be free to leave and be someone else. Then, curling himself into as small a ball as he could, Harry continued shivering against the cool night, unaware of the glint from the bright star overhead. Sword of justice, soul of innocence. Had Harry known about the power of words and emotions, he could have known that, with the right sort of training and work, he could make his wish come true by himself. For Harry wasn't like other boys in the village of Little Whinging. He was more extraordinary than he could believe, for Harry, little, innocent Harry James Potter, was a wizard. He was the son of 2 magical parents, both of whom had given their lives to protect him and, regrettably, led him to a life with his abusive relatives where he was treated no better than a beep. So, if he'd known about magic and about the true strength of his inner spirit, Harry may have been a little more careful with his wish and making it towards the brightest star in the sky. For, like Harry was no ordinary boy, the star that he wished upon was no ordinary star. While normal people would call it Polaris, the North Star, there were those that knew it by another name. Those not of Harry's world are kind. They knew Polaris as a different name and a different title, the Eye of Jirachi. And, at the same moment that Harry closed his eyes and seemed to succumb to the cold around him, the Eye of Jirachi connected itself to the spirit of its bearer, crossing time, space and entire dimensions before it reached a yellow-skinned creature with an almost star-shaped bodily design, its lower body covered by white while it had 3 green tag-like shapes on the 3 points that surrounded its head. Deep black eyes that seemed to be filled with innocence, mischief and wonder opened as the eye returned to its body and, as it opened its eyes, the small creature, known to many of its kind as Jirachi, the Wish Granter, felt a silvery tear roll down his cheek and splash onto the ground beneath it. From the point where the tear had splashed, a strange purple aura suddenly rose from the ground and, from out of the aura, a purple-skinned feline creature appeared. The purple coloring of its body split between a light shade and a darker shade that covered its underbelly and moved around to its tail. 2 hands, as well as its feet, held 3 fingers that lifted themselves up and brushed over Jirachi's cheek before a deep, concerned voice asked, "Wish giver, why do you cry?" Mewtwo, a light-hearted, almost childish voice answered, the dark eyes of the wish creature meeting the reddish eyes of the feline creature in front of him. It is so sad. A child, he's hurt. Hush, Jirachi, Mewtwo replied, kneeling down before he placed one of his hands against the creature's head, his eyes now glowing an eerie shade of blue as he added, "Show me." With his incredible level of psychic power, Mewtwo was able to see through the eyes of the wish-giver's stars, his mind reeling as he saw the young boy and heard his wish. Not for the first time did Mewtwo feel a sense of hurt and hatred spawn into his heart along with a feeling of determination to protect someone else. And all this is thanks to that immortal spirited trainer, Mewtwo thought to himself as he removed his hand from Jirachi's forehead and, rising again, he nodded once before he commented, "You wish to grant his wish, don't you? Bring him into a world where he is safe." "Yes," Jirachi answered, his explanations and pleas falling on the wrong ears as Mewtwo then vanished in another burst of violet light. Jirachi may have believed that Mewtwo was going to ignore his plea, but, the next time that the feline creature, the cloned psychic Pokémon, appeared, it was within a hall of light and white stone, a large altar in front of Mewtwo upon which stood a white-furred creature with sharp golden-colored eyes and a band of gold around the neck area of the creature. Seeing Mewtwo appear before it, the quadruped creature stepped forwards before he asked in a powerful voice, "Cloned One, what brings you to the Hall of Legends?" "A request, Creator," Mewtwo replied, looking upon the apparent god of the Pokémon world, Arceus, with respect and a sense of duty. "Jirachi has told me of a child whom has made him cry and he wishes." "I am aware of Jirachi's plea for the boy with the pure spirit," Arceus rumbled, cutting off Mewtwo as he explained, "and I have already made plans to bring him here. However, if he is to keep this pure spirit, he will need assistance, a protector that will also be a friend. That is why I wish to bond one of the legends to him. But, tell me, Mewtwo, which legend do you think it should be?" "Giratina would be a definite no," Mewtwo remarked, a smile tugging at his lips as he explained, "he would frighten the child half to death. No, for a child, I suggest we offer up a child, not Jirachi. He would be too much and, besides, he sleeps half the time. And Celebi's time-jumping power could make a catastrophic mistake," agreed Arceus, closing his eyes as he added, "Manaphy and the Lake Guardians, perhaps." "No, they would never accept a child as their charge. Remember what happened last time?" "I do," Mewtwo replied, "I'm looking at it, but if not them, then, who?" "Perhaps someone with his own sense of innocence," Arceus suggested, his golden eyes glowing brightly as 2 bright blue seals rose from the ground, revealing 2 other creatures as he spoke. "Perhaps someone who values a friend and shows true strength. Shaman, or Keldeo, maybe." "If the choice is mine," Mewtwo reasoned, looking to the blue and pearlescent forms of the 2 pieces of the creation trio, Dialga and Palkia, "then I would suggest Keldeo. His visions of justice and his protective streak for his friends make him the perfect choice." "Agreed," Arceus growled, before he turned his attention to the 2 newcomers, Dialga, Palkia. "While I know it is a risk in summoning you both here, I ask your help with a dire matter." "Were you not the one that summoned us, Lord Arceus?" Dialga growled in a rather bestial voice. "I would decline, but our past encounters remind me that it would be foolish to challenge you." "I agree with him," Palkia drawled, his voice more like the hiss of a snake coupled with the growl of his counterpart as he explained, "I will do what you ask, Lord Arceus. How may we be of service?" "One moment," Arceus rumbled, his golden eyes flashing once more before he summoned a final seal onto the floor, this seal revealing a strange horse-like creature with a small horn and red hair that ran over the back of its head. A small clump of blue fur was wrapped around its neck like a scarf and its tail was like the color of crystal-clear water. Seeing Arceus and the creation trio's 2 members there, the creature bowed before he spoke with a young voice, "Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, what may I do for you?" "We have a task for you, Keldeo," Arceus explained, smirking to himself as he saw Keldeo then notice Mewtwo, who smiled himself before he inclined his head to the newest member of the Swords of Justice. You are to align yourself with a human child and keep him on the path of innocence and light, as his partner and friend. Will you do that? A child? Asked Keldeo. What sort of child? A young child that desires a new start. Young Keldeo, Mewtwo answered. He is someone with little strength to him, but we, that is Arceus and I, believe that can change, with your help. And for this change, Arceus then added, he will need a guardian of his own, an adult or a sibling of our world. I think I know just the trainer, Mewtwo grinned, earning a warning growl from Arceus. No, Mewtwo. Not him, Arceus warned him, his voice edged by the power he held as he explained, his role in our future is not to be shared with this boy. While the child could meet him one day, he will need a different guardian, someone with the skill, power and ability to care for a child. And I'll be with him? Asked Keldeo, earning a nod from Arceus as the youngest of the swords asked, how? I'm not exactly a bound Pokemon, Lord Arceus. With this, Arceus explained, opening his jaws and, with a burst of orange energy, the creator summoned a crystalline sphere that he sent to Keldeo, much to Mewtwo's surprise. One of Entei's Pokeballs. An interesting choice. He looked to Keldeo before he asked, are you prepared for this, youngling? Take it from someone who's been there. Humans are unpredictable, but they can change anything and everything faster than Zapdos can fly. Keldeo began, before he raised his head and, in a flash of orange light, he changed into a slightly taller, more muscled form of himself. This form, which was his resolute form, held 3 streaks of color in a more profound red mane as well as a thicker, slightly longer black horn that shone with true power. I'm prepared, Lord Arceus. By the honor of the Swords of Justice, I vow to watch this child and do what is necessary to turn him into a true hero. Then, Arceus commanded, turning his attention back to Dialga and Palkia as he commanded, open the rift, send them through, and Keldeo. Yes, my lord, asked Keldeo as he and Mewtwo were enveloped in the psychic Pokemon's blue sphere, which allowed them to levitate off the ground and into the rift of time and space forged by Dialga and Palkia. Good luck. When Vernon Dursley picked up his nephew, Harry Potter, from King's Cross Station, the Muggle man felt that something was different about his nephew. Normally, Harry was frightened, even fidgety about being late or keeping the man waiting, but this time, he just moved to the car, popped the boot, slid his trunk and the cage inside and climbed in the back seat. Now, Vernon had always said that he wouldn't treat the boy with niceties, but, as he looked into the rear-view mirror as they pulled away from King's Cross, Vernon felt his heart stop dead as to what he'd seen in the mirror. Harry, the boy, he was sitting back with his head tucked against his knees, which he'd pulled up to his chest, his arms wrapped around his legs and his hands. Vernon had to do a double take to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The boy's hands were trembling, and furiously so. He didn't seem to notice that they were shaking, but his head was still buried in his own lap, as though he was trying his hardest not to look at his uncle. With an almost pitying look in his eyes, Vernon pulled out of London and made for Little Whinging, but he couldn't help risk a glance to the figure in the back of his car and his still, unyielding, trembling form. A very different Harry. When they pulled into number 4's driveway, Vernon got out of the car and had barely moved around to the boy's side of the vehicle before he was surprised by the sight of the boy already standing there, trunk and owl cage in hand. His hands were curled into fists, which made it hard for Vernon to tell if they were trembling or not. Nevertheless, the man took a deep breath before he explained, "You're to go to your room. Nothing needs doing, so just go to bed." "Yes, uncle," Harry replied, speaking for the first time since Vernon had picked him up. Then, to the man's surprise, Harry placed his things in the cupboard under the stairs and climbed up the stairway to his room, where Vernon heard a soft closing of the door and then, silence. Ensuring that the car was locked, Vernon went into the kitchen and prepared himself a steaming mug of coffee before he moved into the living room where Petunia was leafing through one of her gossipy magazines. Taking a long drink from the mug, Vernon looked over his shoulder to where the boy had vanished before he turned back and asked, "Pet, can we have a talk?" "What about?" asked Petunia, looking over the top of her magazine at her husband. She also noticed the absence of her nephew. "Where's he gone, Vernon?" "I sent him to his room," Vernon answered calmly, looking again to the stairs as he asked, Pet, you remember her. You know, his mother. Yes, Petunia replied, pursing her lips as she always did whenever Vernon mentioned her sister. Did she ever come home, frightened? Asked Vernon, and it was then that Petunia caught him glancing to the stairs once again, unable to speak. Incommunicative at all. Not that I cared, but no, Petunia replied, her voice laced with venom as she asked, why? What has the little monster been doing now? He knows he's not allowed to do it outside that freak place. Come with me, Vernon told her, leading his wife up the stairs and down along the hallway to the door to Harry's room. Stopping outside, Vernon heard only silence from within and, looking to his wife, he told her, peek inside, you'll see why I'm asking these things. Go on, Pet, take a look. Vernon, Petunia whispered, but she complied with his request. Opening the door slowly, Petunia glanced inside and, for the first time in her life with the boy, her heart melted. Harry was curled up in the furthest corner of his room, his back to them, completely nude except for his underwear, but that wasn't what made Petunia so shocked. No, it was the sound of actual tears and the shakes of fear and horror that plagued his body as he lay there. His hands were by his side, but the shakes were clear as day to Aunt Petunia's beady eyes. His legs trembled and his breathing was rather quick, like he was hyperventilating. Closing the door, Petunia turned before she gasped, Did they do this to him? I don't know, Vernon answered, his voice calm as he explained, he was silent, in the car. Every time I looked at him, he'd tuck his head away and he'd say nothing. It's like he doesn't want people to know he's all there. Pet, something's changed. He didn't even argue when I went to drop his things off. They're under the stairs. All of them. That stick, his broom, his trunk, and even that flaming bird of his, all under there. What do you want me to do? Asked Petunia, her voice betraying her feeling as she felt close to tears. He won't tell us anything, and their lot won't do anything. Well, Vernon explained, I know, it's the last thing you'd expect me to say, Pet, but, perhaps, just this once, we should take an interest in him. Let him have a normal summer, see about getting him and Dudley together. I suppose anything's better than letting him brood about their lot, Petunia argued, earning a nod from Vernon as he looked to the door. Then it's settled, he remarked, from tomorrow, we start helping make our nephew the young man he is, for his own good. Petunia didn't know why, but as she agreed with Vernon's plan, she thought that she felt a warm beam of light press against her spine. Like someone behind her was smiling and approving with the Dursleys' change of heart. It started, rather strangely, with a headache. A headache that, no matter what he did to try and soothe the pain, Harry found that he just couldn't help but wince, groan, and even lose his focus in lessons. He didn't know where it was coming from, but the pain had bothered him and kept him awake at night ever since the encounter with Quirrell and Voldemort down in the Forbidden Corridor. Ron and Hermione, much to Harry's surprise, weren't much help either. Hermione just told him over and over again to see Madame Pomfrey about it, and Ron just made remarks about Harry suffering from headaches all throughout the year, so it was no surprise to him. The noise and hustle and bustle of Hogwarts didn't help much either. Even the combined conversations of the Great Hall seemed to drive Harry insane as the pain sought to increase its torment on him. None of the coping methods that were so helpfully suggested seemed to help either. Harry went for walks to get some fresh air. He put a cold compress on his forehead. He tried getting somewhere quiet and having a sleep, and he even went as far as to have a proper feed at dinner, as Hermione explained that lack of food and nutrients could have been the reason. Nothing worked. 1 week after the pain started, Harry decided that he'd had enough. He needed to be somewhere that was quiet, solitary, and out of the way of helpful suggestions and idiotic questions about whether or not he was okay. Most of all, Harry just wanted to be away from the noise, and so, following his explorations of Hogwarts in the past, the young Gryffindor made for the Astronomy Tower's viewing platform. The soft lull of the breeze wafting over his face did little to calm Harry, but at least it was quiet here. Sitting against the wall, Harry looked out over the scenery of Hogwarts outside and let himself drift off into a sense of calmness and sanctuary that he'd never really known before. Finally, now that he was alone and there wasn't anyone around to question him, finally Harry could ask the question that no one seemed too eager to answer. what could have caused this headache? Nothing really special happened that night, did it? The last thing that Harry expected to happen was exactly what happened next. "Hello, Harry." With a start, Harry looked around, his eyes wide with shock as he tried to find the source of the voice, but all he saw was the overcast sky outside and the scenery from the viewing platform. Tentatively, Harry asked, Who's there?" "Don't you know?" asked the voice, almost mocking him with its words, "I've been trying so very hard to get in touch with you, Harry Potter." Harry's blood suddenly ran cold. The drawl in the voice's tone sounded very familiar to him, but it was impossible. He was gone, wasn't he? It can't be, he whispered, before groaning as a familiar pain now shot through his scar, the voice returning with a snigger. "It is. Hello again, Harry Potter." "Voldemort," Harry whispered, earning another cold chuckle from the voice as he asked, "But, where are you?" "In the one place you cannot escape from me," sneered the Dark Lord's tone, the words being followed by yet another burst of pain as he laughed. "Inside you, Harry. I am inside your mind, and there's nothing you can do to force me out." Darkness. That was all he could see, feel and recall around him. It was dark, it was cold, and, admittedly, he was scared. How had he come to be in the darkness? Where was this dark world? What happened to him? All questions that burned in his mind as he tried to recall the facts of him being, wherever he was right now. However, before he could gather his senses and make heads or tails of the current situation, the sound of voices nearby drew his attention away from his dilemma. "It is successful. The Master, he is reborn." Silence. "We must wait for him to wake, then we are the Masters to command." "Master," he thought, trying to move his body, but all he felt was a strange hardened surface underneath him as well as what felt like cold metal over his body and his hands. As he tried flexing his fingers, a jolt of memory ran through his body, a few choice snippets of information being made available to him as he sat upon the surface, not laid, but seated. His name. He could remember his name. It was Harry Potter. He remembered that he was a wizard and that, no. Beyond that, Harry couldn't recall anything else. Why couldn't he remember anything beyond that? How had his memory become so muddled and broken that he was now, wherever he was? Master moves, Master lives. Hush, chilled. Do not disturb his awakening. The Master will need time to adjust. The voices, they were differently toned and strangely garbled, like they were speaking with hisses and croaks rather than human tongue. Once more, Harry wondered to himself why they called him Master. He was no one's master, was he? Flexing his fingers once again, Harry felt the cold metal that covered him shift accordingly before he found himself able to clench his fingers into a fist, his body crying out at him as though he had been sat in the same position for a very long time. Following the ability to move, Harry took a deep breath and felt a gasp catch itself in his throat as his gasp sounded like the death rattle of a demon. He was suddenly reminded of a Muggle film villain that he'd once seen as a younger child. After moving and breathing, Harry went for what should have, by all rights, been first on his list, talking. Where am I? His voice had become cold and hard, its words and voice distorted by the item that covered his body, including his face. Instead of an answer, Harry was received by a loud series of cheers that seemed to echo all around him. With a low growl, Harry repeated, "Where am I? Who's there?" "Master," exclaimed one of the voices from before. This one sounded youthful with a hint of experience and knowledge to it that suggested wisdom. "You are safe. You are here, do not be afraid." "I cannot see," growled Harry, but the words were no sooner out of his mouth before light suddenly flooded the place he was sat in and, in front of him, Harry saw the strangest creatures ever. They looked, he had to admit, a lot like house elves. With their short, almost stocky, builds and their wide eyes and pale skin, these creatures seemed to remind Harry of Dobby. Wait, thought Harry, I remember Dobby, but what else? What's going on? The leader of these creatures, whom also seemed to be the tallest of them though he couldn't have been any taller than the height of Harry's foot to his thigh, approached and bowed before Harry. He was dressed in a strange black clothing that seemed to wrap around his body, save for a silver marking over his left body side that was shaped like a strange letter of some kind. "Master," the creature remarked, its voice being the one that told Harry not to be afraid. "Welcome back to the lands of mortality and shadows. I am Alpha and I am here to help Master return to the world." With his deep, rattling breaths, Harry had to admit that he sounded pretty scary, but he put aside his fascination for now as he looked to the creature, the mysterious Alpha, before he asked, "Where is this place? What happened to me?" "Master sits within the embracing folds of the Nexus throne, Master," Alpha replied, his eyes, which Harry then noticed to be as pale as a freshly polished pearl, watching the being in front of him as he explained, "The Nexus has chosen you, Master, to be our new master, our new king. Master is reborn, stronger and more powerful than ever." "But," Harry argued, "how is it I can't remember anything? I remember my name and a few snips about my life, but what happened to my memory?" "Master's spirit has been entombed within the Nexus for 18 months, sire," Alpha explained, clearly being the only one of the creatures that could address Harry at this moment. "He has suffered heavily due to maximum emotional traumas and the decimations of Master's soul." "Let's pretend that I understand a word of what you just said," Harry reasoned, lifting what he now saw to be an armored finger as he asked, "Who, or what the hell are you?" Alpha bowed low as he answered Harry, "As I said, Master, I am Alpha, eldest member of Master's personal servants, the Netherkind. With me are Zeta, Beta, Gamma and Sigma. We have watched the Nexus, Resurrection Casket for many months now, waiting for the day when our Master would rise again." Netherkind. Harry wondered to himself, Nexus. None of this makes any sense, and what did he mean by my emotional traumas? If only I could remember. Whoa. The last remark came from Harry lifting his hand to massage at his brow, only to find a strange helmet covering his face and a suit of the craziest, most terrifying-looking armor he'd ever seen covering his body. It was jet black in color and seemed to be made up of ridged and spiked parts that gave it a look of the devil himself. Certain parts of the armor, such as the chest plate and the arms and shoulder plates, had red highlights that seemed to present the image of blood rushing through the armor as well as the being inside it. The spikes on the shoulder plates seemed to rise up like two pairs of wings either side of Harry's body and, as he looked himself over, Harry had to admit it, he looked good. "So," he hissed, looking to Alpha with renewed curiosity, "are you saying that you're here to obey me?" "We are your humble servants, Master," Alpha replied, though he seemed eager to continue as he explained, "We obey all commands of the Master and seek only the reformation of the powers of the Nexus. Now that you are chosen, we of the Netherkind are here to obey you." "Chosen?" asked Harry, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "How? When?" "When your mortal body died, Master," Alpha replied, his voice speaking of the event as though he was commenting on some holy event, "when your soul was claimed and devoured by the Nexus, thus beginning your joyous rebirth." "You what?" roared Harry, his voice thundering around the chamber as he asked, "Do you mean to tell me that I'm dead?" "Yes, Master," Alpha replied, his response more like someone commenting on the weather. Harry was willing to bet that if he looked up the word fickle in the dictionary, he'd find a nice little picture of the Daily Prophet's newspaper editor as well as the minister alongside it. Just a few months ago, they'd been calling him a liar, a glory hound and other such names under the sun. And now, all because Cornelius Fudge, the idiot that he was, had seen Voldemort in person in the Ministry atrium, they were hailing him as their savior again and calling him the Chosen One. That made him laugh. They had no idea of the pain he went through and the losses he'd suffered to be hailed as their savior. They'd briefly mentioned that Sirius' name had been exonerated, but it didn't change anything. Sirius had still died. And, worse, Harry had also been forced to play the public spectacle and stand there, listening to droning reporters asking him stupid questions and, when he'd tried to get a word in edgewise, who had called himself Harry's voice. Albus Bloody Dumbledore, that's who. Then, when they'd eventually gone back to Hogwarts, he'd made up some cock and bull story about blood wards and all but blamed Harry for Sirius' death before revealing the reason for the trouble in the first place. "Severus, I can't let go of my hate for a dead man, Snape." So, when Harry had gone back to Privet Drive, he'd waited for the dead of night, using both wit and skills that had come from years of ducking and diving Dudley and his cronies, and he'd all but spirited himself away into the night. Since then, Harry had rented a room within a shady hotel room on the outskirts of London and managed to avoid detection with help from an unseen advocate. Whoever it was, Harry was thankful for them. Harry Potter. Harry's blood suddenly ran cold as he heard a voice use his name. Had someone found him? Looking over the paper, Harry was both awed and a little relieved to see an attractive young girl with dark skin and darker hair looking at him. She was dressed in Muggle clothes and held a pad in her hand. Of course, Harry thought, remembering then where he was. Sitting on the underground in a whistle-stop cafe about to have a bite to eat. She's a waitress. Stupidity there, Harry, Moody's instincts are getting to you. Who's Harry Potter? Asked the girl, a warm, welcoming smile crossing her face as Harry lowered the paper. No one, he lied, trying to avoid a blush creeping over his cheeks as he realized this girl was actually pretty nice looking, bit of a tosser. The girl gave a soft laugh, a pen in her hand, as she looked to Harry before she added, "Funny that paper of yours. A couple of nights ago, I could swear that I saw one of the pictures move." Harry just laughed and nodded in unspoken agreement with her disbelief as she added, "Thought I was going around the twist. Anyway, hungry." "Just a sec," Harry laughed, reaching for the menu when, to his surprise, the girl leaned in close, her hair falling around her shoulders and giving her a rather devilish but beautiful look. "Between you and me," she whispered, "food here's a bit naff, only somewhere you can eat if you don't really care. I know a place, though, I could show you. Maybe you could tell me a bit more about that tosser, Harry Potter." "Oh," Harry gasped, a part of him wondering what area of heaven he'd just walked into. He was a teenage boy after all, as he answered her, "Okay, yeah, sure, thanks. I'm James." "Alicia," the girl answered, giving him a wink as she added, "How about I get you a hot chocolate, until I finish, on the house?" She whispered the last part and Harry could only smile and thank her silently as he sat back in his chair and, reaching into his pocket, he withdrew a mint and lightly sucked it as he tried to freshen his breath. Suddenly, a feeling of prickling ran up his spine and, as Harry looked out the window, he saw the lights flickering with some sort of electrical interference. A sense of foreboding crept up Harry's spine as he rose and, moving away from the window, he whispered, "Oh no you don't, you're not taking this chance from me, hey, Alicia." "Yeah?" asked the girl. "Hate to be a bother," Harry answered, "but, you got a toilet in here?" "Round the side," Alicia replied, earning a nod of thanks from Harry as he walked around to the in-store facilities. However, had Harry looked back, he would have seen Alicia watching him before she reached into her pocket and withdrew a long, thin wand that she flicked around the room, her eyes filled with determination and focus as she cast her magic. "An old comrade. Wow, what a night." "Yeah," Alicia laughed as she walked with Harry arm in arm away from a local nightclub that they had attended, Harry's steps a little shaky, but otherwise all right. "I don't much care for new bands or music, but they were okay. Could have picked a better name than Snakebite, though," Harry reasoned, turning off the main road and walking towards his hotel, either oblivious to the obvious fact that this girl he'd just met walked with him, or not caring. "Got a problem with snakes?" asked Alicia as they left the distant noise of the club behind. "Let's just say, we don't get on," Harry answered, opening the door to the hotel and, after saying a hello to the porter, he turned before he asked, "So, is this good night then?" With an almost playful smile that made Harry's heart leap while his blood ran cold with the thought of a certain Death Eater he knew and loathed, Alicia asked, "Do you want it to be, James?" Harry shook his head, a slightly pleased smile crossing his face as Alicia followed his lead up to his room and into the sitting area where he flicked on the television just in time for a late-night movie. Making 2 cups of tea, Harry returned and handed one to Alicia before he asked, "So, do you have a last name?" "Calico," Alicia explained, her voice soft as she drank her tea, Harry sitting next to her where he put his arm around her shoulders and let her rest on his shoulder. "How about you, James? Do you have a last name?" "Evans," Harry answered, feeling a bit awkward with lying to this girl, but he'd much as sooner be someone else right now, ergo, he had become James Evans. "A common name. But you're not a common guy," Alicia laughed, placing her cup down as they watched the movie. It was a slash horror of some sort and, every time something scary happened, Alicia's head disappeared into Harry's chest. When it was over, He stroked her hair gently before he told her, "It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. They can't hurt you, I won't let them." Alicia looked into Harry's eyes as he said the last part. He must have noticed it too because he suddenly flew from her side, rising quickly and clearing his throat as he muttered, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that." "I'm not embarrassed," Alicia explained, lifting herself from the chair before she put a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder as she told him, "I trust you, James. You're definitely not a common guy, I could tell that when I saw you. So don't be so afraid to be what you are. I saw how you looked at me and it's okay. I don't bite." "It's not that," Harry sighed, lowering his head and holding his near-empty cup in his hands. It's complicated. Everyone that's gotten close to me before now, they get hurt and it's my fault. I don't want to hurt anyone else, but things change." "Yes they do," Alicia agreed, her voice soft as she turned him around and took the cup from his hands, setting it down on the table as she added, "You've been snared, James. This time, it's you getting close to someone else, to me. And I'm not afraid of being hurt. I'll keep you close, safe, free." She practically whispered the last part as her lips brushed against Harry's, the young wizard's eyes closing and his body almost relaxing as Alicia held him in her arms, her lips dancing with his while her hands removed his clothes. An old comrade. A warm smell of fresh cooking roused Harry from sleep the next morning, his eyes straining against the light that burned. Slipping his glasses from the bedside table, he actually smiled when he saw Alicia, dressed in her trousers, but leaving her top bare to him, bringing breakfast into the room. "Morning," he whispered, watching as she sat down with him, setting a plate of fresh breakfast in front of him. "Good morning, sleepy lover," Alicia smiled, placing a gentle kiss against his lips as she asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Ugh," groaned Harry, pulling himself up as he tucked into his breakfast, "Best night's sleep I've had in months. This is really good." "I'm glad," Alicia whispered, watching him eat before she asked, "Are you feeling anything else about last night?" "Well, let's put it this way," Harry sighed, lifting his head and placing a return kiss on Alicia's lips, which she closed her eyes in acceptance of before Harry asked, "When can I see you again, Alicia?" "Well," she seemed to give a look of awkward emotions as she asked, "Who's asking me? James Evans, or Harry Potter?" Harry felt his eyes widen as he looked at her, to which she smiled and nodded, "Yes, I know who you are. I've always known, but I didn't buy into what they said about you. I didn't mind the lie. It was obvious you wanted to be someone else lately, and I hope I was good enough for you." "I should be angry," Harry sighed, shaking his head as he laughed, "but everything you've done for me is perfect. And Harry's asking you, Alicia, when can I see you again?" "I'd like to." "I know," Alicia replied, "but that's not my decision." "I'm afraid I don't understand," Harry laughed, "Are you saying you don't control your life?" "Not at all," Alicia answered, "it's very restful." "What?" asked Harry, "Are you some kind of, I don't want to use the word, but, are you a prostitute?" "Not as such," Alicia answered, looking to the door of Harry's room before she looked back as she added, "I have my own decisions but not the outcome." "I don't follow you," Alicia sighed and, with the smile that had captured Harry's attention in the first place, she explained, I do whatever the Dark Lord tells me to do." Harry's fork fell back onto the plate with a loud crash. "What, your freedom, lately," Alicia explained, her voice wavering as she saw his disappointment and his sadness, "our night together, your blind spot status in the magical world, they were gifts from him." Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. He glanced to the desk next to his bed where he now saw two wands, one his own and the other obviously hers, lying in wait. Following his gaze, Alicia added, "You can hurt me, if you want. Use my wand, you won't get traced." "No," Harry whispered, looking down at his now empty plate, though it didn't feel as empty as his heart as he asked, "I don't want to hurt you. You made me believe I couldn't, so I won't. But, what do you mean, a gift?" "Me," Alicia explained, "I'm a gift, from him, to you, like an olive branch." "An olive branch?" he asked, "from Voldemort?" "Yes." "And what did you do?" asked Harry, suddenly throwing the plate across the room where it smashed against the wall. "Huh." He rose from the bed, grabbing his boxers as he did so. As he dressed, he rounded on Alicia before he asked, "What was it?" "A love potion in the perfume. The drink you gave me. The band." "What? How is it that you managed to deceive me into loving me?" asked Alicia, stepping back while she kept herself unarmed. "Nothing. Absolutely nothing, Harry. He's seen inside your mind and fought with you so many times that he's come to see you as an old comrade rather than an enemy. He doesn't want you to suffer anymore. What happened at the ministry, with your godfather and your friends, it shouldn't have happened." "A comrade?" asked Harry. "After what he did to me, he could have destroyed my mind, turned me inside out, and you say he's a comrade. And he hopes you'll see him in the same way," Alicia retorted, her eyes filled with her own guilt as she explained. "I didn't put anything in any of the things we shared yesterday. When you went to the bathroom, there was a magical interference and I stopped it. I sent the source, which was none other than that warmongering, life-destroying bastard, Albus Dumbledore, away from you because that was what I was told to do. Watch you, protect you, and, if you wanted me, I was to become yours. It wasn't a potion or spell that made you have beep with me last night. You did that yourself, and I don't regret it, or telling you this. Like I said, if you'd like to hurt me, then hurt me, but I'm not your enemy, and neither is he, Harry, not anymore." Harry felt like he'd been sent on a roller coaster ride straight through hell, but there was something about her truth and sincerity with him that, as much as he wanted to do otherwise, it made Harry want Alicia. To keep her close, to be with her, and not because of any spell or potions as she'd just told him. Merlin forbid, she'd just confessed to being a member of Voldemort's forces, and yet, Harry couldn't deny it. He loved her. So, what happens now? The night air was crisp and clear as Harry and Hermione stood with Sirius and a softly chirping Buckbeak in one of Hogwarts' main courtyards, the former Azkaban inmate now looking to his godson with a soft smile as he explained, "I'll never forget about this. I'll be forever grateful to both of you." "Just doing what you would do for Dad," Harry replied, noticing Hermione stroking Buckbeak's soft feathers while he and Sirius were talking. Following his godson's gaze, Sirius let out a sigh before he turned back and, kneeling down, he told Harry, "Listen, pup, before I leave you again, I think that there's something you need to know." "What?" asked Harry, looking to Sirius with eyes of interest. Before James switched Secret Keepers from me to Peter," Sirius explained, sitting with Harry on the wall of the courtyard. "Lily, she confided something in me. Something that James had been affected by and forgotten." "What?" asked Harry. "You," Sirius answered, his breath catching in his throat as he explained, "you've raised your life as the proverbial only child, but, you see, Harry, you're not an only child." "Huh?" asked Harry. "You're not the only child of Lily and James," Sirius explained. "Before you, they had another child. Nearly 10 months beforehand actually, on September 22nd to be precise, the date of the autumnal equinox." Why does that date ring a bell? Harry wondered to himself, a part of him also surprised at the revelation to the fact that he had a sibling. There's something else," Sirius then added, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder as he explained, when you were born, there was an incident and memories and certain facts were changed." "Like what?" "Your date of birth," Sirius explained, tapping the side of his head as he explained. "Lily and James were led to believe that you'd been born on July 31st, for what reason, I don't really know. But, when they went into hiding and the Secret Keeper's post was threatened, Lily, she managed to somehow break through the mists of her mind and remember." "So," asked Harry, "when's my actual date of birth?" "June 21st, Sirius answered, "the date of the summer solstice, which is also almost 9 months on exactly from your elder sibling." Who is my sibling?" asked Harry, looking to Sirius as he added, "If I've got a brother or a sister, then why hasn't anyone told me?" "Your elder," Sirius explained, taking a deep breath as he continued, "is your elder sister, and you and she both don't really know or recall that you're siblings because, when she was just a few days old, she was stolen from you and your parents, both of whom had their memories altered so that they believed that you were an only child." "But, Aunt Petunia," Harry argued, "Uncle Vernon, they've always said." "Chances are that they didn't know," Sirius reasoned, rubbing the back of his neck as he added, "but listen, Harry, because this next part is important. You know your sister, though you don't recognize her as such. If you wish to find her again, then just look for the one that mirrors dear Lily in every way, probably, except her hair color and her eyes. You look like your father except for the eyes, but your sister looks like Lily except for the hair and eyes. She has James's eyes. And, Harry gulped, seeing Hermione suddenly turn her attention to them as though encouraging the duo to hurry along. What will I look for, in my sister? A gift, Sirius answered. Once you find her, she'll be with you, Harry, by your side, as your strength when you feel that you have none. Apart, you both seem like nothing more than outcasts, but together, children of the equinox and the solstice, you're far stronger than you may believe. You are the strongest wizard of your age, Harry, but your sister, well, she's... Sirius, Hermione cut in, running to his side as she looked apologetically to Harry before she added, you have to go. We don't have much time to get back to the hospital wing. Okay, Sirius sighed, rising from the ground before he hugged Harry and, to Harry's surprise, also hugged Hermione before he turned and, climbing onto Buckbeak's back, he turned the hippogriff around before he looked to the two Gryffindor students, standing side by side. With a smile, he told Hermione, you really are the brightest witch of your age. He seemed to nod to Harry as he said this, before he pulled on Buckbeak's reins and took off into the sky, the sight of him flying off into the moon making Harry feel odd, saddened and a little confused. Why did Sirius make that parting remark? He wondered, before Hermione dragged him in a run to the hospital wing. He said I was the strongest wizard of my age. He was very specific to say wizard, so, if I do have a sister, then, she'd be, what? What was Mum that my sister could also be? They reached the hospital wing with seconds to spare, just as Dumbledore appeared from giving them the hint about retracing their steps. Seeing the two there, Dumbledore asked, well, we did it, he's gone, Harry gasped, a part of him noticing that, for a split second, Dumbledore actually looked, almost troubled as he looked from Harry to Hermione. Did you? Interesting, good night. With that, the headmaster left the two to run into the hospital wing, just as their past selves vanished like ghosts in the night, a horrified look appearing on Ron's face as he pointed to them. How are you there, when you were just there, and now you're there? What's he talking about, Harry? Asked Hermione, a knowing smile on her face as he looked to her eyes. Her sparkling, chocolate brown eyes, so full of life, warmth, comfort, protections. Weird, Harry thought as he shrugged in response to Hermione's question. Hermione's eyes, they remind me of. A shocking, almost impossible thought came to Harry as he looked back to Ron and, masking his worry, he asked, honestly, Ron, how can anyone be in two places at once? While Harry and Hermione shared a laugh and Ron still looked frightened and in a fit of fearful hysterics given what he'd thought he'd seen, Harry climbed back into bed, let Madame Pomfrey give him a look over, before, just as he fell asleep, he finished his thought from before. Hermione's eyes, they look, just like my dad's. With a glance to the bed holding his best friend, Harry gulped before he whispered to himself, could it be? As he lay down on his pillow, his eyes slowly closing as sleep caught up with him, a final revelation came to Harry as he realized why the date of the autumnal equinox was so unique. September 22nd, is Hermione's birthday. It was out there, calling to him on the breeze. A voice, unlike any other. It had been trying to call out to him ever since he had returned to Privet Drive for his now 6th summer before returning to Hogwarts for his 6th year. The only difference was that, this time, Harry James Potter didn't want to return to Hogwarts. Why should he? The world had called him a liar, a cheat, a traitor, a murderer and everything else under the sun, and now they were expecting him to forget all that and save them from Voldemort's second coming. Screw that. So, when the call had come just 1 week after Harry had returned to Privet Drive, he'd waited, relying on a side of himself that he'd regressed for so long. His Slytherin nature, to get him out of Privet Drive without the Order of the Overcooked Pheasant knowing about it. He had left the house in the dead of night and, with little more than a few pounds stolen from Dudley, it was about time that they started paying him for keeping their worthless asses safe, and a change of clothes in a pack that Dudley had never used, Harry set off for the source of the call. The journey was long and arduous, but Harry didn't give up. He rested by day and, when the sun went down and Harry was able to confirm that he wasn't going mad, the call returned and Harry was able to move out, making his way to the north and west of the country. After almost a week of traveling, during which Harry had come close to having an encounter with wizards outside Birmingham, the young wizard found himself crossing the Severn Bridge in Wales, entering the adjoining country of the United Kingdom for the first time. What could be calling me from all this way? Harry wondered, passing by the outskirts of Cardiff City before he made his way north, into dense woodlands and towards a town that, according to nearby English-Welsh translated signposts, was called Stokely. Resting in the forest outside the town, Harry leaned against a tree and, wrapping his traveling cloak, the only other wizard's item he'd brought with him aside from his wand and his father's cloak, around him like a blanket, he nestled down for the night, his stomach rumbling quietly with hunger, the roadside burger he'd eaten that day seemingly eons ago now. Who are you? He wondered to himself, looking in the direction of Stokely as he felt the pull against his insides once again. This was the force of the call. It was almost like a strong tug against his magic, but, at the same time, it beckoned to Harry to heed the call and, at times, Harry could swear that he felt incredible levels of power passing through the call. They had to be incredible levels to reach him all the way across in Little Whinging. Why do you call me like this? Harry wondered, looking down the road where a soft glow seemed to illuminate the horizon. He must have been closer to the town than he realized. You're not Voldemort, I know that much, but then, who are you? What are you? What do you want with me? A sudden chilly wind blew through the trees and, as Harry tightened his makeshift blanket around him, he closed his eyes and drifted off into sleep, his eyelids flickering as dreams came to him that, as always, he couldn't quite understand. Dreams start. Harry was hovering over what looked like a dark and very regal-looking throne room, a tall figure with dark hair restrained within what looked like a cage made from violet bars while, close by, a young boy of around 14 or 15 lay still and motionless on the ground. Above the boy and close to the man was a rather attractive-looking girl that strode across the room and glared at the boy with hatred. Is he dead? Asked the man, his voice thick with power while his eyes appeared to hold an air of fear. The girl's lip curled in a sneer before she replied, I don't know, and I don't care. Harry felt a shiver pass down his spine as he heard her response, so cold and callous and yet so hurt. He didn't know why, but he suddenly found himself feeling sorry for the girl. He didn't know who she was, let alone who the others were, but something seemed to draw him close to this scene, these three strange people. As the girl approached a throne at the head of the room, the man gave a snarl before he barked, He's your brother, you must help him. The girl didn't seem to be in too much of a hurry to listen. Instead, she took hold of what looked like a human skull and a scepter before she turned to face the man, a vicious snarl now etched into her features as she retorted, I'll decide what I must do. Approaching the throne, the girl took the seat before she added with a cold grin, because I'm in charge now. The man, looking both shocked and a little scared, gave a roar that seemed to make the walls tremble before he barked, Traitor! You will pay for this betrayal, Ingrid. Silence. The girl, Ingrid, commanded, her voice holding more power than the man as she then explained, From now on, you will call me Countess Dracula. Watch me as I avenge Will's death and make the streets of Stokely run red with blood. Her evil laugh echoed around the halls while the man looked frightened and the boy on the floor remained unconscious, though Harry, looking back to Ingrid, only had one thought as the dream pulled him away. No way. Dream end. Waking with a start, Harry gasped, his heart racing at a speed that seemed impossible as he tried to piece together what he'd just seen. He'd had visions before, but this one, it was so vivid, so real, like he'd really been there. That girl, Harry thought, remembering the frightening image of the girl, Ingrid, from his dream, she said to call her Countess Dracula, but, if she's real, if what I saw is real, then that would make her a vampire. With a sigh and a rub of his eyes, Harry realized he wasn't about to get any more sleep that night and so, rising from the ground, he tucked his makeshift blanket back into his pack and made for the town, a part of him almost amused he couldn't help but think one last thought about what he'd seen. Vampire or not, she was kind of cute. Blood is my life. Stokely seemed like any ordinary town, well, any ordinary town with an awe-inspiring, somewhat intimidating castle overlooking the town center. The local school seemed to be somewhat deserted, which didn't surprise Harry as he figured that the summer holidays had begun for Muggles, though what did surprise him was the air of mystery that hung over the town. An eerie silence followed Harry as he walked past a row of semi-detached houses and up, following the call to the castle. Okay, he thought to himself, unusual dream, magical call, of course you're heading for the castle. Don't be afraid, Harry. This is nothing new to you. Passing through a pair of rusted iron gates with two large gargoyles on either side of him, Harry took a deep breath before he reached the large wooden doors that led into the castle. Reaching the front door, Harry lifted his hand and knocked once. No reply. This isn't that suspicious, Harry thought to himself, looking back out over Stokely where the early morning atmosphere was showing itself in the form of a few people walking down the street away from the castle. A few birds flew overhead and, despite the crisp sensation of the morning, Harry noticed that a dark, somber atmosphere hung over the castle's walls and structure. Without needing to ask himself about it, Harry lifted a hand and pushed against the doors. They opened as though bidden, allowing him to step into the gloom of the rooms within. Though, if he was honest with himself, Harry wasn't all that impressed with the interior design as it seemed to have been abandoned and left to gather dust. If he'd been able to use his wand without worry for the trace, he would actually have lit the room. As the doors closed behind him, Harry gulped, gathering every ounce of his Gryffindor courage as he looked around, a part of him then noticing that the mysterious call he had been feeling and sensing ever since Surrey was now gone. He was able to move, breathe and, if he wanted, he could turn around, go back to England and Surrey and forget about the call. Yeah, he thought to himself with a snigger, back to lies, distrusts and deceptions that leave me feeling like the black sheep of Hogwarts and the target of pure evil, death and destruction. Back to a world where there's nothing left for me. Sirius is dead, Remus would rather cower in fear and let the Order run his life and my friends, well, after their say no evil treatment last summer, I'd just as soon avoid them. Crazy as it was to admit it to himself, Harry knew he was staying. Suddenly, the cold chill from before returned and, as Harry looked around, he was aware of a dim flicker against the edge of his vision, a feeling of intense pain and fear passing through Harry before a familiar voice spoke from the shadows. Who are you to willingly walk into my home like this, breather? Ingrid, asked Harry, remembering the name from his dream. As he asked the name, the flicker returned and, this time, it became the fully fledged form of the attractive young woman he'd seen in his dream. She was dressed in black clothes that hugged her frame, her dark hair slightly matted and, if Harry was being honest, somewhat similar to a certain Death Eater that Harry had vowed to one day kill. Her eyes were a rich shade of hazel with a hint of redness to them as she glared at Harry and, as she met his eyes, Ingrid snarled at him, revealing 2 rows of vampire fangs that shone in the dim light of the castle's interior. How do you know my name? She asked, a demonic roar to her voice as she demanded, answer me while you're still breathing, are you a slayer? Looking for my wormy wimpire of a brother? Well, you made the mistake of coming here, and unarmed at that. I'm not a slayer, Harry insisted, holding his hands up in an attempt to show her that he was unarmed, and, as for how I know your name, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, even if you were Countess Dracula. Ingrid seemed taken aback by his forwardness. As she met his eyes, her eyes shone with the mesmerizing shade of gold that came with vampire hypnotism, before she whispered, tell me, how do you know me? Hypnotizing me? Asked Harry, shaking his head as he explained, that won't work. I'm a wizard, Countess. A user of the mystic arts, and one of those arts, known as the Imperius, is a curse I can throw off. I won't be controlled. Not by anybody. Ingrid suddenly gasped as the nearby fireplace suddenly flared into life, Harry's almost glowing emerald green eyes now shining in the light of the fire as he hissed, now, since you know I'm a wizard, I suppose I can tell you. Well, I dreamt about you, and your brother, and some man. Your father. Yes, Ingrid replied, her voice softer than before as she seemed to be in awe of Harry's power. Looking from his eyes to the roaring flames, Ingrid then asked, what's your name, wizard breather? Harry, replied the young wizard, Harry Potter. Now Ingrid was surprised. There wasn't a creature of magic and mystery that didn't know that name. The boy who could defy death, the destroyer of the breather's dark lord. Here he was, standing in front of her, but the question that Ingrid needed to ask was, "What are you doing here, Harry Potter?" "Would you believe that I was called here?" asked Harry, earning a look of disbelief from Ingrid, which Harry shrugged to as he explained, "I don't really understand it, but, a week ago now, I started feeling this, drawing in sensation inside me that didn't let up. Since I had no real qualms about running away from the hellhole I lived in, I chose the lesser of two evils and followed it. The call led me straight here and only really stopped when I stepped inside the castle. I don't know what it was or why I was brought here, but, as far as I'm concerned, anywhere is better than where I was." "You say that with such malice," Ingrid noticed, now approaching Harry with a more humane appearance to her as she asked, "Why do you sound so vampirically evil when you say that?" "Like I said before," Harry replied, "you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but if the call has brought me here, to this castle where the vampire Countess of Dracula resides, then I may as well say it. No matter what, I'm not going back." Ingrid actually felt sorrow in her cold, unbeating heart as she listened to the rage and fury within Harry. She hadn't felt this way for over 2 years, not since Will had been turned by her and she'd lost him in that last battle. Now this gifted child was here, with fire and darkness in his soul and clearly willing to stay, but he wasn't afraid. It was like he had nothing left to lose. "Harry, yeah?" asked Harry, looking to Ingrid, noticing her eyes now on him. "If you're here," she explained, "then there has to be a reason. I know it's not because of my brother, the chosen one, so, there must be another. However, since you seem to be so willing to let go of your past, then, what would you say if I told you, I can help you with that?" "How?" asked Harry. With a smile that revealed her fangs, Ingrid replied, "Take a wild guess." "Bite me?" asked Harry, turning to face her as he asked, "Make me a vampire." "How is that supposed to help?" "Maybe it'll silence the call," Ingrid suggested, "give you a new start on life, and besides, I don't recall the last time that a sorcerer was able to become a vampire. We have powers of our own, but, not like you." "But I've read about your kind," Harry insisted. "Wouldn't your bite make me loyal to you?" "I told you, Ingrid, I don't bow to anyone." "I know," Ingrid replied, a chuckle escaping her as she added, "That's what I'm counting on to make you different. You won't answer to me, Harry, I won't allow it. You'll be unique, different, stronger and, above all else, you'll have someone here that," an actual blush crossed her cheek as she whispered, "Who cares for you?" Harry was a little surprised, but, as he looked to Ingrid, he felt the same sensation rise inside him that he'd felt in his dream state. He couldn't deny that she was cute, but, just like a former Triwizard Champion's kin couldn't allure him, Harry also knew that it wasn't her vampire allure doing this. And besides, hadn't he just admitted to himself that he wasn't going back to a life where he was expected to be a puppet on a string? Here was Ingrid Dracula, yes, a vampire, but here she was offering him an out. All he had to do, so to speak, was die. "You're right, Ingrid," Harry confessed, now facing her while he lowered the collar of his shirt. "I won't be controlled, but I have nothing to go back to. So, go ahead, if you want to give me a new life by killing me, then do it. Drink me dry, and make me strong, With a nod, Ingrid approached Harry and, baring her fangs, she sank them into his throat, her eyes suddenly glowing with vampire red bloodlust as she tasted raw power and fury within his blood. She'd never tasted anything so rich, so enticing, not even when she'd finally managed to bite that breather freak, Robin, and his sister, Chloe. It had been such a shame that the idiot had let Slayers catch him, he'd had such potential. As for Chloe, she'd idiotically sunned herself rather than embrace the power of the night. But, speaking of power, Ingrid could taste it, feel it and sense it all at the same time. Harry's blood was filled with raw energy and, as he fell against her, Ingrid let him go before she carved a wound into her wrist and offered it to him. "Drink, Harry," she breathed, feeling a passion rise inside her that had never been there before, become anew. Harry latched onto Ingrid's wrist and gulped hungrily, his body almost glowing as the power of the dark passed into him, his skin becoming pale while his body seemed to change, becoming slender and strong, his wild hair falling around his shoulders while his eyes shone with emerald green fire that may as well have been the flames of death. Pulling away from Ingrid's wrist, Harry took his last breath before he gasped, coughing heavily for a few seconds as he rose and, looking to her, he whispered, I've never felt so much power. And you can have even more, a ghostly voice replied, both Harry and Ingrid then turning as the voice echoed through the halls of the once proud Castle Dracula, come to the Blood Mirror, and find out. The Blood Mirror? Asked Ingrid, watching as Harry vanished with vampiric speed. Following his path, the Countess soon found her path blocked by the guardians of the Blood Mirror chamber where she'd fought her reflection and Boris had become something more. Why would the Blood Mirror call a ghoul of a vampire like Harry to the chamber? She wondered, watching and waiting for the result of this incredible twist of fate. Harry didn't know what to do. Standing alone in the Chamber of Secrets over Ginny's nearly dead body, his eyes fixed on the figure that stood with him, the apparent ghost of Tom Riddle from 50 years back, he only felt a sense of being trapped. He'd been told that Ginny was the one to open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk on the Muggleborns and Filch's cat, Ginny who'd written the messages on the walls and faked her own disappearance. And yet, for all that he tried to do to make sense of it all, Harry just had one question, why? Because I told her to, Tom boasted, his eyes as cold as stone as he looked at Harry. You'll find that I can be very persuasive. He seemed to chuckle as he glanced down at Ginny before he added, not that she knew what she was doing, mind you, she was, well, shall we say in a sort of trance. But still the power of the diary began to scare her and she tried to dispose of it in a girl's bathroom and then who should find it, but you? The very person I was most anxious to meet. He seemed to be almost amused with the idea and, as the two looked at one another, Harry found himself only able to ask, but why did you want to meet me? I knew that I had to talk to you, Tom answered, the words surprising Harry as he added, meet you if I could. What for? Asked Harry, Tom closing his mouth as he seemed to want to say something else after that. I was before your time and you consider Ginny's scribbles to be about me. What's so interesting about that? What isn't? Asked Tom, almost incredulously as he laughed at Harry's confusion. Everything about you screams interest. You, a mere half-blood student much like myself, who can speak Salazar Slytherin's ancient tongue without needing any assistance. You who flies through the air like you belong there and you who chooses, time and time again, to defy fate and destiny just because you can. How could I not be interested in meeting such a unique person? For a moment, neither student said anything, though Harry looked once again to Ginny's body before he asked, did you? Sorry, asked Tom, turning his head with a sense of confusion. This was working to his plan for the girl, but he hadn't expected such an inquisitive side of the boy in front of him. Did you make her take the diary back? Asked Harry, looking up at Tom as he added, she stole it from my dorm and ransacked the place. I knew it had to be a Gryffindor and even afterwards, she tries to warn me of this. But why would she, unless you told her to do it? Actually, Tom answered, folding his arms as he looked down at Ginny, I didn't tell her to take my diary back. I had all the strength I needed to commune with you, Harry, to learn about you straight from your own heart. And, though we only spoke once and I showed you one memory, I have to confess, I find myself intrigued once again. What for? Because you can hide it as much as you want, Tom remarked, looking over to Harry before he gave a smug grin as he added, but I see it in you, Harry. You and I, we're not so different. Oh yes, there's the fact that you're a Gryffindor and I'm a Slytherin, but other than that, there really isn't that big of a difference between us. We were both raised in places where we are forsaken and ignored because it is us who hold the power. We were both looked over for potential and known for other things and, much like you, Harry, I too learned how to hide my true self from those whom I found unworthy to see it. What? Tom laughed at Harry's inquiring glance, his hand gesturing to the entrance to the chamber as he explained, it's all right, Harry, you don't have to hide it with me. There's no one here but us and the young Weasley girl. You don't have to hide it, you can show off. Tom, Harry laughed, I have no. His words were cut off when Tom reached over and, much to Harry's shock, he brushed his fingers tenderly against Harry's cheek, his face now holding a smile as he whispered softly, please, Harry, show it to me, I promise I won't tell a soul. And if you do, I'll give you back your wand too, just show it to me. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked to Tom's cold glare, his own eyes filled with awe and wonder that, for the first time, he didn't shy away from. Looking once again to Ginny, the Gryffindor golden boy heaved a sigh before he straightened his posture, brushed down his robe and, holding out his hand, he asked in a much cooler tone than before, "Are you going to give me back my wand now, Riddle? Or do I have to take it from you?" "Hello, Harry Potter," Tom laughed, his hand extended as he did indeed give Harry his wand back. "It's nice to meet you at long last. Now tell me, what are you really doing down here?" "Apparently," Harry answered, twirling his wand in his fingers as he looked from Ginny to Tom before he drawled, "playing a game of let's pretend that I seem to have lost against you. But tell me, 'cause I'm curious, how did you know?" "The eyes are the windows to the soul," Tom replied, indicating Harry's eyes with his fingers as he added, "and yours remind me so much of my own back when I was actually flesh and blood. So full of hatred, scorn and inner power that you choose, for some crazy reason, to hide from these foolish wizards and show them instead this naive little boy. Your point?" "No point," Tom shrugged, applauding Harry as he confessed, "I'm more impressed than surprised. Salazar himself couldn't have pulled off a better move, but I have to ask, Harry, if you have all this potential, then why do you hide it behind a Gryffindor's facade?" "Are you kidding?" asked Harry, an amused laugh escaping him as he nudged Ginny's still unconscious body with his foot. "What other choice do I have? Raised by muggles that couldn't stand it when I was better than their dust bunny brain spawn and then thrown into an awkward situation with a muggleborn who thinks she's God's gift to Hogwarts library and a git that probably couldn't wipe his own without help. Therefore, I have no choice but to be the lesser and greater of two evils, because if they saw the real me, well, it wouldn't be pretty." "That's funny," Tom mused, before he shook his head with a brazen smirk on his face as he added, "but it's not the truth, Harry. Like I said, we're the only ones here, so tell me, why are you hiding? Why play the role of the idiot when you could be the greatest wizard of your generation? You who vanquished Lord Voldemort with little more than dirty nappies and hardly any magical skill. Why hide that potential? Why would you care?" asked Harry, his left eyebrow raised with curiosity as he asked, "What does it matter how my potential was revealed? And what does Voldemort have to do with any of this? He was after your time." "Oh, really?" asked Tom, holding his hand out before he asked, "May I?" Handing his wand to the boy, Harry watched as Tom began carving several letters into the air, spelling out 3 distinct words. Tom, Marvolo, Riddle. Turning to face Harry, who was eyeing the spelling and look of Tom's full name with interest, the Slytherin apparition smirked before he told Harry, "Like I said, Harry, everything about you screams interest, for you see, Voldemort is my past, present, and future." Then, with another swish of his wand, Tom's name was rearranged, the 3 words of his name becoming a 4-word statement that had Harry's eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "I am Lord Voldemort." "You?" asked Harry, though his shock was surprisingly masked by a look of interest as he added, "You're the heir of Slytherin." "Voldemort. Surely you didn't actually think that I'd keep my filthy muggle father's name?" asked Tom Voldemort with an air of coldness that struck a chord with Harry as he added, "No, I would fashion myself a new name, a name that wizards everywhere would fear to speak when I became the greatest sorcerer in the world." "I'd have to agree about the fear part," Harry mused, still hiding shock rather well as he added, "but, be you Tom or Voldemort, I still don't get what you want with me. Besides, you're not the greatest sorcerer in the world." "Let me guess," laughed Tom, "Dumbledore is." "No," Harry replied, shaking his head with a look of clarity to him that seemed to reach Tom. Something had changed in Harry and it was all because his mask had fallen, but what was it? "Then who is?" "I am," Harry answered simply, looking to Ginny before he glanced to the chamber's entrance as he added, "I guess there's no point in hiding it, Tom. After all, as you said, I defeated you with little more effort than my dirty nappies and survived. I speak Slytherin's tongue and have called on incredible feats of magic when I needed them. But, as I said, I had to hide because I knew they'd never accept me as who I really am." "Oh?" asked Tom, actually interested as he added, "Why is that?" "Because you are a Slytherin," Harry replied, his voice still as cool-toned as ever, "but while I'm a Gryffindor, I was nearly a Slytherin. The Sorting Hat was very eager to put me there, but my will overpowered it. And yet here you stand," Tom reasoned, "the perfect Slytherin." With a rude shrug, Harry explained, I prefer to think of myself as the snake in lion's clothing. Working with these one-track-minded idiots is really depressing and, besides Tom, do you actually think I'd defend Muggleborns after what their non-magical counterparts put me through? I was treated worse than an animal for over 10 years. There were bars on my windows just last summer for Slytherin's sake. I wasn't even allowed to know I was a wizard until Hagrid chose to tell me. Nice work on the frame job, by the way. No one would suspect a prefect, though I suspect Dumbledore kept a close eye on you. Yes, Tom answered, stunned by the hostility and fire that was spat from Harry's mouth with each word. It was like listening to himself. And now he runs away and expects me to play the part. Harry laughed, shaking his head as he explained. No, Tom. I know that, to come down here, I have to try and stop you, but, between you and me, I don't want to. There's a surprise, Tom laughed, earning a hum of contentment from Harry. However, Harry then added, his eyebrow once again raised in a look of thought that, for a Gryffindor, actually looked good on him, or so Tom thought. However, you haven't asked me the big question, Harry reasoned, looking to Tom as he explained, here I am and here we stand, but you haven't asked me the big question yet, Tom, so go ahead, I'll answer it. All right, Tom nodded, knowing just the question he wanted to ask. Why do you show your mask to me and choose to come down here now? And there it is, Harry answered, heaving a sigh as he asked, this stays between us, doesn't it? Of course. In that case, Harry reasoned, looking to Tom with a look of amusement as he admitted, I let my mask fall, here, with you, Voldemort, especially now because, I realized something earlier this year. And what is that? You were right, Harry answered, sighing as he looked again to the entrance. Last year, when we last met one another, if you're even the same Voldemort I met then. But anyway, last year, you told me that I didn't have to be a fool and suffer when, well, to be quick about it, when we could work together and do great things. Sounds like me, Tom laughed, returning Harry's wand to him as he asked, but what are you getting at, Harry? Why this confession? Because, Harry answered, once again nudging Ginny with his foot as he added, if I save her, then I'm a big hero or I wind up dead and you come back. Either way, they don't get the chance to know the real me. But, what if, instead of trying to stop you, I give you something better? Like what? What else? Asked Harry, pocketing his wand before he spread his arms wide and exclaimed, me. Huh, it's simple, Harry replied, you need energy and life to come back, but you come back and they'll be on you like vultures on a carcass. However, if you could hide, be somewhere they wouldn't suspect, with a willing advocate who's grown tired of the game of let's pretend, then, who knows? And you'd do this? Asked Tom, actually in disbelief as he asked, you'd give yourself to me. And what happens to her? She doesn't have to die, Harry mused, but her weak energy is nothing, Tom, compared to the power and energy of the one who destroyed you in the first place. You offered me a place at your side once before. Well, now, I'm accepting it. Let me show them my true self and you can have my body as your host, in other words. He stepped over Ginny and in front of Tom, both their eyes looking deep into the other's as Harry told Tom the long story short. Let Ginny go, one way or another, and take me instead. Let me help you come back, Tom, and together, we can show the world what two half-bloods can really do. Tom's shock lasted for only a few moments before his cold laughter rang through the chamber's dark and cold interior. It seemed like such a small thing. A moment in time that was frozen forevermore and left to hold itself in the arms of fate. But with the one moment, everything was changed. It was because of two little words. Two words that could topple empires and bring the greatest of men to their knees. Two words that could make the strong become weak and bring about impossible odds that could turn the tide of battle. They were two words that could change the path of fate, and those two words were, Avada Kedavra. For Harry, those two words had changed his life once before. When he was a baby, barely older than a year and a few months, those two words had taken his parents from him and left him within a world of hell that would be wished on no child. For a time, Harry had hoped and prayed that he would never see the effect of those words again and, though he'd learned of the words when he'd attended Hogwarts in his 4th year, it seemed that the words would never be uttered with the intent to change him or his life ever again. Then came the battle of the Ministry. Harry Potter, no more. Avada Kedavra. Neither Harry nor Sirius had a chance to dodge or avoid the spell as the sickening green light flew from the wand of Bellatrix Lestrange, time apparently slowing down to an impossible speed as the curse hit Sirius, the deep gray eyes of Harry's godfather watching him for what seemed like an eternity before the wisping tendrils of the veil finally claimed him. As Sirius' body fell through the veil, the gray eyes of the ex-Azkaban inmate met the deep green eyes of the boy he would die 1,000 times over to protect and, with a smile that was only seen by Harry, Sirius whispered his final words to the world. "I love you, pup." Then, he was gone and time seemed to stand still as Harry, eyes dry, but edged by a sense of fear and shock, watched the veil with an air of expectancy to his glare. It was almost like he half expected the veil to reject Sirius and give him back to the world. But that didn't happen. Instead, all that happened was Harry, shoulders and arms trembling as his lip quivered, his heart seemed to freeze and his sense of pure good and innocence was lost. As those around him watched, Harry then lifted his head, his body still trembling before, with a cry that would have made the devil himself shiver. Harry's voice rent through the silence with a roar like thunder. "Sirius!" The cry broke the hearts of the members of both Dumbledore's army and the Order of the Phoenix as they watched the boy's body tremble for a moment more before, alarmingly, Harry became still. Not just stopped shaking, he was deathly still, like a statue. "Harry?" asked Remus, moving towards his honorary nephew. "Back," Harry commanded, his hand lifting and, to Remus' surprise, throwing the man back like he was little more than a toy. Lowering his hand, Harry surveyed the chamber while Remus was still awed by the power on display just from one word. It wasn't wandless magic, but neither was it accidental or emotionally fueled. It was just magic. "Poor little Potter," sneered one of the Death Eaters, lifting his wand and aiming it at Harry. "Did you love him so? Well, join him." Avada Kedavra. Once again, the green curse flew from the Death Eater's wand and, this time, flew towards Harry. However, as the spell neared, Harry suddenly lifted his head and, with an icy cold voice that seemed to be edged by magic itself, he commanded, "Stop." To the shock of those fighting for the light and the disbelieving horror of those fighting for the dark, Harry's command was obeyed as the magical curse, the unstoppable, unsurvivable curse was stopped as though it had been caught in a great cloud of magic, the green light just hovering there. Turning his head with a curious look, Harry blinked once before he glanced past the curse and, seeing the Death Eater, whom he now saw to be Dolohov, an icy, bloodthirsty smile crossed his face as he asked, "Who are you to decide when I die?" "You are nothing, and so you shall become nothing." "Harry," Remus repeated, the magic that had sent him flying back stopping him from approaching his cub. What are you doing?" "What I must," Harry answered, lifting his hand as though he intended to hold the power of the killing curse in his hand. As his hand tickled the edges of the curse's glow, Harry's own green eyes then turned on Remus, the werewolf gasping with shock when he saw the fiery glow within those green eyes. The color was far brighter than ever, like living flames within his mind had suddenly reared up and come out. But, to Remus, sharp like an eyes, the eyes of the strangely empowered wizard also showed him his pupils. What once were black like normal people now held a spark right at their center, like a supernova had exploded within the blackness, trapped forever in Harry's green eyes. As he saw this brightness, this raw power, Remus heard Harry's next words and his blood ran colder than cold. "What I wish." Harry then flicked his wrist and watched as the killing curse flew back towards Dolohov, who turned tail and fled through the maze of rocks and bricks, the curse hot on his tail until, as he was cornered, Dolohov turned and screamed, "No, someone, stop it. Disappear." Harry commanded, the curse's power now hitting Dolohov, but, instead of simply dying, the green flash of the killing curse consumed Dolohov's body and, when it faded, nothing was left of the man, but ashes in his wand. Lowering his hand, Harry glanced to the stunned members of his team as he stepped down off the platform and walked towards the tunnel where Lestrange had fled. Once again, another member of the Order, Mr. Weasley, tried to approach, but again, Harry just glared at him and commanded, "Back." The force of his command sent the man flying into Remus, the werewolf's sharp eyes then picking up on Harry looking across the battlefield to where a certain brown-haired witch lay still, breathing, but still. For a moment, Remus wondered if Harry was going to help her. However, all he did was step into the tunnel and out of sight of the group. "Remus?" asked Arthur, rising from his sprawled position and helping his ally to his feet. What was that?" "I don't know," Remus answered, noticing the others watching and thinking along the same lines, "but I hope Lestrange can run, because Harry is out for blood." "But," argued Tonks, approaching the spot where Neville and Luna were crouched, both of them sharing the awe of the others while the Order cleared away the remaining Death Eaters, "he's Harry. He won't kill." "He's not the Harry we know," Remus countered, walking towards Hermione and, making sure she was still breathing, he cleaned her up as best as he could before he added, "Not anymore." He then glanced to the tunnel where Harry had given chase before words leapt, unbidden, to his lips. "Run, Bellatrix, as fast as you can, because you will not see the new dawn if he catches you." Pain. Harry's world was filled with an endless pain. This pain was neither physical, magical nor emotional. Instead, the pain he felt was a mental-driven sort that drilled its way into his heart and soul with every wrenching pull from the Dementors. But he was determined not to give up. He wouldn't let the world see Sirius end while still believing that he was a guilty man. However, even Harry had his limits and, as another Dementor from the horde that circled him wrenched more of his happiness and vitality out of him, Harry looked down, seeing Sirius' eyes close while his breathing became labored. He was going to fall. He was going to lose his only chance of escaping the Dursleys and having an actual family. Try as he might, Harry couldn't find the strength to lift his wand anymore. His strength had failed him, and all he could do was weep. His tears rolled down his cheeks as he looked at Sirius once more, before he lifted his head to the skies, the full moon shining through the circling Dementors. "Please," he whispered, his eyes half blinded by fatigue and sadness, "please, someone, anyone, help me. I'll do anything, just please, don't make me lose him." The moon's glare seemed to pierce through the darkness of the Dementors, but it did nothing to alleviate Harry's pain. Instead, all his pain did was draw the Dementors in once again, their wails and the cries associated with their influence echoing in Harry's ears. Then, incredibly, as Harry felt the power of the Dementors pulling on the last of his pain and the limits of his consciousness, something inside him seemed to click. One moment, the Dementors were ripping away at what dregs of happiness Harry had left. Then, the next thing he knew, the young Gryffindor's world was filled with a bright white light and a powerful tingling sensation that turned into a burning light from behind his lightning bolt scar. Behind the light, Harry didn't know what was happening. It was like his body was being controlled by someone else, though he could still see, hear and sense everything around him. With no real choice in the matter, all he could do was watch as his controlled body lifted his right hand and, sweeping it aside, his magic seemed to react to the power in him as a wave of water rose from the lake and cut off the Dementor's approach. Then, as if to add to the amazement and impossibility of the situation, Harry's lips moved in a voice, deep and booming, but sounding like a mix of his own with the ancient force of another, addressed the creatures, "Go. Leave this place. You shall no longer harm the innocent ones. Return to the shadows that spawned you." An ear-piercing shriek tore from the Dementors as Harry saw his body sweep his hand to the side, a tendril of shadow moving to corral the Dementors before they were sent flying off into the night. As though he wasn't done yet, Harry then looked down at Sirius' body and, once again, the consciousness of Harry was unable to stop his body from rising from the ground and, with several mysterious-looking hand gestures, his magic channeled a powerful elemental force for the second time that day as the ground rose up beneath Harry, the trees through the woods parting like the Red Sea. Looking back to Sirius' body, Harry's distorted voice told him, "Don't worry, I will come back to you." Then, as though he was riding the earth, Harry took off through the woods, his eyes fixed on a single point ahead of him where, as the trees continued to part, the young possessed wizard moved his hands with several gestures once more before he pushed out with his palms, a crystal hive of icy spikes rising from the ground. However, it was what was held inside the crystalline feature that surprised Harry most of all. The trapped, fingerless form of Peter Pettigrew remained there, unconscious but alive. What's going on?" wondered Harry. Bright white light seemed to flood his vision like some sort of unexplainable answer. The last avatar. When warmth and consciousness returned to Harry, he noticed that he was no longer on the shores of the lake or doing whatever he'd done in the forest before capturing Wormtail. Instead, He was lying on the floor of a strange red-walled chamber, a symbol rising up along one wall of the chamber. It looked like a flame, but the tip of the flame seemed to be split into three like a mockery of a trident. A mysterious spiral-shaped mosaic lined the floor and, at the head of the chamber, Harry noticed a statue of what appeared to be an elderly man. Where am I now? He wondered. I can answer that for you, a wizened male voice answered, Harry's eyes then widening as a white light appeared to shine from the eyes and face of the statue before, from within the statue, a blue light appeared and took the form of the man. As the blue light faded, Harry saw that the man was dressed in a suit of what he could only describe as red robes, though they weren't robes like he'd ever seen. A head of white hair rose up behind his head and tied off by a strange crown-like item on his head. A pair of golden-colored eyes that reminded Harry of the color of the sun looked at him with a mix of admiration and pride, while the man also had the same symbol that was on the wall hanging from a medallion around his neck. Though he didn't know why exactly, Harry was compelled to bow before the man. So he did, lowering his head slightly before he asked, Excuse me, sir, but can you tell me who you are? And where I am?" "Of course," the man replied, his voice making Harry tremble with a sense of awe and respect for the figure in front of him. "I am Roku, Harry Potter. In my lifetime, I held the title of Avatar, master of the four elemental forces of nature, water, earth, fire and air. And you, young child, are standing in a mental representation of my chamber within the Fire Sage's temple in the land that was once known as the Fire Nation." "Oh, okay," Harry muttered, looking around the room before he asked, "But why am I here?" "Because," Roku answered, his smile never leaving his face as he answered, "At long last, the time has come for you to realize your destiny, Harry Potter. As my future life descendant, as the last Avatar." Harry did not know what to say in response to that. 5,000 years ago, Egyptian kings played a game of great and terrible power. But these shadow games erupted into a war that threatened to destroy the world as we know it, until one miraculous day when a brave and powerful pharaoh by the name of Atem managed to use the power of the mystical Millennium items to lock the dark magic away, sealing it forever within 7 mystical items. However, as is rather uncommon knowledge to the common people, 5,000 years later, the threat of the shadow games returned and it fell to the pharaoh, imprisoned without his memories inside the Millennium Puzzle, to rely on a boy named Yugi to help him defeat the Shadow Game's second coming and learn about his past. Facing trials and tests like no one else, the Pharaoh and Yugi, with the aid of their friends, worked with the power of the Millennium items and the game commonly known as Duel Monsters to bring about the end of the Shadow Games, or the Shadow Wars, as they were known. At the end, the Pharaoh returned to his life beyond death and Yugi was hailed as the King of Games. Hogwarts GX, no offense, Chancellor, but is this going anywhere? Chancellor Shepard, the head of the most prestigious duel academy in the world, rubbed the bridge of his nose before he glanced at the raven-haired, emerald-eyed boy of 13 standing opposite him. Like his classmates, the boy was dressed in the customary uniform of raw yellow, an academy duel disc on one arm while his eyes watched the Chancellor with a haunting glow about them. Next to the raven-haired boy was an older boy of 15 with twin layered colored hair, one layer a darker shade of brown than the other. His eyes were also a deep shade of brown, though at times, they could also look gold in color. Unlike his raven-haired companion, this young man was dressed in the Slifer red attire of the academy and carried no visible dual disc on his arm. Instead, he had a pack that he carried over his back, inside of which was a uniquely designed disc. Looking between the two boys, Chancellor Shepard heaved a sigh before he answered the brown-haired boy's question. "I know you lack the ability to pay attention in class, Jaden, but for you and Harry, this history lesson is especially important, because there's a part of our history that has been kept silent by many and known to very few." "What history?" asked Harry, also known as Harry James Potter. Jaden, also known as Jaden Yuki, was his best friend and like a brother to him, the two of them entering Duel Academy together even though Jaden was 2 years older than Harry. It kind of helped that Harry's godfather was Chancellor Shepard while the man had known Jaden's real parents and vowed to look after him as best as he could. Returning his attention to Harry, Shepard linked his fingers before he explained, "As the two of you are aware, you're both in possession of extremely rare and powerful duel spirits as your allies, yes?" "That's right," Harry answered. It wasn't that much of a secret. You, Harry, Shepard explained, ever since Jaden first met you as a toddler, have been infused with the power of his closest friend and guardian, the dragon spirit known as Yubel, while you, Jaden, have been infused with the powers known to you since you were very young. The power of Neospace and the gifts of your ancestor, Hau, also known as the Supreme King. Hearing a namesake that was only known to a select few, Jaden's eyes then turned gold before he asked in a slightly distorted voice, "What's this got to do with your history lesson?" Doing his best to avoid the golden eyes of his young charge, Shepard cleared his throat before he continued, "The history that you both need to hear concerns your bonds with your Repsetst spirits. You see, Harry, I don't think that anyone has ever told you of exactly how you wound up at the NK orphanage for boys where you met Jaden, have they?" Clenching his fists, Harry shook his head with a single tear hitting the floor as he answered, "No sir, I was just told that I was abandoned by my only family and they left no forwarding address." "Why? Do you know something?" "I do," Shepard answered. "I know why you were abandoned and what happened to your parents. A close contact of theirs has gotten in touch with me and provided me with information that may benefit both of you. You see, when you duel, your energies spike to a point that you both take on stronger, more determined personalities. Both these personalities are tied to your respected spirits. Yubel for you, Harry, and Neos for you, Jaden. But what you don't know is that they're more than that. Harry, can you tell me what attribute Yubel falls under?" "Dark," Harry answered, putting a hand on his heart as he added, "but she's not that evil. She's just dark because of what she risked for Jaden's past life." "And you, Jaden?" asked Shepard, looking to the golden-eyed teen as he asked, "Do you know what attribute Neos falls under?" "Light," Jaden answered, looking over to Harry, his eyes softening as he saw the hurt in his honorary brother's gaze. He'd never been able to keep the cold indifference of Hau around Harry. "And these two attributes don't just affect you, but your Dex as well," Shepard then explained, linking his hands together once more as he added, "You see boys, you too, like a select few others in the world and here at the Academy, are actually part of a line of duelists that were affected by the return of the Shadow Games nearly 60 years ago when Pegasus first created Duel Monsters." "But I thought Yugi's formation of the Millennium Puzzle was only 10 years ago?" asked Harry. 13 years ago to be exact," Shepard answered. "It took 3 years to fully combat the powers out there, but, before that, it took him 8 years to complete the puzzle. He was about Jaden's age when it was finally done. Anyway, when the original powers were released, there were those who tried things beyond Pegasus tests on Duel Monsters. In attempting these tests, they unconsciously gave life to a form of duelist known as Spirit Warriors. These warriors were duelists who could infuse their souls, almost in a manner similar to Yugi and the Pharaoh, with another spiritual being. Most cases saw these spirits as dual spirits. From there, the warriors then discovered they could manipulate their dual energy and use it for offensive, defensive and even gifted means associated with one of the 6 elemental forms of Duel Monsters. Can you name them? "Sure," Harry answered, lifting one hand before he counted them off: earth, wind, fire and water. "Not to mention light and dark," Jaden then added, before he shrugged as he added, "but in Duel Monsters, there's also the divine attribute. Weren't these warriors recognized for that?" "Not to date," Shepard explained, "and, in the near century since that day when those powers were released, duelists have been born and discovered to possess these same powers and gifts, and the two of you are 2 such duelists." "So, what does this have to do with my parents?" asked Harry, looking again to Jaden as though hoping he could understand any of this. Seeing the confused look on his honorary brother's face, Harry just sighed before he asked, Were they? "Your father was a spirit warrior," Shepard explained, "and he worked with the power of fire and his respected spirit partner, Vermilion Sparrow. Your father became the master's level, known rather ironically as a spirit master. When he met your mother, he discovered a latent spirit inside her in the form of the duel monster known as Harpy's brother. Though your mother never discovered her true power, the two of them were in love and their other life didn't matter, except to one person." "Who?" "A spirit master who used the very power you have inside you, Harry," Shepard explained, "the power of dark spirits. With his ally, the Chaos Emperor Dragon, envoy of the end, he laid waste to all whom he considered unworthy to not only call themselves duelists, but spirit warriors too." "Did he have a name?" asked Jaden, extending his hand to Harry as he saw the tremors of the boy's shoulders. He did, Shepard answered, but, in later years, he became known to the world simply as Lord Voldemort. And, he went after my parents? Asked Harry. Yes, Shepard answered, in the town of Godric's Hollow in Europe, or Britain to be more specific. He went after your parents and used his command over the dark to kill them. However, when he came to you, a great spiritual force seemed to take a hold of you and protect you from him, thus destroying him in the process. Sounds like what Yubel told us about your power, Jaden mused, earning a nod from Harry. Harry's power is not like yours as the Supreme King, Jaden, Shepard continued. The power of any spirit warrior is greater than any duelist, but each is to their own and, from what I've heard from my contact, it would seem that the two of you complete one another. You, Jaden, a being of light with the gentle darkness inside you, you complete Harry's own dark and keep him good. Similarly, Harry, your dark and your great power have matured beyond most your age, and it is this that keeps your power growing in duels. Without realizing it, when the chips are down, the two of you tap into that bonded power with your spirit partner and become more than you can possibly understand. So, this contact of yours? Asked Harry, still trembling from hearing the truth after all these years. What do they want? Like Duel Academy, Shepard explained, there is an island off the European borderlines where warriors are trained in their abilities and taught to not only recognize, but embrace the bond they share with their allies. The head, the Chancellor, of this school is a Mr. Albus Dumbledore, and he has requested that I send a small party of my own recognized spirit warriors to Hogwarts Academy for training and to experience what it's like not to hide your secret powers, but, as I told him, the end choice is yours. Will we be able to come back? Asked Harry. Of course, Shepard answered, but I feel that you will be better off at Hogwarts as you can finally learn the truth about the question you asked me when you and Jaden told me about Hau and Yubel. Question? Asked Jaden, noticing Harry's head lower with a sense of shame as Chancellor Shepard answered him. Who is Harry's other spirit that even Yubel cannot bring out of him? Who is his true spirit ally? When Albus Dumbledore left the blanket-wrapped bundle of Harry James Potter on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, he had no idea how, at the exact same moment he just left with little more than 4 words of luck, the entire future would be changed. For, as night rolled in and a soft breeze blew across the blanket, baby Harry clenching his tiny hand around the letter that had been left with him, for the second time that night, the lights in Privet Drive suddenly flickered in and out of life. At the same time, a cold breeze added to the wind that already blew across the street and, from one end, a thick, almost impossible to explain mist began to roll down the street, coming to a halt outside number 4. As the mist ran over the lights along the street and the window panes of the houses, a thick frost covered their glassy casings like Jack Frost had paid a visit over the time it took for the mist to arrive. A cat that had slunk into one of the gardens looking for a late-night hunt suddenly turned and retreated with a yowl as the mist gathered around number 4. Then, from within the mist, a beautiful, haunting figure emerged. It looked like an olden times carriage, like one that would be found in Tudor times, but this carriage was encased in blackness and held only a single blue flame lantern on one side where a hooded, cloaked driver guided the steeds that pushed the carriage along. And, speaking of the steeds, nothing like them had ever been seen not only in Privet Drive, but in the United Kingdom or the known world. Their coats were as black as night, and each of them were restrained by black reins with silver markings every few inches along the materials. Their eyes were a cold, eerie shade of electric blue, and their manes were purest white, as though contrasting the darkness they seemed to represent. When they struck the earth with their hooves, these mystical creatures left trails of ice and frost along the ground, and, when they snorted, they released icy clouds of breath into the air. Stopping in front of number 4, the driver of the carriage pulled on the reins before he turned his masked face and rapped twice on the carriage. From the inside, the door opened and 2 figures emerged. One was a tall, proud-looking gentleman with slick silver hair that was tied back like a braid over one shoulder. His eyes were piercing blue, though they were slightly narrower than a human's. His facial profile would remind someone of a nobleman, as he seemed to have been sculpted from purest materials, his only exclusion to that being a 3-pronged spiral on the left side of his neck just below his left ear. Dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and a long coat that seemed to billow around him, the man also exuded darkness and power as he stepped down onto the ground, stopping only once to turn and offer his hand to his companion, the nails of the companion long, sharp and painted with blood-red nail polish. His companion, unlike the man, had jet black hair with a few highlights of red like blood in her wavy hair, her eyes as dark as the midnight sky and her face as pale as polished marble. She was dressed in a black full-length gown with a shawl covering her shoulders, a silver brooch on one wrist while her neck also bore a choker with a black raven holding the clasp together. As she stepped down onto the ground, the woman turned to the driver before she told him, "Wait here, this won't take long." "Yes, mistress," the driver replied, watching as his two passengers moved across the garden and up to the house, where they stopped and looked down at the baby sleeping soundly on the doorstep. Turning his eyes on his companion, the man took a deep breath before he asked, "Are you sure of this, my dear? What if the signs are wrong?" "They are not, my love," the woman replied, her formal voice hinted by a slight French accent. "Because of the actions of the blind one, this child will be raised in ignorance, fear and weakness. As the last son of the triad, he cannot be allowed to be raised ignorant of his destiny. Therefore, to save both him and his future, we shall take him and make him our son." "But," argued the man, his eyes now on the child as he added, "if he were to become our son, he would have to become—" "Yes," agreed his companion, "the heir to the throne, and we shall raise him to be such while allowing him to have his life. The clans shall support this decision and we shall have him personally anointed by Father. He has just reached his millennial year of age, so the laws dictate that he can choose a sole heir. Since he could not acquire a male heir with me, I dare say he shall have no fears of choosing his grandson to inherit the throne." "If what you say is true, Celine," the man remarked, watching as the woman picked up the blanket and, taking the letter from the bundle, she scowled before throwing it into the mist where it froze over and cracked into little more than flakes of snow, "he will still need to be tested. Even with your father's blessing, the trial will decide whether he is worthy, and what about his aging? They will try and call out to him when he reaches 11 years old." "I know," Celine agreed, turning to walk back to the carriage while she talked, "but what choice do we have, Dante? Leave a child to a fate of lies and deceit or give him a life where his word will be law and his power will be great? If it were you, my husband, and I had not saved you from the great fire's burning death, would you have turned out any differently?" "No," admitted Dante, "but I would have died. This child, Harry Potter, will live." "Yes," Celine agreed, "but he would live in isolation and hatred rather than the love and care of our nations. You may want me to ignore this, dear husband, but I cannot, not when the signs have spoken and the fate of many rests in one hand whom others would state has to die for the greater good." With a sigh of resignation, Dante extended his hand and gently brushed a strand of Harry's hair away from his eyes, revealing the lightning bolt scar that, just a short while back, Albus Dumbledore had said he would have for the rest of his life. "Do we change him, then? In name as well as species?" "He will still be known as Harry," Celine answered, gently brushing the baby's hair aside as she explained, "but to the clans, he will be Harrison Lucien Delacroix. We will let him age a while as we teach him about our world, but, once he's of age, then we'll turn him and make him what he will one day be, no matter what challenges stand in his way." Reaching the carriage, Celine looked once at the house before she climbed into the carriage with Dante by her side. Seating herself down, Celine gently ran a finger over the scar on Harry's brow before she whispered, "You are born for greatness, Harry. For you will be more than any human and any vampire. You will be the newest prince of the clans and, when you're ready for the title, you shall become the one, true blood emperor, the vampire king, and we'll be there for you and with you every step of the way. I promise you this." Then, as the door closed behind them, Celine felt the carriage rumble beneath them before they took off back into the mists that had brought them here in the first place. Leaving number 4, and a certain family of magic-hating muggles, none the wiser as to how their own lives had just been changed for the good of everyone they wouldn't meet or the world they now no longer got involved in. In fact, it was like the events of this night hadn't happened for them at all. Pain. That was the first thing that Harry felt as consciousness came back to him. His head was pounding. He didn't know where he was or what had happened to lead to such a monstrous, drill in his skull resembling headache, but what he did know was that this was a pain far worse than his scar or Voldemort's presence or being nearly devoured by a Dementor. His body felt strangely weak and his chest hurt as though he'd been drowning. Wherever he was, the place seemed to be bathed in a hazy darkness lit only by sparse torches and a smell, a strange lingering smell. As he tried to identify the scent, Harry felt a wave of nausea rise up inside his stomach before he dry heaved and, doubling over, finally managed to gather enough strength to ask, "What's wrong with me?" The last thing he expected was a voice to answer him. "Nothing is wrong, sire. Your body is simply weak from the malnutrition you've suffered as of late." "What?" asked Harry, ignoring the big thought that begged to be let into his mind. "Who said that? Where are you?" "I am here, sire," the voice, a young male voice, answered before Harry felt a pair of hands press onto the side of his head and, before he could ask any more questions, his eyes widened as his glasses were pulled away from his eyes, bringing the torch-lit room into full, crystal-clear view for the first time. At the same time, Harry then noticed the owner of the voice. He was a young-looking man with chestnut-brown hair that was tied in a sort of braid-like pattern, his eyes as cold and clear as iced sapphires. His skin was as pale as death and, when he saw Harry looking at him, the man stepped back before, to Harry's surprise, he dropped to one knee and bowed his head, baring his throat to the confused 13-year-old wizard. Who are you?" asked Harry, his head still hurting, but a little less now that he could see clearly, the warmth of the room also helping to ease some of the sickness that rose in him. As he looked at the man, it was then that Harry noticed his attire. He was dressed in a long blood-red duster that folded neatly around his frame like a bat folding its wings. His trousers were a black leathery style and he also wore steel-capped black boots. On his hands, the man wore what looked like a silver signet ring as well as a gold ring with a blood ruby in its crown. Lifting his head in response to Harry's question, the man also then revealed a silver pendant hanging around his neck, the medallion on the pendant looking like an array of circles growing smaller and smaller towards the center where a blood-red skull was mounted over a black gemstone centerpiece. Whoever this being was, he was clearly someone of respect, power, money or influence, and yet here he was kneeling before Harry like he was little more than the scum on Harry's boots. Clearing his throat, the man answered Harry's question as he explained, "My name is Cassius, sire. Cassius Danube, and I am here to help you gather your strength in preparation." "Preparation?" asked Harry, still rubbing his forehead as he asked, "For what?" "Why, your coronation of course, sire," Cassius answered, his words surprising Harry as the big thought that had hammered at his head finally pushed through the haze of sickness and shock and worry. Cassius had called him sire on several occasions, almost as though Harry was some sort of ruler, sovereign. Like a king. "Why?" Harry groaned as the sickness rose in him again before he asked, How did I get here, wherever here is?" "Here is the Edoxal Citadel, sire," Cassius replied, the word surprising Harry not to mention the title of the place. "It is the domain and residence where you shall spend your time as, well, as what you will become." "And how did I get here?" asked Harry, massaging his neck before he asked, "And would it be possible to get something to drink?" "Of course, my lord," Cassius answered, rising from the ground before he walked around what Harry now saw to be an ornate, but creepy-looking silver coffin, though the interior was lined with velvet and comforts that molded perfectly around Harry's body. "Okay," thought Harry, watching as Cassius uncorked a decanter of liquid before he poured it into a glass. "I've woken up in a coffin with some weird-looking gentleman who insists on addressing me and treating me like I'm his superior. Congratulations, Harry, you've finally lost it." A soft chuckle from Cassius distracted Harry's train of thought as the man brought the liquid-filled glass back to his side, offering the glass to Harry before he explained, "My apologies for laughing at your thought, sire. But you have not lost your mind nor are you in any danger of harm. Here, more than anywhere else, is where you are safest. Better here than that prison of a residence where those mortals who dared to call themselves your relatives lived." "How?" Harry began, taking a drink from the glass and, as soon as he did, he felt a strong liking for the contents flooding his senses along with a feeling like a cure-all spell had been cast on him as his headache, his sickness and even his weakness all fled from his body. Downing the contents of the glass, Harry wiped his lips before he asked, "How did you know what I was thinking? And, could you tell me what was in this delicious mix of yours?" "To the first," Cassius answered, "I knew of your thought processes because I am your maker, sire. I will always be able to read your thoughts unless you ask me not to and communicate with you telepathically. As to what I have just fed you, it was not a potion or elixir of any sort. It was simply a well-refrigerated and preserved glass of Eurasian Countess, 1642. A vintage if I ever knew one. Wine? Asked Harry, but once again, Cassius laughed before he shook his head. No, sire, he answered, parting his lips and, as he did, Harry's eyes widened with horror and shock as he saw two pearly white fangs protruding from under the man's top lip. He was a vampire. Blood. Blood? Asked Harry, looking to the glass before he asked, but, I liked it, and you kneel before me, and this coffin, oh Merlin. Am I? Yes, sire, Cassius answered, his fangs apparently retracting into their sheaths as he added, you, thanks to the immortal touch I have given you, have become a vampire like me. But no ordinary vampire. Through events that I shall explain to you in due time, you have become the newest Crimson Prince, the one, true lord of vampires. Prince? Asked Harry, slipping his finger into his mouth where, sure enough, he then felt two sharp points where his canines were meant to have been. Me? How? Why did you? I don't remember anything. What's wrong with me, Cassius? Nothing, sire, Cassius replied. Stop calling me that, Harry snapped, a hiss escaping him with his words as he glared at Cassius, who shrank back like a werewolf before Silver. My name is Harry Potter. And, would it make you better to be called such? Yes. Very well, Harry, Cassius replied, keeping his distance as he looked at the iciness in Harry's glare. As I was saying, Harry, nothing is wrong with you. You are simply experiencing the fugue state of your transformation. One night soon, you shall sleep and the dreams shall reveal all behind your transformation's process. For now, know that you are safe and that I am here in my duty as your maker and your servant. But, Harry began, massaging his throat as he'd actually been intimidated to hear the snarl escape him when he'd snapped at Cassius. Clearing his throat once more, he asked, if you're my maker, then, why are you also my servant? I've researched vampires at school and in any case of a changing, the maker is the only one with the power to overrule a figure of authority in a clan. That is normally true, Harry, Cassius agreed, summoning a chair from somewhere Harry hadn't seen before he explained. However, in this instance, my turning of you and bringing out the spirit that shall become the Crimson Prince has brought consequences courtesy of the council. It was their decree that, while I am your maker, I shall earn my forgiveness and absolution of their ways by serving you as your right hand, your mentor and, should you ask it, your friend. And, who are the council? 3 of the most powerful vampires within our kinsman's ranks, Cassius explained, taking a seat before he handed Harry another glass of the vintage blood, which, to Harry's slight surprise, he drank without a second glance. Count Victor, Countess Ariana and Count Elrond. They are older than most other vampires in the clans and, for the past 11 decades, they have been watching and waiting for your rising. But, why me? Asked Harry, his strength growing inside him thanks to the blood. He didn't like that it was blood he was drinking to grow stronger, but he didn't want to go back to that sickening feeling, so it wasn't like he had much of a choice either. How exactly am I this Crimson Prince you said I am? That is for you to recall, Harry, Cassius replied, watching as Harry then explored his own body. He was dressed in a set of navy blue silk pajamas and seemed to be relatively better looking than before. As he watched his young charge and future ruler, Cassius continued, what I am about to tell you will frighten you, Harry, but it is why you must remember the reasoning behind becoming the Crimson Prince yourself and, once you do, I will explain further why I am now your servant and ally to the end. I've woken up in a coffin with a vampire feeding me blood of some noblewoman, Harry chuckled, handing the glass back to Cassius as he added, who tells me he's made me into a vampire myself and that I'm apparently some sort of prince among the vampires. I doubt there's anything you could say to surprise me now, Cassius, but feel free to try. As you wish, Cassius replied, giving Harry a wolfish grin as he explained, then you won't have a problem believing this. My making you and turning you into the Crimson Prince, though you don't remember it exactly, you were willing to become my dark son. You wanted to be a vampire, Harry, and you didn't scream or cry out once when I killed you as a human. Silence filled the chamber for a long and somewhat awkward moment before Harry, gulping down nothing but air that had gotten stuck in his chest, looked to Cassius with eyes of horror and disbelief. What did you just say? Darkness. That was all Harry could see, hear and feel. It was dark, and it was cold, and he was scared. He was scared because he couldn't muster up the power to fight off the raging hordes of Dementors that flew overhead. He was scared because, just when he thought he'd found family, he was about to lose it again. He was scared because he was all alone on the edge of the lake while Sirius lay shivering at his feet, trying to fight Dementor's influence while also trying to hold on to his soul. Most of all, Harry was scared because he was fighting an enemy that, though he'd never thought it was possible, but this enemy frightened him even more than Voldemort. And, even against him, Harry didn't feel as weak or helpless as he felt right now. He felt like his mind and body were shutting down and there was nothing he could do. Pettigrew had gotten away, Remus had turned wolf, Ron and Hermione were back over by the Whomping Willow and Sirius was at the end of his rope. Harry was all alone against the Dementors, and he had no idea what he could do to help his godfather. I wish I was stronger, Harry thought, raising his wand and trying to fire off another helpless Patronus spell. I wish I was more powerful. If only I had power. Power to change all this. Power not to die. Through the wispy Patronus that he'd summoned, one of the Dementors swooped down and, in its typical manner of feeding, it drew in a sucking breath, pulling every shred of Harry's joy and happiness from him and, to be honest, it hurt like hell. You desire power? Harry's eyes snapped open as the Dementor flew past him, his breathing short and ragged as he looked around him. He was certain that he had just heard a voice speak to him, but, as far as he could see, there wasn't anybody else on the lakeside apart from him and Sirius. Who's there? He yelled, just as another Dementor swooped down, drawing out more of his happiness. You already have the power you need, to save him, to live again. Who are you? Asked Harry, his voice tinged with rage and shock as he tried to find the source of the voice. With what I have, they will not hurt either of you, and he can be free, you both can. What do you mean? The Dementors appeared to be swarming overhead while, below Harry, a small cloud of blue light rose from Sirius' chest and out of his mouth, slowly hovering into the air while Harry tried to fight the cold that pressed in around him. He will die, you both will, without what I give you. Agree to release this power, and it shall be yours to command. What do you mean release? Asked Harry, going for his wand as he prepared to use another Patronus. Even weak, it would give him a fighting chance against them. Say you agree, and it is yours. Harry felt more trapped than ever. The Dementors swooped down. Save him, avenge them, agree to the freedom. Harry went for the Patronus, but the Dementors simply broke through it like the gaseous spell that it was. You do not die here. Will you release it? Harry was at the edge of his rope. There was no other choice. Yes. I agree. Release it. Give me the power. Repeat after me then. Break the seal. Awaken me. Break the seal, Harry exclaimed, his magic suddenly flooding through his body and surrounding him in what looked like an aura of black and gold flames, the flames moving outwards to where the Dementors stopped, each of them screeching with what Harry would have described as fear. Fear that made him feel good. Better than good. Awaken me, he added, and, like an explosion in a nuclear reactor, the magic flooded out from his body, striking at the Dementors and dissipating against the night, where it then rebounded and enveloped Harry in a cocoon of darkness that was hinted by golden flames. As the flames wrapped around his body, an intense cold, 1,000 times as violent as the presence of the Dementors, seemed to seep out from the darkness and wrap around the inside the flames. When it faded, the flames seemed to be swallowed up into the darkness where, from within the flames, a figure that was dressed head to foot in black armor appeared. His body was remarkably streamlined, though there were spikes on his shoulders and what appeared to be claws on his gauntlets. A helmet with a faceplate covered the head of the figure and, as he emerged from the flames, the figure looked to the Dementors before he lifted his hand and, in a voice edged both by fire and darkness, he commanded, "Shadow creatures. Be gone. I command you, return to the dark realms from whence you came." Like some sort of mystical black tornado, the Dementors began spinning around in several different forms, each of them then being swallowed up into the darkness around them and the ground beneath where they had moved. Once the Dementors were gone, the figure in black then turned before he lifted his hand once more and, slamming it down onto the ground, he commanded, "Rise up. I have need of you." A dark circle appeared on the ground in front of the figure's armored hand, the outer lines of the circle filled with several mystical runes that, to a linguistics expert, actually seemed to resemble the Greek alphabet. One by one, The letters spun around the circle until, from within, a horde of small, deformed creatures appeared from below where the circle had formed itself. They looked somewhat like house elves, though without the pointy ears and slightly darker skin. Each of them seemed to be covered in auras of darkness that covered their bodies as clothes would a human. They had eyes that were as red as blood, and, when they saw the dark figure standing there, the creatures seemed to panic before they bowed low to the armored figure. "There is a human in rat's form," the figure snarled in his distorted voice. "Find him. Bring him to me, alive, and you shall reap rewards later." With a cheer from the strange creatures, the horde took off into the distance. Meanwhile, back at the lakeside, the armored figure turned back and, kneeling by the body of Sirius Black, he placed two of his fingers on Sirius' eyes before he seemed to go into some sort of meditative trance. For a while, there was nothing but the deep, guttural breathing of the figure before, with a hiss like that of acid eating through metal, the armored figure removed his fingers before he whispered, "You will live, Sirius Black. I still need your assistance." With a gasp like a drowning man, Sirius opened his eyes and looked up at the dark armored figure before he whispered, What happened?" "You will be vindicated," hissed the armored figure. "Tell my other self nothing of this, until he is ready. I shall imbue him with my powers and give him gifts, but he shall not know of his true fate. When the time comes, tell him, otherwise, stay by his side no matter what you see or hear. Do you understand?" "Why, yes," Sirius coughed, just as the dark horde returned, their small arms and hands holding onto a crippled, but alive form of Peter Pettigrew. Seeing the creatures, Sirius asked, What is this? What are you?" "I am your godson," the figure answered, "but we are also more. You may call me Hades, and remember, tell him nothing." Then, the whirlwind of flames returned and, when it fell, Sirius gasped as he saw Harry standing there, albeit a little shakily, while behind him, the strange creatures had vanished, leaving only Pettigrew. "Sirius?" asked Harry. What happened?" With a smile, Sirius answered, "You happened, pup. You did it. Now come on, let's get back to school." As Harry escorted Sirius up to the school, the Black Lord dragging Pettigrew's unconscious form behind him, only the Black Lord was aware of the mark that now stood out behind Harry's left ear. A miniature black crucifix. The top side of the crucifix holding a horizontal T-bar shape with an X stamped over the vertical bar. Hades, thought Sirius, noticing the mark fade away only slightly, as though it wasn't meant to be noticed. What did he mean by "I am your godson"? The silence of the night and the peaceful banter of Muggle children dressing up in costumes for tricks and treats. The happiness of the moment, the sense of normality. All this was broken by a loud scream that tore from the upstairs bedroom of number 1, Godric's Hollow, as a green flash lit up a room followed by a deathly silence. While the unsuspecting Muggles seemed content to imagine they'd never heard or seen the disturbance, there were those who thought otherwise. When magical forces descended upon the house, they found a destroyed home, 2 dead bodies and a baby. Harry Potter, whom not long afterwards was hailed as the destroyer of Lord Voldemort. The boy who lived. If only they'd known, I am the boy who lived. If there was one thing that described Harry Potter in a nutshell, it would be 3 little words: strange and unusual. Right from the first day when he'd been found by his Aunt Petunia on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, Harry had always been surrounded by the strange and unusual. At first, he'd been put into a cupboard under the stairs by his vile uncle, but when his aunt had found out, she'd tried to stop it, only to have Vernon hit her and tell her never to speak to the boy as family. He was the freak and that was it. Yet all that changed when Harry turned 4. Even today, neither Harry nor Aunt Petunia could explain what had happened and, instead of telling others about it, they'd chosen to keep it as their little secret. Anyway, Uncle Vernon had come home and, as soon as he'd stepped through the door, it was clear to Petunia that he'd been drinking and that, more than anything, warranted a visit to his nephew's bedroom, for want of a lesser word for the cell Harry slept in, where he'd throttle the little boy and make him scream just to make Vernon feel better. Anyway, this time, in his drunken stupor, Vernon had gone a little too far and, after about 10 minutes of strangling his nephew and smacking him around like he was nothing more than a punching bag, Vernon had heard not a peep out of the boy. Looking down, he'd only seen a pale face with wide, terrified eyes and an open mouth, but no screams, no begging, no nothing. Good riddance, Vernon had slurred, But that was when Petunia had turned up, and, when she saw her nephew, lying there, dead in more ways than she would have liked, she just snapped. She'd grabbed Harry away from Vernon and carried him to a neighbor's where she'd phoned the police. Vernon was arrested that night for child abuse and intent to kill. Why intent? Well, when Petunia had gone to hold the still body of her nephew, a miraculous, if not magical event had occurred. Suddenly, Harry had started gagging and gasping like he was recovering from drowning, and, when he saw his aunt holding him, he'd held his hands up to his face, muttering over and over again, "I'm sorry, don't do it again, I didn't mean to." Petunia had hugged Harry to her bosom and swore a silent oath to whatever forces had saved her nephew that she would never let it happen again. When Dudley had learned his dad had been arrested, he'd gone to hit Harry the next day at primary school and accidentally, or so he said, knocked him into the local school swimming pool where Harry, with no training on how to swim, drowned at the bottom of the pool. But then, once again, later that day, Petunia was holding onto her nephew while they raced to a hospital to try and revive him, and, like before, Harry had let out the gasp and, looking up at his aunt, he just asked, "Wha' happened?" It was magical, it was miraculous, it was a light being switched on for Petunia. She'd had her son committed to a school for incurably criminal boys and moved to the coast where she adopted Harry under her maiden name of Evans and, as his officially adoptive mum, she kept a close eye on him. But over the years leading up to Harry's 11th birthday, the strange and unusual happened again and again. When Harry accidentally fell from the high ropes course at the local amusement park, he'd woken with that same gasping breath and the park attendants had apologized with a lifetime pass for free access. When he'd wandered into a side street and been mauled by a stray dog that had been put down, he'd recovered with little more than fractured bones, but he'd told Petunia, "It happened again, Mum." When he'd been struck by lightning in that freak storm, when he was clipped by a speeding motorcyclist who just kept on going, ignorant of the boy he'd just hit. When one of Mr. Wilson's roof slates had nearly decapitated him after another of the freak storms. When Miss Jones from the local school left her heater on and it exploded, clipping Harry's head in the process. Bad case of food poisoning, electrocution, asphyxiation, choking on an olive pip, caught out in the cold, severe dehydration. Even when Harry had caught a strange disease he'd later learned to be called dragon pox. The list went on and on. By the time Harry was 9, both he and Petunia had come to a conclusion. It didn't matter how or why or whatever the reason, but, for some unknown reason, Harry James Evans just could not die. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, Petunia didn't know. But, when the letter to Hogwarts arrived and it was time to tell Harry more about his life as a wizard, the Muggle woman had a stirring suspicion that the time was coming where she'd be thankful for her adoptive son's gift. On the night of Halloween 1980, the magical world both wept with joy and sadness as they celebrated the end of the reign of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Those that celebrated did so because they were delighted at the news that the Dark Lord had finally been vanquished after years of war, turmoil and destruction. As for those who wept with sadness, it was more for the casualty that was brought out of that night, the loss of something great and terrifying. For on that night, when the headmaster of Hogwarts and chief warlock, Albus Dumbledore, announced Jason Potter as the boy who lived, those who wept did so because they foresaw the results of this declaration. They saw them, and chose to do something to ensure that they didn't come to pass. The unsung hero. It was nearly 4 years following the vanquish of the Dark Lord before the actions of fate and chance were revealed to the chosen few. Harry James Potter, twin brother of the boy who lived and yet unacknowledged for the fact that he had survived that night along with his brother and parents, was sat alone in his bedroom within Potter Manor, looking out over the view of the circus-like setup outside. Marquees and tables were set along the fields outside the manor while big bands played music and Chinese-style lanterns decorated the streamers above the tables. Of course, Harry knew that this was a national holiday for the family and the magical world as it celebrated the birthday of the boy who lived. On this day, his father, James, would parade Jason like some sort of catwalk model and make conversations with the right sort of people while making Jason stay glued to his side. As for Harry's mother, Lily, she was in the house, knowing that she too could not look out upon that scene as it destroyed the image of the family that they had been before that ill-fated night. This year, the date of the boy's 6th birthday, was especially important as it meant that Jason could meet and greet with those who, according to James, would bend over backwards for the attention and gratitude of the boy who lived. Even now, Harry could see his brother trying to slip away, and, each time he managed it, he looked up at the window where Harry was sat and, with no malice or hatred at all in his expression, he smiled and waved. Harry would lift his hand to wave back, and James would grab Jason before scolding him for neglecting his duties. He conveniently ignored that Harry was actually the elder twin and therefore the firstborn son of the Potters, which made him the heir apparent of the family. But Jason knew it, as did Lily and Harry. It didn't matter what his father had said, Jason was not drawn into the web of lies and deceit that his father spun, milking the victory over Voldemort for all it was worth while turning his son into some sort of bronzed figurehead for the future. Harry, meanwhile, was remembered only by his mother, his godfather and his honorary uncle, all three of whom wondered what could have changed James so much that he'd neglect to be with his other son, his elder son, his heir apparent, and instead fawn over Jason. "Here you are." A smile tugged at Harry's lips as he turned to the door of his bedroom, which, at James's request, was also the smallest in the manor and just right for the boy who lived's brother, and, swinging his legs off the sill, he walked over to where a pair of steel-gray eyes were watching him from under a baggy-styled head of platinum blonde hair. "Hi Drake," Harry smiled, shaking the hand of his best friend, Draco Black, as he embraced him with a brotherly hug, Draco patting Harry on the back as he asked, "How did you get away?" "Dad's telling the story of James and the bumblebees again," Draco laughed, earning a chuckle from Harry as he followed Draco out into the corridor. Once known as Draco Malfoy, the platinum blonde-haired boy had once been the son of Lord Voldemort's most faithful follower, Lucius Malfoy, before the man had been revealed by James as a certified member of his forces. Since she had never really known it and thought Lucius to be away on business, Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy, had literally been scared into submission and fallen into a comatose state. After that, Sirius Black, Harry and Jason's godfather and best friend of Lily and James, had adopted Draco as was his right as the lord of the house that Narcissa had been born into, and, when Harry had met Draco after that night, he'd never once seen him as Malfoy, but Black, Sirius' son and as good a brother as Jason. Since then, the two had been good friends and Draco also managed to like Jason, except for the moments when James would come and take his son and look at Draco with a scathing glare like he was something unclean. If anything, it reminded Harry of how his mother's old friend, Severus Snape, would glare at his father whenever the two met. "Couldn't let you be sad today," Draco told Harry as they entered the lounge of Potter Manor, the emerald green eyes of the elder twin widening with delight as he saw a birthday cake all set up and, around the cake, his smile only widened when he saw his other friends. The slightly pudgy, but ever lovable and friendly Neville Longbottom, son of Harry's godmother, Alice, another who had lost her family that ill-fated night as her husband and mother-in-law had died trying to stop a Death Eater invasion, as well as a young girl that Harry knew from the local primary, Hermione Granger. It had been Lily's idea to give her boys a taste of Muggle living so that they wouldn't go into magical education ignorant of the ways of the non-magicals, and, while Harry had jumped at the chance, Jason had been held back by a stern James who told her, Jason doesn't need to waste his time with them. He's the future Lord of Light. Hermione was a sort of pariah at the local school, but when Harry had met her, it had been like they'd been fated to meet and the two had become as good a friend to each other as Draco, Jason and Harry had been as magical children. However, when the 6-year-old girl, who would turn 7 in September, accidentally used magic one day at school, Harry was both surprised and delighted. It meant that their friendship would last and, since then, she was a regular visitor to the manor. The final member of the small group that cheered for the birthday boy's arrival alongside Draco was a blonde-haired girl with ice-blue eyes and a sternness to her that could only be matched by Harry's mother. Her name was Daphne Alyssa Greengrass and her mother, Elena, was Jason's godmother as, like Lily and Alice, she had been good friends with them when they were at school. Unlike James and his lot as they called them, the Greengrass heiress was pretty close with Harry, in a sisterly sort of way, and knew that it hurt him to be apart from his twin for too long. But when your father ignores you just because you weren't marked as his equal, as Jason was marked by the V-shaped cut over his left eyebrow, it was pretty hard to remain close to someone whom you could love no matter what. As she saw Harry walk in, Daphne led the group in a sing-song to their unofficial brother and leader of their little troop, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Harry James, Happy birthday to you. Come on, Harry, cheered Hermione, watching as Harry blushed at his friend's praise of him. Blow out the candles. Taking a deep breath, Harry blew out the candles in a single breath. But then, as cheers and applause were shared by his friends, their moment was interrupted when the torchlights around them also flickered into darkness. An ice-cold wind blew through the room, slamming the door behind them, and, as Neville whimpered and Hermione looked around, Harry heard a voice speak to them. Do not be afraid, children. I am not here to harm thee. Who's there? Demanded Harry, turning on the spot to try and perceive the source of the voice. One who knows your pain, little lord, the voice answered, and wishes to help you beat it, while keeping your light and innocence, and you, lords and ladies, can help him with this. How? Asked Draco, looking around once more as he asked, and again, who are you? All you need know is that I am a friend, the voice answered, and all you need do is vow that you shall stand with him to the end, united. You shall change the world from the shadows that they cast you into. Divided, you shall be forced to watch as the darkness changes you. What do you mean? Asked Hermione. All shall be seen in time, the voice explained, before it grew stern again as it added, will you aid the world, or do you seek its destruction? Of course we'll aid it, Harry exclaimed, the others murmuring in agreement as he asked, but please, who are you? How can we do this? It is already being done, the voice explained, before each of the kids gasped as their hearts burned with a strong, but strange fire. You shall be the chosen ones. Help the world. Undo their mistakes. Hold on to the light within each other, or else the end shall come. Then, just as quickly as it had all come, the darkness was gone as light returned to the room, and, as each of the kids pulled at their clothes, revealing their bare skin, they gasped as they saw marks of different designs etched there. Daphne had a sign that looked like 3 waves rising up in unison within a strange circular design. Draco had a symbol that looked like 3 leaf-like shapes rising up from a spiral-shaped image at its heart. Neville had a symbol that looked like a pyramid with the tip squared off, the base of the pyramid split into 2 parts while a spiral filled the space above the split base. However, Harry and Hermione both gasped as they saw what appeared to be a triquetra-shaped symbol over their hearts, each point of the triquetra filled with one of the 3 symbols before a 4th was held in the central joining area of the triquetra. For Hermione, it was a symbol that looked like 3 spirals set in a triangular pattern. As for Harry, his central symbol was the same as the one on Draco's body, the symbol that adorned Hermione's central segment placed in the topmost part of Harry's triquetra. What are these? Asked Hermione, earning a shake of the head from Harry before he looked to the others as a question left his lips. More importantly, who has the 4th symbol? In a world beyond the world, in a time beyond time, in a place beyond man and beast and above good and evil, there existed the Pantheon. A race of beings with powers that would rival gods and deities, whom acted as watchers and surveyors of magic. In the lifetimes of humans, it was their duty to keep an eye on the balance and ensure all was well. Several times in their lifetimes, the Pantheon had felt the need to step in and alter the balance with certain items, moments in time and occurrences. However, while they themselves had the balance watched and observed, the Pantheon were not so human to their own kind. For within the Pantheon, within the order of the Endymion Circle, a region of the Pantheon supported by beings recognized as divines, there existed 2 whom frightened and terrified them. Their names were Hikari and Yami, and, to the Pantheon, they were seen as a threat to the omnipotence and neutrality of their circle. Why? Because Hikari and Yami had always been the representatives of opposing forces, but, in the turn of the century, these 2 beings began to notice one another. Their noticing led to conflicts of light and darkness respectively that threatened the balance. Their power and their noticing bled into the human world where times of light and darkness rose up. Wars, plagues, disagreements, civility, prejudice, discrimination, segregation, the list went on. Finally, it was the decision of the Pantheon that enough was enough. If Hikari and Yami's noticing could not be tempered or halted, then it fell to the Pantheon to do something about it. For if light and darkness truly merged within the power of the Pantheon, then the balance would shatter too far beyond repair, the watch that the Order of Endymion had ensured remained stable would fall out of balance and, in the end, chaos would reign. Dividing themselves between the 2 opposing forces, 3 of the Order spoke to Hikari about this trouble and asked them about a possible solution, while the other 2 remaining Order members were escorted by the leader of the Pantheon, known simply as Primus, to speak with Yami. Primus warned Yami that his actions could bring about the end of everything if the Watcher continued to try and get close to Hikari. When Yami argued about love and challenged the rule of the Pantheon by comparing them to humans and asking why they couldn't love like humans, Primus knew that the divine was beyond hope. Hearing this, Hikari knew that she had to do something, and so, though she knew that he would not understand her reasons, she made the suggestion to the Pantheon in the Order to do the last thing any divine would ask for. She asked that Primus and the Order make them human. It was a risky business, the Order knew this, but when they thought about it, it made sense. As humans, the 2 divines would be able to indulge in their emotions and be drawn to one another, but on the downside, there was something that Primus would have to do to ensure the safety of their human reincarnations. He would have to bind their powers and wipe their memories. Hikari understood. Yami only cared for being able to feel the same rapture that humans felt. Primus was left with no other choice. Casting his power over the duo, the Archangel, for that was his rank within the Pantheon, told them that, while they would not remember anything about their wish or their past, they would remember their love and support for one another. To that end, when he dispatched their essences into the human world, Primus gave them a little nudge in the right direction using the only thing that the Pantheon stood for: magic. To Yami, Primus nudged the spirit towards those who were ripe in magic, hoping that the warrior's spirit of the family would tame the demons of the dark divine. As for Hikari, Primus sent that spirit to those who were new to the world of magic and blind to it. It was a risk doing so, as the balance could be upset, but if Primus' theories were right, then all would be well for the light divine. As the essences merged with the respected families, the last thing they knew, Hikari and Yami, was that they would do anything to be together again. In this world and the next. However, it would be 13 years before either divine found the other once more. I hope he finds me, because when he does, I'm going to be ready. When he does, I'm going to kill him. It was amazing how one sentence and one teen's anger against his enemies could change everything so quickly. Though he wasn't meant to be in Hogsmeade with Ron and Hermione, Harry chose to return to Hogwarts where, as the rest of his group returned from their own trip, he was met close to the 3rd-floor corridor by his friends, both of whom still looked horrified with what Harry had said near the Shrieking Shack. Tucking his invisibility cloak into his robe, Harry glared at Ron and Hermione with venom in his eyes as he asked, "What? Are you going to try and talk me out of this?" "No, but Harry," Hermione argued, earning a roll of the eyes from the raven-haired Gryffindor. "Just think about this, please. You've just threatened to kill someone, but you don't kill. I know you're angry." "You don't know anything," Harry snarled, keeping his voice low as nobody else was meant to know about his trip into Hogsmeade, though his eyes lost none of their malice as he exclaimed, "You think that just because it's not in a book means that it's not true, which means you don't think I can do it." "You can't," Ron insisted, earning a look from Harry that was edged by disbelieving amusement. "And why not?" asked Harry. "Because I'm the boy who lived. Or is it because my parents wouldn't want me to? Tell me, Ronald, because I'm dying to hear your infinite wisdom on what I can and cannot do. I mean, it's not like you're my dad or anything like that, right? Oh wait." He suddenly sneered at Ron with a glare that reminded the other 2 of a certain Slytherin they knew and loathed, while Harry added, "You're not dead, so you can't be my dad. So tell me, Weasley, why shouldn't I want to kill Sirius Black for what he's done to my family, to me?" Because, Ron actually seemed to resemble a startled fish with his mouth opening and closing before he explained, "Because you promised my dad. Remember? No matter what you hear, promise me you won't go looking for Black." "That was before I knew he was the reason I'm a fucking orphan," snapped Harry, actually marveling at how he'd cussed for the first time and, coming from him, edged with rage, malice and more venom than a basilisk, it actually sounded pretty good. "You don't know that," Hermione insisted, "and besides, you're right, Harry. You are the boy who lived, but you're also a Gryffindor and Gryffindors don't kill." "Sirius Black was a Gryffindor," argued Harry, earning a gasp from the other 2 while Harry suddenly stared off into space, a look of confusion on his face. "Weird," he thought to himself, "how is it that I seem so certain of that?" "Doesn't mean anything," Hermione insisted, her eyes edged by tears as she pleaded, Harry, think about this. Can you actually kill a fully grown wizard who's killed 12 muggles and another wizard with a single blast? What are you saying, Hermione? Asked Harry, his voice tinged with the same venomous edge it had held back in Hogsmeade. That I'm too weak? Against someone like Black? Yeah, perhaps, Ron answered, but his choice of words brought a laugh out of Harry that unnerved one of the other two and frightened the second of them. Weak? Harry asked, glaring at Ron and Hermione with pure, unbridled malice in his eyes as he hissed, "You have no idea what I'm capable of. Look at what my magic has done for me lately. I turned a man to ashes because of powers that I had no real notion about how to control them, but the fact remained that I did that. When I realized what was happening, I willingly planted my hands on him and wouldn't let go until he was little more than dust in the wind. And how about the basilisk? I may not have controlled it with my gift, but I certainly had the wherewithal and power to summon Gryffindor's sword and slay the beast with a single blow." "That was luck," Ron argued. "And you said," Hermione added, "it was love that made your magic do what it did to Quirrell." "And you actually believe that?" asked Harry, lifting his hand before he flexed his fingers dangerously. "Love and sacrifice saved me? Is that what you believe, Hermione?" "Why? Because the great and noble Albus Dumbledore says it must be so. So does that mean love saved me from the killing curse? Or how about afterwards? How did I survive death? Because, let me tell you, I don't think it was love. After all, Voldemort was a mass murderer who slaughtered people of all ages and races. Families died at his hand and lines were ended." "So what?" asked Ron. "So," Harry answered, his tone turning mocking as he asked, "how many mothers and fathers do you think offered their lives in exchange for their children? How many times did love try and protect someone from the power of the killing curse only to have the same valiant end? Death. If love is what saved me, an innocent, untrained baby boy, then I'm a hippogriff." "Harry," Hermione gasped, almost horrified by what was coming out of her friend's mouth, "this isn't you, though. I get you're angry, but please stop. Think about what you're saying, what you're doing." "I am," Harry replied, letting his magic run through him, giving him a cold edge as he hissed, "I'm going to find the strongest magic I can and then I'm going to learn all I can about it until I have the power necessary to not only kill, but obliterate Sirius Orion Black off the face of the earth once and for all. And if you're going to try and stop me, then I guess this is where Hogwarts' golden trio dies. Get out of my way." He went to move, but Hermione drew her own wand. Quick as a flash, Harry's wand was in his hand and, as he pointed it at the bushy-haired bookworm, he asked, "You're really going there, Granger?" "Then I accept, Serpensortia." "Harry!" exclaimed Ron, while Hermione came close to screaming as a large, boa constrictor-sized king cobra emerged from the tip of Harry's wand, its hood flared and its fangs glistening at Hermione with venom while Harry glared at the brunette. "What?" asked Harry, now addressing Ron with loathing. "Don't cast this spell." "Why, Ron? This is my power, no matter what bullshit people might say about it. As a somewhat lost soul once said, there is no good or evil, there is only power and those too weak to seek it, and I am not weak." "Vipera Evanesca," Hermione gasped, but her spell was little more than a trickle of magic that bounced off the snake's skin, earning a fierce hiss from the cobra. "Patience," Harry hissed, the surprise from earlier returning as he found himself able to speak almost perfectly. "She's not strong enough to fight the magic of Salazar's child." "Can I eat her, Master?" asked the serpent, earning a chuckle from Harry while the surprise he'd felt now turned to wonder as he thought he heard something familiar in the snake's tone. "Not quite yet, I'm afraid," he answered, petting the serpent's hood as he added, "I would hate to poison you with her vileness. Just wait for my command to strike." "Always, Master," the serpent replied, though Harry now had his wand trained on the two opposite him. "Wondering what I said to her?" he asked, grinning like a shark smelling blood in the water as he added, "Well, let me give you a clue. I didn't tell her not to attack you, not yet anyway." Why are you doing this?" asked Hermione, close to petrified at how her spell had failed against this super-sized serpent. "Because I can," Harry answered, his eyes almost glowing with rage as he added, "not that you can stop me either. Against the power of Parseltongue, there's very little that you can do." "So you choose to go into the dark?" asked Ron, scoffing though he was hiding fear at the snake that glared at him. "Your parents would die if they weren't already dead." Was that meant to be some sort of taunting barb? Asked Harry, sniggering with mock amusement as he explained. Merlin's ghost, Weasley. Even Draco Malfoy comes up with better stuff than that. Plus, I don't know what you were trying to accomplish by using my parents' names against me, but it's not going to work because, well, they're dead and so I've got nothing to prove, to them or to you. Now, I'll give you one more warning and then my friend here will strike. Get out of my way. As Ron went to open his mouth once again, Hermione cut him off by taking his arm and, when he looked at her, she shook her head in response, a look of fearful warning within her eyes. Wise choice, Harry sniggered, holding out his arm for the serpent to coil around him. Moving away from his now former friends, Harry stopped and, turning to the golden duo, he added, one more thing. Tell anyone about this and do anything to try and stop me and my serpentine friend here will have Scabbers and Crookshanks for Christmas dinner, understand? Why yes, Hermione stammered, watching as Harry left with the hissing serpent coiled around his shoulders. Once they were sure that he was out of sight, Ron turned to Hermione before he asked, what the hell? What were you doing stopping me against him? I didn't want him to make good on his word, Hermione explained, looking to where Harry had vanished as she told Ron. He is too far into this thirst for revenge. If we tried to stop him, I have no doubt that he would kill us, or at the very least, leave us near death. Harry wouldn't do that. Ron laughed, he's our mate. Once he calms down, we'll talk to him again and you'll see. Everything's a-okay. No, Hermione muttered, following Ron on the path back to Gryffindor Tower, it isn't. The summer holidays, for some, it was a time of celebration and jovial emotions as the school times were over and the fun and games could begin. For others, it was a time for preparation for what was to come. Towns and cities became packed to the rafters with tourists and stores pulled in profits by the hundreds. Beaches became tighter packed than a bank holiday rush hour and the sun shone bright in the sky, turning skin a deep shade of red and causing several cases of dehydration amongst the young and the old. Yes, this was the way that the summer changed the daytime, but by night, it was a different story. Nighttime meant bar fights, drug use and abuse, hotels being packed with overnight stayers and holidaymakers and other such events of relaxed enjoyment or frivolity. And such was the case that, in the county's central city of York, the night brought with it a popular tourist spot being paid a visit by men and women over the age of 18. And an elderly man whose age people didn't even want to guess. A different savior, it was called Primal. A 3-story nightclub that pounded music down the streets of York just off the almost hidden cobbled street of the Shambles, its neon lighting and smoke that poured out of the door and windows inviting punters into its midst while the constant coming and goings of the customers and other such members of the public made it seem like the place to be on a summer's night. However, to one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, it was a place that made no sense as he'd never heard of muggles using light like they had done or being able to make smoke from nothingness with no signs of fire. And don't even get him started on the way that they were dressed and the talks of things like shots and being legless. They may have their amusing moments, but right now, the man saw that these people made no sense whatsoever, but he wasn't here for a culture class. Indeed, the way he was dressed like a muggle businessman compared to the flesh-exposing and half-trimmed legwear of those who came and went from the club was a definite clash, but Dumbledore was a man on a mission. Approaching the main door, the elderly gentleman found himself stopped at the door by a thick-set, thuggish-looking man who appeared to be dressed in a suit of leather, his hands covered by gloves and one of his eyes marked by a crescent-shaped scar. His other eye, which looked at Dumbledore with a snarling glare that was exposed beyond the man's gray-eyed coloring, was relatively normal save for the X-shaped cut through his eyebrow and the fact that it was actually challenging the authority of the gentleman. "Going somewhere, old man?" asked the brutish figure, actually tempting Dumbledore to draw his wand, but he held back as he faced the thicker man. "I'm just curious about one whom I heard lives in this fine establishment, my good sir," Dumbledore replied, then aware of the raised eyebrow from the thicker man's companion, who despite his thin, lanky appearance, gave off an air of terror and shock as he glared at Dumbledore from behind opaque black sunglasses. "And who might that be?" asked the companion, his voice lighter than the other, but laced with suspicion. "Harry Potter," answered Dumbledore, now earning a gasp from the thick-set figure while the thin man stepped past his friend, returning the thicker man to the door. Once he was sure that things were back to normal, the thin man turned before he asked, "Who are you?" Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, answered the old man, earning a smirk from the thin being in front of him. Your parents must have hated you to give you so many middle names, he sniggered, coughing into his hand before he added. I am Tyson Cain and I'm here to tell you now, Mr. Dumbledore, if you value your head, you'll turn around and leave. He doesn't like nosy people poking their heads into his business. Then, Mr. Cain, Dumbledore replied, his voice tinged with curious amusement as he asked, am I correct in assuming that you are one of our side of the world much like him? I am wizard, yes, Tyson answered, his voice lowered to avoid disturbing the status quo of keeping muggles out of the loop, as are many within Primal's walls and, as I said, we won't allow anyone to disturb him, especially now that we know what you've proclaimed this past June. Then you know? Asked Dumbledore, that Lord Voldemort has returned? So you say, Tyson argued, before he suddenly froze up and, at the same time, the crowds outside Primal moved aside. From within the masses, Dumbledore looked past Tyson and what he saw surprised him. Standing in front of him and behind Mr. Cain was a tall, muscular-looking teenage boy with dark hair that framed his tanned skin almost perfectly, his left cheek holding a set of 3 scars that seemed to cut down from his eye and towards his ear while his lips appeared to be marked by a shade of deepest red, one of his lips holding a small ring through it. He was dressed in a suit of leathery clothes that hugged his muscular frame rather well, the key point of this attire being a long coat that reminded Dumbledore of a robe, though this robe coat also had silver fastenings strapped to its center, a letter P held in a crescent moon adorning the left side on a strange metallic surface. A pair of fairly average-sized Doc Marten boots covered the boy's feet and, as he squared up to Mr. Cain and the old man, his eyes, which were a shockingly illuminating shade of emerald green, fixed on Dumbledore with a glare that could have sent any other grown man running before a grizzled, slightly broken with age voice addressed the man. So, Headmaster, you've finally managed to track me down. Well done, but I'm not going back. Harry, Dumbledore replied, but the muscled boy shook his head with an air of defiance about him. No, he snapped, his voice edged by a growl that had Dumbledore's senses on high alert. You think you can dictate my life and leave me to pick you and your sheep up because nobody else can be bothered? Well, I say no. I had enough when your blindness almost cost me my life against the basilisk, but as luck would have it, I found someone who respects me for me and helped change my life. And who might that be? Asked Dumbledore. Me, a grizzled voice replied, making the man's blood run cold as he turned to face someone that, somehow, had managed to sneak up behind him. The man was as tall and lanky as Mr. Cain, though his features and emotionless eyes made him very familiar to the headmaster. Dressed in a similar leather get-up to the bodyguard on the door, the man smirked coldly, revealing 2 rows of pointed teeth that were almost like fangs under a head of wild, slightly mottled brown hair. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Fenrir Greyback sniggered, won't you come in? First round's on me. What does it mean to wake from a nightmare? Is it the sweaty palms? The feeling of your heart stopping in your chest? That breathless sensation that makes you feel like you've literally stopped breathing altogether? Whatever it was, Harry certainly felt like he was waking from a nightmare, and yet, at the same time, there wasn't one feeling that he could describe the nightmare that he felt like he was waking up from at that moment. He didn't feel his breath clam up in his chest or his heart dig into his ribs to the point where he believed it had stopped. He didn't feel sweaty or pale or even scared. In fact, though he knew that he was waking from a nightmare, he didn't feel like it was an actual nightmare. More like a dim and distant memory that, at that moment, felt as forgotten and hard to recall as a dream. Doing his best to move his hands, Harry let his fingers drift over his head while, at the same time, he noticed that the space he was currently lying in was quite narrow and strangely comfortable. He also noticed that, while the feeling of breathlessness hadn't struck at him from the nightmare he'd experienced, he didn't actually feel a need for air or oxygen. Yes, he was breathing, but it was more like the still, near-silent breaths of the sleeping. Okay, Harry thought to himself, letting his hand reach his face where he felt no glasses and no signs of warmth on his skin. This is officially weirding me out, but where am I, exactly? How did I get here? How'd I get out? The last thought had barely escaped him before Harry gasped as a darkness seemed to envelop his body, covering him like a thickened tar that clung to his body, his mouth letting out a single, soundless cry before the boy wizard gasped as he found himself no longer underground, but lying flat underneath a large rowan tree, the lack of leaves telling him that it was autumn or winter time. Sitting up, Harry rubbed his hairline and craned his neck, feeling the joints pop as he turned his head one way and another, his body feeling surprisingly light, almost as though he had become some sort of phantom in the darkness. Craning his neck and rotating his shoulders, Harry turned his head in the darkness before his eyes widened at what he saw behind him. A gravestone, decorated with what looked like recently laid flowers and a phoenix insignia. Inscribed on the gravestone were words that Harry almost had to strain his eyesight to read under the dim lights of the darkness. Harry James Potter, born July 31, 1980, died February 13, 1993. The last enemy that shall be defeated is death. A feeling of dread rose in Harry's stomach as he looked at the headstone. Dead? He was dead. No, Harry thought, actually springing to his feet before he tested his body. I can move, I can think, I can breathe, though maybe I don't need to. How am I dead? And how am I alive now? Feeling a wave of nausea rise up in his body, Harry leaned against the trunk of the rowan tree and vomited heavily, his release lined with blackness that was almost like blood as he gulped and heaved a few more times. Even his regurgitating wasn't normal anymore. But how was he here now? And, as he rose up, Harry glanced around, his tongue sliding over his lips while he massaged his stomach as a question burned in his thoughts. Why was he suddenly so hungry for meat along the lines of something he wouldn't usually eat? Anyone who knew the name Harry Potter could say that the boy had quite a normal life. All right, it was only made less normal because of how Harry had been raised by his aunt and uncle after the deaths of his parents, but aside from that, he was a perfectly normal boy. Okay, so maybe that would be pushing things too, given that strange and unusual things happened whenever he was angry or scared, but aside from that, Harry was perfectly normal and happy with his life. Living with his relatives, the Dursleys, whom were his family on his mother's side and had not only taken him in, but raised him like a second son, Harry had become a rather average, but smart young man with a talent for caring for others and using his mind to solve puzzles and riddles that would otherwise be impossible. Though he didn't understand the meaning behind the strange and unusual things that happened whenever he got angry or scared, Harry was content to let his aunt's words about waiting until he was ready put his fears and doubts aside. Besides, privately, Harry found the things that he could do in said scenarios to be rather cool. Like when he was 6 and this boy from school, Colin Danvers, chased him onto the school roof. He'd driven Harry to the edge, and yet, when Harry had turned and yelled for Colin to leave him alone, he'd found his voice somehow amplified to the point that the echoing, booming force of his voice actually sent the boy flying back. He was soon expelled for bullying a younger boy, but Harry never forgot it. Neither did he forget the way that certain people seemed to look at him with a mutual respect and, on one such occasion, when he was in London with his family, a man with absurd-looking clothes had bowed to him in a shop. Why? Harry didn't know, but he kind of liked the thought of someone out there liking him with that much respect. Maybe it was his desire to care for others, or maybe it was that respect that he had, but something made destiny nudge Harry in the direction he took following his 9th birthday. The water wizard. It was the start of another hot day, and Harry, dressed only in a pair of knee-length shorts and a pair of sunglasses that obscured his eyes from the sun, looked out of the window from the hotel room in Rhyl, North Wales, where his aunt and uncle had brought him and Dudley for a summer holiday. Mind if I go down to the beach? Asked Harry, half excited and half curious about the water below the hotel. Stay where people can see you, Petunia advised him, already packing her own bag as she added, your uncle and I will be out shortly, and remember. I know, Harry sighed, remembering the now 98 times before this that they'd had this conversation. Keep my emotions under control and don't let any of the bad kids upset me. Giving him a motherly kiss on his brow, Petunia let Harry go just as Vernon emerged from the adjoining room, laughing to himself as he saw his nephew and honorary son having so much fun. However, following his nephew's escape to the beach below, the well-tanned, slightly muscled form of his cousin, brother Dudley behind him, Vernon turned and, approaching Petunia, he gave out a sigh before he hugged her close, his voice gentle as he told her, you're going to have a chat with him soon, pet. In about a year's time, those letters will arrive and he'll be asking. I know, Petunia sighed, but he shouldn't have to hear this, Vernon. All right, he's been having accidents in the past, but he doesn't need to know the full story, just think about what it could do to him. Maybe, Vernon agreed, but I think he's actually starting to remember it. What makes you say that? Asked Petunia, her eyes filled with shock as she heard the definite tone in her husband's voice. He's been having nightmares again, Vernon explained, rubbing at his eyes as he explained, thanks to my late nights with the firm, I've often gone to bed or woken up in the night and found him coming out of the bathroom himself, sweat all over him, and what looks like a bleed of some sort out of that scar of his.
A bleed? Asked Petunia, what do you think is doing that? Maybe it's his gifts, Vernon replied, knowing that his wife didn't like it when they used the real word around others. At his age, from what you always told me, he'd be showing them. Maybe remembering that bad night of his is just the first step or something.
Vernon, Petunia remarked suddenly, her voice tinged with determination as she followed her husband down the hallway of the hotel towards the beach. I spent too long despising Lily for what was different about us. We both swore when we took Harry in that we wouldn't let that hatred spill over to him. He's just a little boy
and he's going to be more in due time, Vernon replied, putting a comforting arm around his wife as he added, his gifts, the friends he'll make, it'll be a world that we can't follow him into, pet. What are we meant to do? Destroy the evidence before he has a chance to learn the truth? No, Petunia answered, when it happens, we'll have a word with him, but I just don't want him to lose himself to them like Lily did. He's a bright kid, Vernon reasoned, shaking his head as he chuckled to himself. I doubt he'll let that happen before we get the chance to do likewise. Now come on, the boys are waiting for us. The water wizard Harry had always enjoyed the holidays and, as he ran along the sands of the beach, feeling its warm sand push up between his toes, he couldn't help but enjoy this part of it too. With the cool waters lapping at the shore and the feel of the summery breeze on his skin, the young boy felt a sense of liking that he'd never really known before. At the same time, he made sure that he was in sight of his family, a smile showing on his face at the thought of his family. His Aunt Petunia, who was his mother's sister, had always said that he was a special little boy and, in due time, he would find out how and why. His uncle Vernon, who'd once made a living as a bodybuilder before an injury forced him to take over his father's business with Grunnings, had also tried to bulk Harry up and show him the meaning of real strength, whatever that meant. However, despite his best efforts, Harry was left as being of medium height for someone his age, his skin tone and muscle being no better than a lean, slightly lanky person. The few muscles that he did have on his skin were mostly on his shoulders and abdomen, though not as defined as some of the people Harry had seen on television. At Aunt Petunia's request, Harry had also gone through a procedure of surgery to heal what was close to being poor eyesight had they not treated it when they did. This made sure that his emerald green eyes, a last gift from his mummy, Aunt Petunia had said, could shine brightly in the sun and show the world his radiance and innocence. His dark hair, which was from his dad's side of the family, usually stuck up wildly like he'd just gone out of bed, though when Harry chose to brush it down, it was usually with his bangs covering his forehead to hide the one dark thing about his life. A scar, no bigger than maybe a 50p piece, in the shape of a lightning bolt that was over his right eye. He didn't know where it had come from, but lately, Harry had dreamt of a flash of green light, a high, cold, cruel laugh and a woman's voice screaming his name. When he had these nightmares, they were often followed by him waking with a cold sweat, needing to use the toilet and unable to get back to sleep for a while. Ever since he'd turned 9, Harry had asked a teacher of his about dreams and memories and, when he did, he was then asked by Aunt Petunia after the next parents' evening to just let it go. She'd explain everything when he was ready, or so she said, but Harry didn't know when that time would be. Why was his aunt keeping so many secrets from him? Were they about his mum and dad? A feel of cold against his toes startled Harry and, as he looked down, he felt a childish giggle escape him as he realized that, lost in his thoughts as he had been, he'd accidentally waded towards the rock pools along one side of the beach. Now the sea was washing over his feet, soaking his sand shoes and tickling his feet in the process. Climbing out of the water onto the nearest rocky outcropping, Harry turned back, his eyes searching for his family when, all of a sudden, something else caught his eye. It looked like a light of some sort, smallish and blue and appearing to glow from within one of the rock pools. Curious, but bright and warm, thought Harry, remembering what his uncle had always said about him. It was true as well. He enjoyed learning as much as he could about anything and everything and, over time, he became one of the best in his class while also achieving the level of free reader at school. Oftentimes, the librarian would keep new books aside just for him, and he would spend hours on end hungrily reading through their pages, learning all that there was to know and more. And now, a new mystery called out to him. Approaching the light, Harry peered into the pool, and there, at the bottom of the watery depths, surrounded by small crabs and other such creatures, there was a small blue sphere, no bigger than a gumball. "What?" asked Harry, reaching into the water and, avoiding the sharp claws of the crabs, he wrapped his fingers around the small sphere. Lifting it out of the water, Harry held it up to the light. It was strangely see-through, and yet it was heavy and warm to the touch. Lowering the orb again, Harry shrugged ruefully before he pocketed the sphere, deciding to take a better look back at the hotel. However, as he went to step across back to the shoreline, Harry's foot slipped on a particularly damp piece of seaweed and, before he could stop himself, he found himself falling towards the sea, his world going black in an instant. The last thing that he heard was a sound like the roar of the waves and, just over its roar, a strange voice that called out to him. "My prince." From the moment that he spoke the words of the other language to enter the mysterious hidden sanctuary of Salazar Slytherin, Harry felt a sense of wonder and awe rather than revulsion and fear for the place. The almost silver-forged snake heads that were lined up either side of him like two rows of soldiers, each of them leading to the giant facial statue of whom Harry suspected to be Salazar Slytherin, only seemed to add to the wonder as Harry moved forwards. Catching sight of the prone figure lying at the base of the statue, Harry hurried his pace forwards, his voice edged by concern as he dropped down to her side and pleaded, "Ginny, please don't be dead, wake up, wake up." "She won't wake," a slick, cold voice replied, speaking from the shadows and making Harry look up. There, approaching from the darkness, Harry saw a young, dark-haired boy with slightly pale skin and dark eyes. As he stepped into the light, Harry's eyes widened and his heart stopped as he recognized the young man. Tom Riddle. "What do you mean she won't wake?" "She's not. She's still alive," Tom answered, almost nonchalantly as though he couldn't really care for Ginny's fate, but only just. Are you a ghost?" asked Harry, a part of him indeed wondering how Tom could be here for so long. "A memory," Tom replied, again with that apathetic, matter-of-fact tone as he explained, "preserved in a diary for 50 years. The diary, Harry thought, looking to the book in Ginny's arms before he reached out his hand and touched her skin. She was cold, deathly cold. "She's as cold as ice," he whispered, unaware of Tom retrieving his dropped wand from the ground. "You've got to help me, Tom. There's a basilisk." "It won't come until it's called," Tom replied, earning a look from Harry, who then noticed the wand in his hand. "Give me my wand, Tom." "You won't be needing it," Tom remarked, almost toying with the wand in his fingers while Harry turned a little angry. "Listen, we've got to go. We've got to save her." "I'm afraid I can't do that, Harry," Tom interrupted, his voice now almost sorrowful as he explained. "You see, as poor little Ginny grows weaker, I grow stronger." There was a pause, during which Harry seemed to catch on. With a smirk, Tom continued, "Yes, Harry. It was Ginny Weasley who opened the Chamber of Secrets." "No, she couldn't, she wouldn't. It was Ginny who set the basilisk on the Mudbloods and Filch's cat, Ginny who wrote the threatening messages on the wall." "Why?" "Because I told her to," Tom explained. "You'll find that I can be very persuasive." Not that she knew what she was doing, she was, well, shall we say, in a sort of trance? But still the power of the diary began to scare her, and so she tried to dispose of it in the girls' bathroom. And then, who should pick it up but you? The very person I was most anxious to meet. He seemed to be almost amused with the idea, and, as the two looked at one another, Harry found himself only able to ask, "But why did you want to meet me?" "I knew that I had to talk to you," Tom answered, the words surprising Harry as he added, "meet you if I could, so I decided to show you my capture of that brainless oaf, Hagrid, to gain your trust." "Hagrid's my friend," snapped Harry, "and you framed him, didn't you?" "It was my word against Hagrid's, but only Dumbledore seemed to think he was innocent." A smirk crossed Harry's face now as he asked, "And I'll bet Dumbledore saw through you, didn't he?" "He certainly kept an annoyingly close eye on me after that," Tom argued, apparently not at all bothered by Harry's smugness. "I knew it wouldn't be safe to open the chamber again while I was at school." So I decided to leave behind a diary, preserving my 16-year-old self in its pages so that, one day, I would be able to lead another to finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work. Well, you haven't finished it this time, Harry retorted, his voice edged by determination as he explained. In a few short hours, the Mandrake draft will be ready and everyone who was petrified will be all right again. Once more, Tom seemed to be amused with what was being said as he asked, haven't I told you? Killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore. For many months now, my new target has been you. Harry seemed to freeze as Tom lifted his hand and brushed it gently over the boy's scar, his voice going from smug to sorrowful again as he gave a tut of distaste before he muttered, such a small thing it is, and yet it causes you so much pain. How you must hate the one who gave it to you, Harry. I do, Harry replied, looking down at Ginny before he asked, why did you want to meet me? What's so interesting about me? What isn't? Asked Tom, almost incredulously as he laughed at Harry's confusion. Everything about you screams interest. You, a mere half-blood student much like myself, who can speak Salazar Slytherin's ancient tongue without needing any assistance. You who flies through the air like you belong there, and you who chooses, time and time again, to defy fate and destiny just because you can. How could I not be interested in meeting such a unique person? For a moment, neither student said anything, though Harry looked once again to Ginny's body before he asked, did you? Sorry? Asked Tom, turning his head with a sense of confusion. This was working to his plan for the girl, but he hadn't expected such an inquisitive side of the boy in front of him. Did you make her take the diary back? Asked Harry, looking up at Tom as he added, she stole it from my dorm and ransacked the place. I knew it had to be a Gryffindor, and even afterwards, she tries to warn me of this. But why would she, unless you told her to do it? Actually, Tom answered, folding his arms as he looked down at Ginny, I didn't tell her to take my diary back. I had all the strength I needed to commune with you, Harry. To learn about you straight from your own heart. And, though we only spoke once and I showed you one memory, I have to confess, I find myself intrigued once again. What for? Because you can hide it as much as you want, Tom remarked, looking over to Harry before he gave a smug grin as he added, but I see it in you, Harry. You and I, we're not so different. Oh yes, there's the fact that you're a Gryffindor and I'm a Slytherin, but other than that, there really isn't that big of a difference between us. We were both raised in places where we are forsaken and ignored because it is us who hold the power. We were both looked over for potential and known for other things, and, much like you, Harry, I too learned how to hide my true self from those whom I found unworthy to see it. What? Tom laughed at Harry's inquiring glance, his hand gesturing to the entrance to the chamber as he explained, it's all right, Harry. You don't have to hide it with me. There's no one here but us and the young Weasley girl. You don't have to hide it, you can show off. Tom, Harry argued, I really have no idea what you're talking about. Now tell me what you want, because I can't let her die. I know, Tom agreed, and that's why I know that you'll heed my offer, Harry. Oh, offer? Asked Harry. With a cold grin, Tom answered, yes. Just a small thing, really. You see, Harry, I don't just have an interest in you, nor am I merely intrigued by you. No, it's more than that. You see, I don't just want to meet you, I want you, Harry Potter. Harry took a step back, his footsteps fumbling as he fell, only to be caught by Tom, who pulled him up and held him close. Are you scared, Harry? Does the knowledge that I want someone so unique terrify you? Or is it because you suspect the truth about me? Truth? Asked Harry. In response, Tom let go of him and, turning to face the statue, he wrote 3 words in the air in fiery style writing. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, with a wave of Harry's wand, the words rearranged themselves to form 4 words. I am Lord Voldemort. Why you? Asked Harry. You're the heir of Slytherin? You're Voldemort. Yes, Tom replied, different from him and yet oh so very similar, but different again because he wants to kill you. Me? I want you, Harry, and, if you become mine, I will let her live. Harry's eyes widened as he turned to Ginny, his heart feeling cold in his chest before he heard Tom's voice again. Take a moment to think about it, my pretty little one, but not too long. She doesn't have long left to live. The day that Petunia Evans found her nephew sleeping on the doorstep of her family home in Spinner's End was like a godsend for the woman. Hearing that her sister, Lily Potter née Evans, had been killed had both frightened and unnerved the young lady, but now that she saw the child in front of her, she didn't know what to think except for the single fact that she vowed to raise the child as her own. How could she not? When she'd originally been married to one Vernon Dursley, Petunia had thought herself free of her sister's world, but then, on the night that Vernon and Petunia consummated their marriage, a strange, albeit miraculous event occurred. From the very next morning, it was like a dam had burst in Petunia's mind and she found herself remembering things that were otherwise forgotten. She remembered seeing her sister use magic for the first time and feel not jealousy as she'd always suspected, but pride and excitement. She remembered receiving her own letter, but then, in a strange twist of fate, she found herself remembering a lot of things that didn't make sense. For example, she remembered the dark-haired James Potter taking her out on a date for her sweet 16th instead of Lily. At the height of their date, the dark-haired man had drawn his wand on her and cast a spell. After that, Petunia had gone away from her sister, ostracized herself from the Evans line and met Vernon. The drunken, abusive monster that he was. But then Petunia had married Vernon and had the dam burst and things started to make sense. She wasn't a muggle or squib or whatever the term was. No, she was more. She was the twin sister of Lily and a witch to boot. She'd attended Salem Mystical Academia for sorcery rather than go to Hogwarts with her sister and become a high priestess, as was their term for graduated sorceresses, and returned to Britain with her aunt, Celia Crawford, to find Lily changed and James wanting to take her out. Now, with the dam burst, Petunia remembered it all. She remembered him saying that she was a threat and that he couldn't allow anyone to steer Lily from the path that he wanted for her. And so Petunia had left her sister for little whinging, even unable to contact her aunt and uncle for what would have been a really awkward conversation. Instead, she'd married and actually nearly had a child with Vernon. When he'd learned that she was like Lily, he'd beaten her into near submission, but at the same time, she'd lost the baby and found herself not grieving, but happy. Vernon had been given 25 years in a prison cell and, as soon as she was well again, Petunia filed for divorce and became Petunia Eliza Evans once again. She tried many times to get back in touch with her sister, but all to failed attempts that had resulted in warning letters and even a threat of another visit from James. But then, on Halloween night, Petunia had felt it. She'd felt her twinned connection to her sister fail, which could only mean one thing: Lily was dead. Finding her nephew on the doorstep the next day, Petunia's training and learning from Salem had reared up and she'd sensed many different charms keyed to the small child, the key charm being a repulsive emotional charm that would make Petunia treat the child as Vernon had treated her. Unfortunately for whoever had tried to manipulate the situation, Petunia remembered that she was a high priestess and managed to dispel the charms before she brought the child into the house and, in an effort to protect him from whatever force wanted to use him for their own ends, she'd used a powerful blood adoption ritual to turn the once Harry Potter into Harrison Pegasus James Evans, giving him the middle name in honor of her uncle. That had been nearly 4 years ago and, as the sun rose on the morning of what was Harrison's 5th birthday, both he and Petunia were surprised to find not only presents from friends in the area, but a wrapped box that was signed Pegasus J. Crawford. "Who's that, Mum?" asked Harrison, addressing his aunt as he had always done since that first day. "My uncle," answered Petunia, opening the box with Harry as she added, "and someone who clearly wishes to help you as he did me. My aunt, a beautiful, powerful witch named Celia, was his wife before she died 2 years ago and, since then, he's been alone. We should send him a thank you letter, right?" Harrison nodded, but when he finally managed to open the box, he found a beautiful-looking golden decorated box in front of him with several symbols engraved over its frame, the largest of which was an eye-shaped symbol on the lid. Prying open the lid, Harrison's eyes widened even more as he found what looked like an inverted pyramid sat upon a red leather cushion, a small book lying next to it that was decorated with the same symbol as the box and the pyramid. "What is it?" asked Harrison, watching as his aunt then found the letter inside the box. "Found this on an excavation to ancient Egypt. If it is what I think it is, it will protect him where we cannot. Take care, my loving niece Uncle Peg." "He must have thought it special," Petunia whispered, watching as Harry reached out and, gently as he could, he picked up the pyramid, weighing it in his hands. It was at the same time as Harry removed the item from the box that Petunia noticed a strong-looking metallic chain attached to the end of the pyramid's base. Taking the chain in her hand, Petunia bent down before she gently slipped the item around her son's neck, the strange pyramid actually appearing to glow in the light of the morning sun. "It suits you," she told him, a warm smile on her face as she explained, "but that doesn't mean you can skip your bath, young man. Go and get ready and I'll run the bath for you." Harry nodded and, quick as a flash, he took off up the stairs, leaving a laughing Petunia to look to her uncle's gift before she took the book from the case. As soon as her fingers touched the cover, Petunia's eyes widened as she felt magic within its pages. Powerful and, in the wrong hands, dangerous magic. And now, a part of that magic had been given to her nephew and adoptive son. "What are you planning, uncle?" she wondered as she put the book down and went to run her nephew's bath. The other Harry up in his room, Harrison took some time to model his small, but healthy frame against the new present from his great-uncle. As the older kids would say, it looked cool. Lifting the pyramid with his hands, Harrison looked at it from all directions before he asked, "Why are you here?" "I am here to help." The voice, deep and powerful, startled Harrison so much that he actually jumped nearly a foot off the ground. However, in response to his reaction, the deep voice chuckled before he explained, "Do not be afraid, child. I am not here to harm you." Where are you?" asked Harrison, looking to the mirror out of some childish hope to see the owner of the voice. However, as he stared, Harrison's eyes widened when an image did appear in the mirror. A taller man, who looked a little like him, but with sharper, more pronounced features and a stronger, older gaze, was looking at him from in the mirror. Deep, purple-colored eyes looked at Harrison from underneath a head of wild-looking black hair, though the fringe of the man was almost golden yellow in color and seemed to stick out over his fringe like lightning bolts. He was dressed in what looked like a dark blue tracksuit of some sort with black shoes that covered his feet and, like Harrison, he too wore the strange pyramid item around his neck. "I am here," the man's powerful voice replied, his lips moving in the reflection, although when Harrison turned, he found that he couldn't see him. As though sensing the boy's confusion, the man gave a chuckle before he explained, "You are the only one who can see me, little one. At least in this spectral form, you are. But as I said, do not be afraid. I am not your enemy." Who are you?" asked Harrison, earning a smirk from the man. "I've been called many things through the ages. Pharaoh, Yu-Gi-Oh, but I prefer to be called Yami," he answered, his eyes almost glowing with raw power as he told Harrison, "And I am here to help you, little one. With my power in your heart, we can help make your future exactly what it is meant to be. Yours." "Huh?" asked Harrison, but the man, Yami, just chuckled before he shook his head. "We'll talk more about that when you're older. For now, just call me a friend, and don't worry, Harrison, because no matter what, I will allow no one to hurt you or kill you." "Kill me?" asked Harrison, but before Yami could explain further, Petunia's voice called from down the hall. As Harry went to take his bath, leaving the pyramid item behind, the spirit of Yami sat down on the boy's bed and stared around the room, his eyes filled with sadness and a hint of hope as he spoke to the ether. "And so, I have returned, and so will the shadows, but I know he can tame them. Then, perhaps, we can help one another." Harry had failed. All his trials, all his fights, everything he had risked and everything that he had done to prevent it, and now, like the inevitable turning of day into night, the end had come. He'd failed, and now, Lord Voldemort had returned. Even worse, when he'd announced it to the rest of the magical world, there'd been a large array of jeers, cries and disbelieving shouts, while some had even blamed him for Cedric's death. In retaliation, Minister Fudge had declared Harry a traitor and a murderer, and, as quick as a split second's passing, he'd been carted off to Azkaban without so much as a trial. The irony was rather delicious when Harry got a chance to think about it. After all, he'd spent over a year trying to think up ways to save his godfather, who'd also been carted off to the prison without a trial, and now, here he was, preferably just waiting for the end. As his body was thrown into the cell where the guards laughed at him and Harry felt only cold stone and the soft dripping of water from the ceiling, the young wizard felt a sense of driving force add to his failure. His godfather had survived Azkaban, and, if it was the last thing that he would do, Harry would do the same, no matter what it took. Little did he know that, in a world much different from his own, there was a force that heard his desire and sought to make it a reality. He is the power. His name was Hau. the dark force behind the power of the Supreme King, ruler of Darkworld and bridge between the world of man and the world of spirits. But, as of late, the power of the king seemed to be at a lesser form than normal. When he had originally manifested himself within his newest incarnation, a sharp-tongued, strong-willed young man named Jaden Yuki, the king had felt the power of the boy become one with his soul and, together, they had ruled over Darkworld while also dealing with rebellion the only way that they knew how. With power. But then Jaden's friends had intervened and split him from the darkness of the king, leaving Hao to wander the world as little more than a disembodied spirit. At one point, he thought that Jaden had wanted what he offered him once more, but this was not the case as the incarnation of the original king only fused his soul with that of the so-called guardian, Yubel, and dispelled the king's gracious gifts once and for all. Now, with Jaden back in his own world, the Supreme King of Darkness had a task ahead of him. He had spent many months wandering the vastness of the 12 dimensions, hoping, praying and desiring to find another whom would submit to the powers of darkness and, in time, become the new Supreme King. When that happened, he would have an army of spirits at his command as well as the power of the darkness itself, not to mention the arcane power over shadows and destruction, making it easier for this person to vanquish their enemies. Unlike he'd done with Jaden, Hao couldn't flat out possess the spirit, whoever it was, so instead, the king agreed to himself that he would graft his powers onto his new protege and turn him into the new ruler of the darkness. Now all he had to do was find them. Moving between the worlds, an ability that had become easier for the king since his former incarnation had fused the power of the guardian with his human soul. Hao moved into a new domain. A world where duel monsters, the so-called card game of the humans in his world and in the world of his incarnation, was non-existent. As he explored the outskirts of this world, Hao was surprised to find a darkness stemming from an island that, for a moment, he could have actually missed as he barely caught sight of it through the dark fog that surrounded the island. Narrowing his eyes beneath his dark armored form, the Supreme King moved towards the fog, his black heart growing fond of the darkness that he could sense within this new place. He wanted the darkness, and whoever it was that was responsible for it, he wanted them too. It looked like he'd found his heir. He is the power. 3 months. That was how long it had been since Harry had first been thrown into the cells of Azkaban prison and, as he felt the cold signs of the Dementor's approach drawing nearer and nearer, the young wizard felt a sense of dark hopelessness rise up inside him. His will to succeed had become lost and forgotten to him since the days that they'd first come hunting for his light and happiness. The thought that had kept him going, a desire of escape, had been lost to the forgotten mists of screams and pleas that he heard whenever those denizens of the dark came around. For a long time after they'd gone, Harry still heard the heart-wrenching screams and, lately, he'd also heard falsified screams that he'd realized belonged to Cedric and everyone else who had died facing Voldemort. Now, huddled in his cell, almost fearful of the oncoming darkness that would soon consume his mind, Harry felt his heart grow as cold as the cell before he started to whisper, "I'm sorry, all of you, I tried, but I failed. I can't fix this, not this. All I wanted to do was help, and now, what can I do?" Harry, opening his eyes, Harry suddenly found his cell consumed by darkness. The cold that heralded the arrival of the Dementors had also gone and, in its place, there was only a searing warmth that spread through Harry. As he tried to find the source of this heat, Harry was surprised to see a dark figure standing in front of him, his body illuminated by a strange silvery glow. He seemed to be dressed in a suit of scary, but pretty intimidating black armor, the shoulders of the armor held within a set of curved spikes while the hands and feet were covered by claw-tipped gauntlets and spiked boots. Over the figure's face, there was a black helmet that seemed to have a faceplate upon it that looked adjustable and, as the figure stepped out of the light, Harry also saw a blood-red cape billowing behind the mysterious newcomer like the wings of the devil. Who are you?" asked Harry, actually backing away from the figure as he added, "How do you know my name?" "Do not be afraid, little one," answered the figure, his voice sounding like an eerie, slightly distorted version of Harry's own voice as he explained, "I want you to be what you were meant to be. A great warrior, but for that, you must have power." "Power?" asked Harry, then remembering his earlier promise to survive. Easing off his fears, he asked, "But how do I get that?" "With my help," answered the figure. "Let me help you, Harry. Together, we can unlock the secrets of your magic. Then, when we do, You will defeat those who oppose you and absorb their magical powers for your own, making you stronger than ever. Then, when you've reached your zenith, none will stand in your way and all will bow before you." "But who are you?" asked Harry. "How do you know these things?" "I am one who rules the dark worlds," answered the figure, a sudden darkness then wrapping around Harry like a snake coiling around him, "and, with my help, you shall rule too. You shall become the Supreme King." "Supreme King?" asked Harry, his eyes turning from a weak and frightened shade of emerald green to an ice-cold, almost demonic shade of gold. The darkness offered to him by the spirit now moving through his earholes and up his nostrils before it also traveled into his mouth and down his throat. As the power filled Harry up, the king continued, "You may call me Hau, for that is my name. I am here for you, Harry James Potter, to make you strong, no, to make you invincible, and to aid you in this. I give to you the ability to summon my most loyal servants. They will now become your servants, the Evil Hero Army." "Evil heroes?" asked Harry, the darkness still filling him up while, at the same time, several plumes of flame surrounded him and, from all sides, several large figures appeared, each of them kneeling before Harry as the darkness fed itself to him. One whom Harry noticed almost immediately was a dark armored figure with what appeared to be metallic, wing-like, appendages over his back, a black visor covering his eyes and an X-shaped armor piece covering his chest and running down his legs. At the ends of each hand, there were 3 black spikes that seemed to radiate the darkness in this figure and, as he bowed before Harry, the dark figure spoke with an ominous chant that was soon taken up by the others. "He is the power, he is the power, he is the power, he is the power." "Do you see now?" asked Hau, his voice echoing in Harry's mind as the last of the darkness was fed into Harry himself. "See how they worship you? This could be your power, my young princeling. Simply give yourself to your own desires and your darkness and you shall have them and more at your command." As the last dregs of the darkness fed itself into Harry's body, the young wizard rose from his bed, his eyes now completely golden-colored as he looked to Hau's spiritual form and, with a cold grin, the betrayed young wizard asked, "Where do we begin?" "With this place," answered Hau. "Use the darkness to change it to your own dark tower. From here, you will rule, Supreme King." "From here?" Harry hissed, the darkness now rippling out around him and, as it passed through the bodies of the figures that kneeled around him, it seemed to make them tremble with new fear as Harry added, "I will have my revenge, on Voldemort, on the Ministry, and anyone else that opposes me." Then, stepping towards the door of his cell, Harry began to spread the darkness in him and in his magic throughout Azkaban, all the while hearing that ominous, worshipping chant echo through the prison and through his mind. When Harry James Potter was told that he was a wizard, it set off a series of events that would, in time, lead towards a moment that would change the world. Like his father before him, Harry was someone who enjoyed making friends and, like his mother, he was also someone who enjoyed learning new things while making sure that he never judged anyone based solely on the impressions of others. All throughout his life, Harry had sought to make his own decisions on people and, if he could, he had always tried to include them in his affairs and circle of friends. Maybe that was why he did it, or maybe it was because Sirius had been the one to suggest it when he revealed to Harry that he was a wizard. Who knows? All Harry knew was that he wasn't going to Hogwarts to be the boy who lived or some other title that the magical world had made for him. He was going there to be what he'd always enjoyed being. Himself. The 4 Horsemen of Hogwarts, contrary to another time and place where Harry was raised to be no better than a servant and a weakling in the home of his disgraceful relatives, the Dursleys. Harry was in fact raised with a warm and caring family after the deaths of his parents, Lily and James Potter. On the night that they'd died, Harry's godfather, Sirius Orion Black, had appeared at the half-destroyed home in Godric's Hollow and, before anyone could do anything to take his pup from him as they had taken his friends from him, the Black Lord had performed a quick, unorthodox magical adoption of his godson, turning him into someone that was not only his ward, but his son and heir primus of the Blacks. When Albus Dumbledore had learned that Harry had been adopted by Sirius, he tried to pin the deaths of Lily and James on Sirius, but the Black Lord won his case and was able to have a full restraining order filed against Dumbledore for the next 10 years thanks to his cousin, Andromeda Tonks née Black. After that, Andromeda had become like a second mother to Harry while her own daughter, Nymphadora, or Nym as Harry began to call her after a while, was like a sister and Sirius' best friend, Remus Lupin, became Harry's new godfather and an honorary uncle. Ensuring that Dumbledore couldn't interfere, Sirius spent the next 10 years raising Harry as not only a proud young child, but also a fun-loving, friendly individual who wasn't forced to endure the status quo of the Blacks like Sirius and his siblings. At times, the Black Lord let his marauder side show through and indulged his adoptive son in fun and games, but he never stopped being a mentor, a friend and a father to Harry. When Harry turned 10 and received his first Hogwarts letter, Sirius had been skeptical about sending his son to Hogwarts, but he knew that he couldn't deny the boy his wishes. It had been his parents' school after all and, despite the fact that Dumbledore would be there and able to speak to Harry, Sirius also knew that his son would be protected. Narcissa's son, Draco, would be there as would Nim as she entered her own 6th year of the school. There were also less-known Black family surrogates at the school and, on top of that, Harry also had his godmother, Minerva McGonagall, keeping an eye on him while Sirius had actually swallowed his pride and, after Dumbledore had been restrained from seeing him, he'd approached Severus Snape and offered the hand that healed the past, for Harry's sake. With these elements in his school life, Sirius knew that Harry would be fine. But just in case, he called his son to see him on the night before term started with a strange suggestion. "The Four Horsemen of Hogwarts. You wanted to see me, Dad?" With a soft smile, as well as a tear that he always tried to hide whenever Harry used the term, Sirius lifted his head from the book that he was reading before he answered him. "Yes, pup. I know you need to get your rest for tomorrow, but I wanted to talk to you about school." "You mean Dumbledore?" asked Harry, his tone as calm and unreadable as some of the best Black men in the past. In fact, to look at him, with his slightly gangly appearance, pale features and almost shoulder-length black hair, Sirius couldn't help but think that he was looking at his own brother when he was Harry's age. He still had Lily's bright green eyes and James's oftentimes wild personality and excitable, but lovable nature, but since Sirius had adopted Harry, there'd been a third element introduced that, no matter what he tried, Sirius just couldn't remove from Harry. That was the nobility, pride and sense of familial honor that came from being raised by a Black, though how Harry had managed such a trait was beyond Sirius as he'd basically given his son free rein of his life and, unless he was doing something he shouldn't, Sirius had never lectured Harry too much. The very thought of what he sounded like when he had done made Sirius shudder as he compared his sharp tongue and, do as you're told, attitude to the upbringing of his mother and father, or worse, his Aunt Druella. And look how her daughter turned out. Thank God Narcissa and Endy weren't too closed-minded about things. Giving Harry a nod of response to his question, Sirius continued, "Amongst other things. I know you're looking forwards to going and making friends just like me and your parents did when we were there. But when you do, I want you to do me a favor." "What's that?" asked Harry. "I'd like you to make your own circle like we did," Sirius explained, "like the Marauders, but with your own strengths and talents guiding them. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't indulge your Marauder side now and again, but keep these friends closer than anyone else in school." "So long as we don't get a Wormtail, you mean?" asked Harry, earning a sharp glare from Sirius before he nodded slowly. The coward had been on the run for so long that Sirius had thought, and privately hoped, that he was dead. It was for this reason that Dumbledore had tried to take Harry from Sirius and, when he revealed the truth to the Ministry, the Black Lord was given a full noble-blooded vow from the high-ups in the Ministry that he would never have to worry about being put under scrutiny for the deaths of Lily and James. "If you find someone like him," Sirius continued, "make him see that being weak and inferior could lead him down a path that he won't like. If you must, tell this person the truth about our Wormtail and make them see the light. All I'm really saying is don't walk alone over the next few years, okay?" "Okay." Harry nodded, giving his adoptive father a soft smile before he asked, "So what do we call this group? The New Marauders?" "No," Sirius exclaimed, his expression showing amused disbelief as he added, "Choose your own name, but make it mean something that will add to your infamy in school. Also, though I suspect you'll do this anyway, but don't just restrict yourself to the views of people seeing others as good and evil. Remember that you're my son and the Black Primus, a house that has spawned Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs and Slytherins all. Before I took over the family, the non-Slytherin elements were outcasts, but that doesn't mean you should outcast Slytherin, especially since I have the word of their head of house that he'll keep an eye on you, okay?" "I understand, Dad," Harry replied, a thoughtful look then crossing his face as he added, So you want me to make a group like the Marauders, but not like them? Which would also mean that choosing 3 close friends of mine or future close friends of mine would be a good thing to do, right? Sirius nodded. So there'd be 4 of us. Harry trailed off as a smile crossed his face as he added, I think I've got it. Infamous, non-judgmental and, if it has to be, neutral with a siding of neither good nor evil, just magic. Do tell, Sirius laughed, earning a broad grin from his son as he met his eyes. I think I'll call our team, our gang, the 4 Horsemen. Lily Potter was a woman on a mission. Ever since Albus Dumbledore had come to their home informing them of the existence of the prophecy, she had tried to do anything and everything to find a way to protect her only son. Though she had questioned why a delusional man like Voldemort, briefly pausing for a shiver at the mention of the name, would come after an innocent young man like her baby, Harry James Potter, Lily had decided in that one moment that she wouldn't allow anything to take her son from her. She would protect him, no matter what, and so, the hunt had begun. Lily had searched far and wide, using what time she had away from the house to check on any sources of information, even going as far as having her once best friend Severus Snape helping her out. At first, he'd relented, but Lily had reminded him of the debt that he owed her family and Severus had accepted. For over a year, they'd searched together and now, in the cemetery over the road from their hidden home, Lily believed that Severus finally had the answer. The Titanus ritual? Yes, Severus answered, holding out a small green-skinned book to his friend as he explained, it's an olden times ritual formed by sorcerers in Italy. According to the ritual, it will imbue the chosen vessel with a guardian protector known as a Titan. Now these are not like Titans in mythology, but instead, they are the sort of protectors who come from sheer willpower and, in some parts of the world, also work alongside certain people with skills just like magic known as Seekers. Now, whether or not the gifts of these Seekers will pass to your son, Lily, I don't know, but from what the ritual entails, it seems to be the best chance that he'll have. What do you mean what the ritual entails? Asked Lily, looking from the book to her old friend. The ritual will not only summon the essence of a Titan, explained Severus, it will fuse its soul and essence to your son, protecting him until the day he dies or he chooses to relinquish the ritual's power. What this means is that, much like accidental magic to a normal witch or wizard, this Titan, whomever it may be, will come out and protect your child to the point of defending him against death itself. He's not supposed to face death itself, Severus, Lily argued, before she sighed deeply as she added, but, for what it's worth, thank you. I only wish that I could help you undo the demons of your past too. Just make sure he survives, Severus told her, his voice calm as he explained, I'll do what I can afterwards. With a nod, Lily turned and left the cemetery, unaware of the tear that rolled down Severus' cheek as he watched her go. Almost as though he knew that this would be the last time he'd see her alive again. My dark angel, it was Halloween night when Lily finally managed to find the time to perform the ritual. Like most magical rituals, it required a pentagram and 5 candles set at the points, but there was also another requirement. A piece of jewelry that could store the spirit in the event of relinquishment from the body. Knowing that his son was going to be protected by this ritual, despite his initial distrust of Severus, James gave Lily the Lord Potter ring to use for the rite. If they died, his son would become the head of the family anyway, and, when you combined that power with the line of Potter, Gryffindor and Peverell as James's line did, you had one heck of a protection. Setting the ring in the center of the circle, Lily looked to the book before she lifted her wand and, tracing the symbols from the book over the ring, she began to chant. Overlos, guardian of the gate and legend of immortality, I invoke thy power. Come to me, a humble soul, and aid me in this dark hour. By this ring, I summon your children to protect one whom I hold dear. And now command your power and spirit, guardians now appear. Lights and candle flames began to flicker before Lily gasped as not one, but 3 spirits rose from the circle, each of them looking to her before they all moved towards the ring. 3 spirits? Why? Lily wondered, watching as the trio entered the ring and, as they did so, the golden band and ruby insignia crown began to glow, the magic of the ritual pulling the ring towards baby Harry, who watched with interest and shock as the ring floated to him. Take it, Lily whispered, then aware of the dread that surrounded her. Without turning around, she knew then what had happened. They had been betrayed. Harry, you are loved, so loved, she whispered, putting the ring into her child's hands as she added, "Harry, Mama loves you. Dada loves you. Be safe, be strong, and be magnificent. Never forget us and never forget that they will protect you." Lily. It's him. Take Harry and run. As soon as the cry echoed from James's lips, Lily rose. Drawing her wand and, casting the most powerful shielding spells she could, she prepared for the end. All the while aware of her son's bright green eyes watching her. "I love you, Harry James, and I always will." Then the door was blown off its hinges and, the next thing that Lily knew, all she saw was a flash of green light before the end came to claim her. "My dark angel, stupid mudblood, how dare she think she can match my power?" Lord Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters, let out hollow laughs as they walked into the room behind their master. The eyes of the Dark Lord focused on the small baby as he added, "And now, dear little one, for you. It's a pity that you're destined to destroy me, otherwise you would make a worthwhile heir." Lifting his wand, Voldemort gave a malicious laugh as he commanded the spell, Avada Kedavra. However, at the same time that the spell flew from his wand, something flew from the circle beneath Voldemort's feet. 4 somethings to be exact. A red orb, a blue orb, a green orb and a white orb. As the spell reached the orbs, the 4 gems began spiraling around in a complete circle, forming a vortex of color that impossibly deflected the AK back onto the Dark Lord, destroying him in a blaze of light and green fire. As he died, Voldemort tried to reach his soul out to the child, intending to use his enemy against his greater enemies. However, when his energy latched onto the child's mind, the Dark Lord was horrified to find a tall, armored figure protecting the child's mind. The figure, whom had a pair of cold blue eyes that glared at Voldemort's soul with hatred, shook his head before he sliced a sword of purest energy through the soul piece, destroying it and causing great pain to the root soul of Voldemort. The last thing that the Dark Lord saw was a bright golden glow enveloping the child, shielding him from his magic in the process, but not before the aftermath of the collision left a lightning bolt scar on the boy's brow. "Is this it?" wondered the now spiritual Dark Lord. "Is this the power I know not?" My dark angel Harry James Potter was hailed that night as the boy who lived, but not one member of the wizarding world would know of the truth of that night. Instead, as Harry was left by Albus Dumbledore on the steps of number 4, Privet Drive on the night following the Halloween massacre, they were blissfully unaware of the power of the young baby at that moment. They were, but there was one that was not. To say that Harry James Potter had a normal life would be an understatement. When he was barely 2 years old, his parents were taken from him by a dark wizard named Lord Voldemort and, for 10 years after that, Harry was raised in an orphanage after being abandoned by his Muggle relatives. When he turned 11, Harry was visited by a large man named Hagrid and taken to Diagon Alley, where he was revealed to be a wizard and someone who was part of some big legend in the wizarding world concerning that ill-fated night. The legend of the boy who lived. After being taken around the alley by Hagrid, Harry was returned to the orphanage, but there had been something about the place he lived in that seemed to unnerve the giant man. What that was, Harry didn't know. Wool's orphanage seemed perfectly normal to him. On September 1st, Harry was taken to platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station by his social workers, one of whom revealed themselves to be a squib and therefore knew where the platform was located. Then, Harry was on his way to Hogwarts and, in his opinion, it had been a slow, but unusual first few weeks of term.
First, he'd been sorted into Gryffindor House and somehow, though even to this day, he wasn't sure how, found himself friends with Ronald Weasley, a loud, all-eating lazybones of a person who delighted in boasting that he was the boy who lived's best mate. To counter that, however, Harry also found himself friends with Hermione Granger and, unlike Ronald, she respected him for just being Harry. Sure, they'd had a bit of a rocky start, but after the first week when Hermione had stood up for Harry's desire to study and not laze his way through Hogwarts, her friendship with him had been confirmed. Over the first month, Harry's life had gone from unusual to just plain weird. He discovered a rival, though some believed them to be enemies and bitter hateful students who despised one another for some reason. In Slytherin's Draco Malfoy, and also found a friend whom reminded Harry of a few kids from the orphanage in fellow Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom. Aside from Ron's continued attempts to distract Harry from his work, it was a friendship and rivalry that Harry was more than happy to indulge in, even though the redhead had tried to have Harry nearly expelled for accepting a duel at midnight. Thankfully, by that time, Draco had earned Harry's respect and vice versa, and so the head of Slytherin, Professor Severus Snape, had been warned about the duel and used his right as a head of house to nullify the challenge. Now, it was Halloween and, for Harry, it was a day that he didn't much enjoy. While the rest of the school talked about the upcoming feast, Harry chose to keep himself to himself and sought refuge in the one place that no one would follow him with the intent to badger him, the library. As the sun began to set and the night rolled in, Harry was surprised to find himself awoken by a soft nudging and, when he opened his eyes, a smile touched his face as he saw his faithful owl, Hedwig, apparently having flown through the library window and land in front of him, a parcel in her talons. "That for me, girl?" asked Harry, taking the load from her, which seemed to delight the owl as she took off back into the night. Shrugging off his confusion, Harry looked at the parcel. It was fairly small, no bigger than a normal parcel you'd get in the Great Hall, though this one also had a small, well-practiced scrawl written on its top. "To Harry, love, Mum." Seeing that, Harry's eyes widened as he read the information. His mum. His mum was dead, so why, being as careful as he could, Harry opened the parcel and, as he did so, two things fell out from within. A letter and what looked like a pendant of sorts mounted on a thick, leathery belt like lace. Turning his head to one side, a normal gesture whenever Harry was curious about something, the young wizard saw what looked like a blue icicle hanging on the pendant, a single emerald gemstone set in the heart of the icicle. As he picked up the pendant, Harry then let out a gasp as a strong, but warm blue light suddenly enveloped him, flowing all around his body and into his mind, filling him with a strange sensation that, in another time, he might have called strength. Now, he just called it weird and, as he set the pendant down once more, he turned his attention to the letter. With shaking fingers, Harry opened the letter. "My sweet little Harry. If you are reading this letter, then it means that your daddy and I are no longer with you and that you've been left either with one of our chosen guardians or, Merlin forbid, my sister. Either way, I hope you're happy. Now, enclosed with this letter is a gift that belongs to you, Harry. It's from both your daddy and I, and, when you touch it, I hope you don't show fear, as it's something that will obey you and you alone. Let me explain. In our families, your dad and I have had certain people who've worked with special creatures and powers much like magic. These creatures are called Titans, and the ones who tame them and work with them are called Seekers. In your dad's family, there are two names that people will recognize as Seekers and Wizards alike: Godric Gryffindor and James Potter. The treasures of the family, including the Seeker side, are yours by birthright, and, if what I fear has happened has indeed happened, then I hope you let no one stop you. As for my family, the only Seekers there are my father and his brother, my uncle and your great-uncle. His name is Ethan Lambert, and he was a great man. Today, he had a son of his own named Loke, my cousin and yours too if you like. Now, I know this may seem strange to hear it, but I have left your care to one person on my list. He is a good friend of Loke's and someone who can teach you more about Seekers if you wish to learn more. His name is Dante Vale. If you're at Hogwarts, then send an owl to him and ask for his permission to meet. He shouldn't be too surprised given where Loke's family comes from, but if he is, then be polite and respect him. I trust Dante to look after you and hope that you can find a cousin or even brother figure in Loke. Now that brings me to the item enclosed. This is a Titan, Harry. It's called Frostblade, and he will serve you well. When you invoke his power, he will become what Seekers call power bonded with you and work not only with your physical strength, but your magical strength too. Be very careful with the powers you'll discover, as there are those in the magical world that do not acknowledge Seekers as creatures of magic. I only wish that I was there to see you grow up. If you have any questions, seek out Dante or Severus Snape. They'll have the answers you need. I love you, my little Seeker mum. Seekers? But I thought Weasley said that Seekers were Quidditch players? Harry only had the silence of the library to answer his question. In another time and place, had anyone asked him about it, Harry Potter would have said that the day Lord Voldemort fell once and for all was the greatest day of his life. The battle was over, the fallen had been avenged, and the end was in sight. Now he could look forwards to a life free of dark lords and demons, and look forwards to a future of friends, family and freedom. Yeah, like it was ever going to go right for Harry Potter.
For the moment that he had returned to the Great Hall, Elder Wand in hand and Hermione at his side, Harry had been apprehended by the Ministry, pinned to the ground, stripped of the Elder Wand and, as the old expression went, clapped in irons. 5 minutes later, he was in front of what was left of the Wizengamot and, worse luck still, Dolores Umbridge was presiding over the ceremony. Harry didn't even get a chance to plead his innocence thanks to the last voice he'd expected to hear stabbing him in the back. Harry has always been out for power, Ronald Weasley explained, his voice cutting through the courtroom as he gave his evidence, but look at the facts, Madam Secretary. He can throw off the Imperius, speak to snakes, survive the Avada Kedavra and, over the past 12 months, has caused the deaths of hundreds of noble family members with his actions. Then there's how he allows he who must not be named to enter his mind and wields the very wand that killed Albus Dumbledore. Nothing more needs to be said. No, it didn't. Harry was in Azkaban within the hour, but the fall wasn't over yet as Hermione, nearly 10 minutes afterwards, joined him in the cell and, to his rage, she was accompanied by Ron and Ginny, the latter holding a vindictive, venomous grin on her smile. "Enjoy your time here, Potter," sneered Ron, "it's about time you got what you deserved, I know we will." "What are you talking about, Weasley?" asked Harry, but it was Ginny who said the words. 2 words that condemned both them and the future of their world. "I'm pregnant." In another time, Harry might have been happy to hear those words, but now, he just laughed. "Can't be mine," he told her, "all I ever got out of you was a sloppy kiss that makes Fang look civil." A cutting hex to the cheek cut off Harry's abuse as Ginny laughed herself before she told him, "What the Ministry doesn't know won't hurt him. Maybe I'll call him Albus Severus, after the 2 men who helped keep you out of the loop." "Severus?" asked Harry, the memories from the Pensieve running through his mind. However, instead of answering, Ginny and Ron laughed before they left the cell. Harmony's revenge. 10 years later, 28-year-old Harry James Black sat in his cell, thinking about the fact that this day marked a decade since his apparent downfall, his eyes scarred and red and inflamed from hours on end of screaming and nightmares, but they did nothing to hide the glow that filled his eyes even to this day. A glow that signaled only one thing: revenge. It was what had kept him mildly sane while also ensuring that he could keep up with current events in the world beyond his bars. Without the threat of a new Dark Lord, things had gone rather well for the world. Percy, I'm a prick-sucking moron. Weasley became the youngest minister while Ron headed the DMLE and Lucius Malfoy was made the new chief of the Auror office, which also meant that he was in charge of Azkaban. Hogwarts was handed to McGonagall, though after graduation, Draco Malfoy became the new Slytherin head while Ginny headed Gryffindor, all the while being a mother to Harry's bastard son, who she did name Albus Severus Potter. Was she even aware that it spelled out a snake's name in his initials? Other than the progress of his enemies, Harry tuned out the rest of the world's events. He read something about Luna and Neville taking Teddy abroad and leaving Great Britain while the rest of the world moved on, but he didn't much care. He didn't care about anything anymore. Awake? Well, thought Harry, looking to the broken-minded expression of his one and only true love, Hermione Jean Black Granger, almost nothing. "I'm awake, my love," Harry told her, holding out his arm while Hermione crawled like a kitten into his lap, snuggling down for comfort as she lay upon him. Hermione was the only real comfort that Harry had, even through the blackness left to him by the Dementor's presence. 1 year after his son had been born, Harry had called on the ancient magic left to him as Master of Death and renounced his name. It no longer held any honor for him and so he didn't need to care about it. Instead, he took the name of Black in serious honor and as was his right as heir of Slytherin. In that same time, Harry saw how Azkaban was breaking Hermione and, to keep her strong, he'd sacrificed his very blood and magic to keep her close. The way of his magic, even though he knew that in another time, she might have disagreed, bonded Hermione to him through blood, soul and magic. A dark blood wedding. Though the rite hadn't healed her mind, it had, at least, spared her will and spirit. Now, she stayed close to Harry, talking when she could and keeping him on the straight and narrow while the world around them crumbled away. "They're coming, aren't they?" "Yes, love," Harry answered, already aware of the dark presence drawing near to his cell. Maybe it was because he was the Master of Death, but Harry had always known when the dark times were coming. As Hermione cringed against him, Harry gently teased her wild, Bellatrix worthy brown hair with his skeletal fingers and told her, "Don't be afraid, my dear. I will never leave you. They're coming to eat us, they want our bodies, they want our souls." Harry sighed with defeat and a sense of helplessness that he hated. Ever since her first real draining from the Dementors, Hermione had snapped mentally, and now she had a blankness of logic that made Harry's heart turn black with rage. Her oddness could put Luna to shame, but at the same time, Harry didn't know what he could do. He missed his Hermione. The same Hermione who had been there for 7 years and, until at the very end when it really mattered, Harry hadn't managed to do anything to save her or notice her. He'd left her to be used by that traitorous redhead, and there was nothing that he could do. Instead, he'd been lured in by the slut and found himself drawn into their web of lies like flies caught by acromantulas. And now she was at it again, her whimpering and loss of her mind, and it was all his fault. Well, he wouldn't let them take his love without a fight. As the darkness closed in, announcing their presence, Harry closed his eyes and, gripping Hermione in his embrace, he whispered, "If I am the master of death, then please, whatever force made me so, save her. Save us. Let her be all right again, please." "Begging, Potter?" With fury in his glare, Harry opened his eyes, seeing the smug expressions of Ron and Ginny in front of him. The lesser with a wand pointed at Harry as he told him, "I'm afraid that won't do you any good. No surviving this time." "You can kill me, you sick and twisted bastard," Harry snarled, "but no matter what life has for me in the next world, I will have my revenge, for me, for my own, and for everyone that your spite has killed." "Famous last words?" asked Ginny, smiling as she added, "Well, at least I can tell Albus his daddy wasn't short of words at the end. But you can tell him that his mummy is a third-rate whore who'd have probably spread her legs for volume." Avada Kedavra. The green flash that started all this trouble for Harry brought the end of it. Harmony's revenge boom. The sound came so suddenly that Harry didn't have time to acknowledge what was happening. Boom. "Where's the cannon?" asked a familiar voice, startling Harry as he recognized it. Looking around, the young wizard saw Dudley scrabbling for the wall, but he was younger, weaker, fatter. Boom. "Who's there?" asked Uncle Vernon shakily, earning a gasp from Harry as the door blew off its hinges and, seconds later, Rubeus Hagrid stepped through the door to a frightened trio of Dursleys and a speechless Harry. "What?" asked Harry. "Sorry about that," Hagrid rumbled, reattaching the door to its hinges. "What? Boy," Hagrid beamed, mistaking Dudley for Harry as he explained, "I ain't seen ye since ye were a baby, Ari, but you're a bit more along than I would, Avenue expected, particularly around the middle." "What? I'm not Harry," Dudley stammered as Harry moved forwards. I am. What?" It was over. The basilisk was slain, Ginny was saved, and Tom Riddle was now just a dim and distant memory to add to the many nightmares that Harry had endured in his time at Hogwarts. Now that the petrified victims had been restored to their normal selves, Harry knew that all that remained of the school year was for him to count down the days to where he was required, though, in his mind, it was more like being forced to return to Privet Drive and try to get through another summer holiday. The more that he thought about it, the less that he could actually admit to the feeling of returning to Privet Drive as the feeling of returning home. It was like he'd said to Ron and Hermione last year, "I'm not going home, not really." The funny thing was that he had no idea why he'd said it. It wasn't funny or sarcastic or just plain necessary. It was more truth, sincerity, like he knew that he'd never be able to call the place his home. Home is where the heart is, thought Harry as he stared out of Gryffindor Tower's window. The night sky shining down on Hogwarts and illuminating the lake, the woodlands and the grounds beyond in an eerie, but beautiful silvery glow. So why would I call that place home when my heart is not there? It was a funny thought for him to consider, and yet, as Harry looked out over Hogwarts, he couldn't help but find a full and complete sense of agreement with the thought. Privet Drive had not been a place for his heart. Not once in the 10 years that he'd lived there before discovering magic had he been welcome, warmly accepted, or even treated as family. No, to them, he was the outcast, the black sheep of the family, and just another face in the crowd. So why would he call it home? With a soft, sad smile, Harry climbed down from the window and, with a grimace at the thought of enduring another night of Ron's snoring. Probably one of the few things that Harry had to complain about where his best mate was concerned. He climbed into bed, shut off the light and fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. The second kingdom at the same time that Harry fell back into the embrace of Morpheus, down within the Chamber of Secrets, there was a less than peaceful atmosphere. The corpse of the basilisk, with one of its fangs missing and its eyes blinded, seemed to put a sense of the macabre into the already dreary environment. However, as midnight struck and the night turned back into the day, a soft glow suddenly shone from within the maw of the basilisk and, at the same time, the eyes of the Salazar Slytherin statue also shone, their colors in several shades of blue, teal, aquamarine and, from the eyes of the basilisk, sapphire blue. As the glow of the lights intensified, the magic of the mysterious moment seemed to reach into the pool at the base of Slytherin's statue, the three lights forming the points of an equilateral triangle, each of their colors forming a line to one of the others, teal to aquamarine, aquamarine to sapphire and sapphire back to teal. As the 12th chime echoed out across Hogwarts, the blue triangle was suddenly enveloped in a runic circle, which shone with silvery blue light before, from within the circular triangle shape, two figures emerged. Nothing like these figures had been seen in the world of magic or the mundane for quite some time. Both were dressed in streamlined, shiny suits of blue and silver armor that looked to be forged of polished coral. Their faces were concealed by hoods that revealed only significant features about each being, such as the mercury silver eyes of one of the figures as well as the polished white coloring of his companion's eyes and jawline skin. At the side of the taller companion, a silver sword was held within a sapphire blue scabbard, the hilt of the sword shaped like the prongs of Poseidon's trident while the blade itself was as straight as an arrow. As for the shorter companion, she held what appeared to be a blue leather liana that was coiled around like a whip or lasso. As they emerged from the runic circular shape, the taller of the two stepped forwards before he placed a hand on the maw of the basilisk and, with a sigh that sounded more like the wind blowing across the bay at nighttime, he spoke with a gentle, sorrowful voice. "The guardian has been slain, but his magic has chosen. It is him, my dear." "Is it fate or just poor irony that it's him who has been chosen, Dane?" asked the woman, her voice like the peal of crystal water chimes as she explained, "His fate tied to that of our people after all he has already endured. How will we be certain that he'll accept the call?" "If his soul is as pure as we know it to be," replied Dane, "we won't need to ask such a question, Tessa. Harry Potter is a legend to our people as he is to all whom are magically blooded. Now that legend will be given a new chapter thanks to the sacrifice of our guardian. Though I must confess that I never believed a boy of such youth and inexperience would be able to successfully slay the king's pet like he did. I do not believe that it was without his own sacrifices," Tessa argued, looking around the chamber before she let out a hiss like a serpent as she whispered, "This place reeks of dark magic. The sort that my father put his heart and soul into ensuring it could not be tainted by. The taint is strongly connected to young Harry, but at the same time, it is also connected to my father." "Perhaps it was a magical air," suggested Dane, but Tessa shook her head. "My father's gifts are not mere tools of destruction, Dane," she argued, her polished white eyes glaring at Dane with fire in her glare as she explained, "Whoever it is that corrupted the legacy did so because he wanted to destroy using the gifts. Not since the days when father walked these halls with the other masters did such power become wrongly used. If Harry Potter is the chosen one, then he must first be tested." "What did you have in mind, milady?" asked Dane, standing tall and proud as he knew that he couldn't really argue against the points of the maiden. "We'll let him leave this place," Tessa explained, her eyes now staring into the pool of water as she told her companion, "but we will not let him be alone. Give him time to return to that which he calls home and then, when the night rolls in again, we'll visit him. The tween time is the best time for a transfer between the human realm and ours anyway. In the meantime, we wait," Tessa answered, her eyes now looking back to her companion as she explained, "With his essence here in the chamber, we can trace his origin. Come on, we don't have much time." Then, as Dane gave a curt nod of his head, Tessa vanished in a flurry of rainfall, her essence blowing into the wind like the rain was more dust being carried by the winds of magic. Now, it was only a matter of waiting for the time to be right to introduce themselves to the chosen one. The next king of the realm of Atlantis, Harry James Potter. The night that the Dark Lord Voldemort was vanquished was a night that none of the wizarding world would ever forget. Not only because it was the night that a hero and an idol of magic was discovered, but it was also the night of one of the weirdest, wildest magical storms in history. Lightning flashed across the skies like some sort of elemental clash of the titans. The winds howled like a pack of wolves roaming through the night, and the rain slashed the windows and grounds like spikes being driven against glass and onto the earth. Over all this, a lone figure moved through the shadows of the stormy darkness, her eyes focused on a pair of figures just ahead of her. To any member of the magical world, these figures would become infamous, but to her, they were just prey. And why were they prey? Because they had just led the woman away from their home and towards an ordinary, rain-soaked, storm-riddled street by the name of Privet Drive, a black silk bundle in the arms of the woman while the man offered words of comfort and hope. In the arms of the young woman, a red-haired, green-eyed woman who looked to be close to her mid-30s, the black silk bundle shifted, but the woman just put her hand on the bundle and it fell silent again. By her side, the man, a messy dark-haired, brown-eyed man with his fair share of scars and authority and power to him, moved towards one house on the street, taking the bundle from the woman in the process. From where she was watching, the lone figure could actually hear the words of the two over the roar of the storm. "Are you sure this is for the best? What if he grows up to hate us?" "For Anakin's sake, this is the only way out," the red-haired woman argued, earning a sneer from the figure watching them as the man set the bundle down and, drawing a long, thin wand from his coat, he cast several charms over the bundle before he stepped back, taking the woman's hand in the process. "We will see him again, you know that, right?" asked the man, looking to his companion, who nodded softly as she looked to the bundle. "He's much better off here," she told him. "Anakin is at risk enough with his supporters still out there. Plus, Albus labeled him the boy who lived, and you know that would only divide them. No, here is where Harry is safest. Away from the chaos that is to come." While the man looked awkwardly at the lone bundle on the doorstep, the woman placed a kiss on his cheek before she told him, "James, this is for the greater good. Harry will understand, and we'll send him letters so that he knows who he is, who he really is." "If you say so, Lily," replied the man, taking the hand of his companion before they both vanished with a pop, leaving the lone figure to approach the house and, bending down, she unraveled the bundle, revealing the small, sleeping form of an infant, no older than perhaps 18 months. His skin was as pale as death itself, and his hair was just like the man, or as the lone figure knew him to be called, James Bloody Potter, and his filthy mudblood wife, Lily. How dare they do this to him? Bending down to retrieve the bundle from the doorstep, the lone figure, a currently soaked, soppy-haired witch by the name of Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, placed a chaste kiss on the boy's brow before she whispered, "Do not worry, my love. I am here for you now." Then, with a soft pop, Bellatrix left Privet Drive none the wiser of the close call that they had just had. At the same time, through sheer coincidence, the magical storm passed, leaving the night sky as clear and crisp as ever. A Revanchist's Revenge 13 years later, for the second time in as many years, a strange and eerily supernatural storm had gripped Great Britain, but within Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the attention of the men, women and children wasn't on the storm or the unusual phenomenon of the weather's sense of déjà vu. Instead, the eyes of each person was focused on an ancient-looking goblet that spewed blue flames from its crown, the wizened, aged figure of Albus Dumbledore standing next to it. As everyone watched, the goblet, known to those in the craft as the Goblet of Fire, suddenly went from spewing blue flames to red and, in a burst of its fiery power, it released a single piece of parchment into the air. Catching the parchment in his hand, Dumbledore announced, "The champion for Durmstrang is Viktor Krum." There were several loud cheers at the name, and, as the tall, buzz-cut man moved to the front and shook Dumbledore's hand, there was a sense of excitement in the air from every student of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. As Krum vanished through to the back room, also known as the trophy room, the goblet's fire turned red once more before it spat out a second parchment. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." This time, the cheers were more feminine and less wild as a beautiful young lady made her way forwards and shook Dumbledore's hand before disappearing through to the back as a final red flame shot out a third name, the Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. A third round of applause was released for the attractive-looking young man and, as he disappeared into the back, Dumbledore faced the crowd. "Excellent. We now have our 3 champions, but at the end of the day, only one can be victorious. Only one can hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory. the Triwizard Cup. With a flick of his wrist, the old man revealed a glamorous-looking trophy that seemed to be made of both silver and glass, the words Triwizard Champion engraved on its front side. At the same time, however, there were several hushed whispers of confusion as, behind the cup, the goblet of fire had turned red once more and spat out a fourth name. Then, as Dumbledore grabbed this name, the flames rose once again and shot out a fifth that soared through the air before landing in the hands of a sour-faced, black-haired professor, otherwise known as Severus Snape. While Snape looked to the parchment in his hand, Dumbledore's voice almost trembled with disbelief as he asked, "Anakin Potter?" Now the whispers were numerous and, from the crowd of students, several heads turned towards a blood-red-haired young man with streaks of black along his fringe, a pair of deep brown eyes looking to Dumbledore with confusion, one of those eyes holding a scar that was shaped like a crescent moon. "Anakin Potter?" repeated Dumbledore, forcing the young man to stand and, making his way front, there were actually several rounds of applause for him as he reached Dumbledore. "This must be a joke, Headmaster," remarked the assistant defense professor, "James Potter, my son could never have entered." "His name came out of the goblet, James," argued Lily Potter, Muggle Studies professor and head of Gryffindor House. "What else could it be?" "The goblet does hold the combatants to a magically binding contract," agreed Dumbledore, before he looked up as he asked, "But did a fifth name come out at the same time, Severus?" "Like Snivelus would be honest with anything," sneered James, but that was cut off when Severus actually pushed the parchment he'd caught into the man's hands. Seeing the name on the parchment, James's eyes widened with terror as he gulped before he whispered, "No, it must be a mistake. He's dead." "Who is it?" asked Anakin, his voice as lighthearted as his mother's but with the fun-loving feel of his father's. Meeting his son's eyes, whom many had stated to be so much like James's eyes, the defense professor whispered, "H. Harry Potter." The words were no sooner out of James's mouth before the torchlights in the great hall were plunged into darkness, causing a shiver to pass through the students while, at the same time, what sounded like footsteps approached from outside the main doors. As many heads turned towards the source of the steps, the grand oak doors of the great hall were opened and, from the other side, there emerged what had to be the strangest figures that the world of magic had ever seen. They were dressed in what could only be described as black metallic suits of armor, their hands apparently free of weapons, though there were some dangerous-looking weapons at their sides. Blades and strange spiked implements that looked like they could cause some serious destruction. In the low, barely lit environment of the hall, some parts of their armor seemed to shimmer with white metallic pieces while their heads were concealed by the same metallically forged armor, a red-tinted visor masking their eyes while a small metal grate hid their mouths. As these strange warriors reached the front of the procession, they parted with military-like precision, giving some of the Muggle-born students an impression of a black Red Sea and, at the head of the procession, the group were stunned when they saw a new figure enter the hall. He was tall, this figure, close to 6 feet in height and with a slimness to him that had some of the female students drooling with want in their hearts. As he walked, this male figure revealed a suit of silvery gray armor that hugged his frame closely, a pair of spiked shoulder plates holding his robe in place at the shoulders and concealing his body. His face appeared to be concealed by a hood and, over the front of this hood, there was a strange mask-like appendage with a similar visor to the one held by the warriors who'd come before him. As the figure reached the front of the hall, the students and staff of the 3 schools were then introduced to the black suit-wearing figure who walked by his side. She was a young-looking woman with wild dark hair and pale skin that revealed youth, beauty and an air of danger to her that was only matched by the figure at her side. Over the strange black suit that she wore, the female was also dressed in a long black robe that billowed out behind her as she walked, but also revealed a strange, intimidating-looking black cylinder at her side. Reaching the front of the procession, the armored figure turned and, holding out his hand, he dismissed the strange black-clad warriors without a word while the woman moved to his side, leaning her against his shoulder before, as though bidden to do so, she reached up and lowered his hood, the motion of the hood also making the mask fold away into the armor in a series of strange motions that unnerved the people watching. However, when the mask and hood were gone, the face beneath the mask unnerved them even more. Jet black hair that was stylishly brushed over to one side, the tip of his fringe forming a lightning bolt that settled over one of 2 cold, amber-colored eyes that were more like the eyes of a demon. Deathly pale skin and an air of true darkness hung over this figure, and, as he looked to each of the adults, his gaze only hardened as he settled his eyes on Lily and James, the latter of which gasped as he seemed to recognize the glare and the form of the man in front of him. "Harry, not anymore," replied the young man, his voice as cold as ice and with a tone that screamed for the promise of death. "Now I am Revan, and I have returned." A rare summertime storm had come to Hogwarts, but for Harry, the mood of the weather could not be more appropriate. After everything that he had gone through in the past year, it seemed like a storm was the perfect way to end the school time since the end of the world as he knew it had come for his soul. It was bad enough that Harry had been entered into a life and death tournament for those who were of age, but then he'd been abandoned by one of his best friends, left in the dust by another just because the first best friend upset her, and now, worst of the worst, Harry had been forced to watch as Voldemort returned and Cedric died.
What made Harry feel worse about the pain of his fellow champion's loss and the return of his old enemy was that he had actually helped Voldemort come back, unwillingly, perhaps, but he'd helped him nonetheless. His blood, the blood of an enemy, had been the key ingredient in the resurrection of the Dark Lord, and now, with the end of the year in sight, Harry had a feeling of, well, if he was being honest, he didn't know what the feeling was. It was like inevitability had been mixed in with a sense of complete and total surrender, while also feeling the strong iron weights of guilt, remorse and anger churn around inside him, the aches of their movements within him feeling as bad and ominous as a rumble of thunder. As things stood, Harry just wanted to give it up and let go, leave the world to their own aches and pains, while, at the same time, he also sought the freedom from this life of misery and fear. With Voldemort's return, not that the Ministry were accepting it, he might add, but with his return, the witches and wizards would probably think of him as their only means of conquering the Dark Lord, and that meant that Harry wouldn't be able to have the normal life he'd always wanted. As far as he was concerned, Harry began to wonder exactly why he bothered now. Watching the rain fall over Hogwarts and the clash of thunder and lightning dance in the air, Harry felt his lips move as though subconsciously controlled by his thoughts. "I'd do anything to escape this hell, anything." "Is that so, Harry?" Turning to the source of the voice, Harry was surprised to see his fellow Gryffindor, Seamus Finnegan, standing behind him, the eyes of the sandy-haired, Irish-born student filled with a sense of sorrowful musing that turned itself into curiosity as he looked at Harry. Is what so, Seamus?" asked Harry, earning a soft chuckle from his dorm mate as he joined Harry at the window looking out from Gryffindor Tower. "Would you really do anything?" asked Seamus, earning a look from Harry as he explained, "No matter the cost, no matter the outcome, are you serious that you would do anything to get away from them?" While he was surprised at his dorm mate's forwardness, as he'd never really known the guy to be interested in anything associated with him, Harry couldn't help but scoff before he asked, "So what if I do? You going to tell on me and let others continue to see me as a dark wizard?" "No," Seamus answered, meeting Harry's green-eyed gaze as he told him, "On the contrary, I'm going to help you, but only if you're serious." The response truly surprised Harry, but not as much as the way that Seamus wasn't even hiding his intentions. Instead, he got up from the window and, turning to his dorm mate, he held out his hand before he asked, "Well, what have I got to lose?" muttered Harry, earning a soft smirk from the Irish student as he took Seamus' hand and followed the young man down and out of the school. Even with everyone else distracted by their mornings and the goodbyes of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students, Harry still felt surprised that nobody tried to stop him or Seamus as they walked down through the school, over the stone bridge and out into the Forbidden Forest. "Where are we going?" asked Harry, his words shushed by Seamus as he continued walking. "You want help, right?" asked the young man, earning a nod from Harry. "Well, this is it, or rather it's near here. Some friends of mine have it set up for just such an occasion." "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, following Seamus off the beaten path and through the depths of the forest. As they walked, Harry tried not to feel like he was somehow being led on a wild goose chase, but then again, given what had happened recently, he also thought that there wasn't really an alternative. If there was, it involved going back to those who considered him a liar, a thief, a dark wizard and a monster to boot. Some had even been spreading rumors that Harry himself had killed Cedric for the eternal glory side of the tournament. It was because of that rumor that Ron and Hermione had abandoned him, the latter talking about her friends showing evidence all year that he was someone associated with the dark arts.
After that, Harry had argued until he was almost blue in the face that he wasn't dark and that they should know better than to accuse him of murder. Unfortunately, the two Gryffindors took it the wrong way and left Harry standing alone in Gryffindor Tower, which was how the young boy had found himself sat on the window sill in his dormitory.
Now, he was here, being led through the dark forest to who knows where. The only thing keeping him going was a promise of power and assistance to escape the darkness of his past and future. Finally, just when Harry felt like asking Seamus about their location once more, the other Gryffindor stopped and, turning to face Harry, he pointed to what looked like an ordinary tree, though it was larger and more rounded than the others nearby. In there, he told Harry, "You'll find the one I've brought you to see. She is very wise and very powerful and, with the right agreement between you, she can make you strong enough to fight off destiny no matter what you do." "Does she have a name?" asked Harry, earning a nod from Seamus. "Jadis," Seamus answered, "a former queen of another realm and now trapped between the worlds. If you break her seal, you will have her at your beck and call." For a moment, Harry felt unsure about what he was going to do. A being that had been trapped in the worlds between worlds and someone who had also been royalty. There was something about this that had alarm bells ringing within his mind. However, as though to counter that, Harry then remembered why he was doing this. To stop the bells of his own destiny from ringing so that he could take charge of his own life once and for all. After all, if he went back, what was there waiting for him? A godfather on the run, friends who had become his enemies, a family that didn't want him in the first place and a dark lord who sought to kill him before he had a chance to live. No, this was right. You might even say that it was for the greater good. Stepping towards the tree, Harry's eyes widened when he saw a part of the trunk open like a giant maw and, as he stepped inside, he found a strong feel of magic surrounding him and moving over his body, bringing him to a realization of just how powerful the force within the dark truly was. As he took a step forwards, Harry let out a gasp as a ring of torches suddenly flared into life, revealing a single stone slab encased in ice, the top side of the slab holding both a stone dagger and what looked like a single, white crystal wand. Approaching the stone slab, Harry eyed both items before the feeling of magic blew around him and, as he looked for the source of the magic, a voice, light-hearted, but cold, crystal-like and musical, spoke to him. "Just one drop of Adam's blood and you will free me, then I am yours, my king." "King?" asked Harry, looking again to the icy slab before he reached out and, picking up the dagger, he felt its weight in his hand. "All that you wish," the voice whispered to him, "all that you are, all this can be yours, with just one drop." Why is it always blood? Harry thought to himself, but, like before, he knew that he was not turning back. This was his life and his future. It was time to take charge of it. Slashing the dagger over his palm, Harry pressed his hand onto the icy slab and, as he watched, the whiteness of the ice shone before, like a tomb in a mausoleum, the stone slab suddenly parted, revealing a slim, slender-looking hand that reached up and out of the darkness. Following the hand, Harry's eyes widened as what had to be the most beautiful young girl he had ever seen followed. Her hair was like the color of snowfall and her skin was as pale as newly polished pearls. Ice-blue eyes stared around while the young, attractive body that followed moved with grace and style, emerging from the tomb and standing before Harry, the lips of the young girl turning up in a smile. "Thank you, sire," the young woman remarked, her voice as cold and musically tinged as the voice that had echoed around Harry's ears. "By the blood of your magic, you have freed me. Now I am yours, my king." "Mine?" asked Harry, earning a nod from the girl as he asked, "You're Jadis?" "I am," the girl answered, "not as old as I once was, I will confess, but the power in your blood is strong. It has given me life anew and reinvigorated my powers. Now, they are yours and, if it is your will, then I am yours too, dear one. Tell me, what is your name?" "Harry," replied the stunned wizard, "Harry Potter." "Then tell me Harry Potter, son of Adam," Jadis replied, giving Harry a curt bow of respect as she asked him, "What is your wish?" Harry didn't know if it was just his imagination, but with everything that he'd taken on in the past year, it seemed like he'd been at Hogwarts for a lot longer than he thought he had. After all, with nearly getting expelled, fending off a crazy house elf, taking on Acromantulas, discovering he could speak another language, trying to solve an age-old mystery about a hidden sanctum, disguising himself as a Slytherin, battling his arch-rival in a battle in front of the entire school, being labeled a dark wizard because of that language gift of his, running away from a basilisk, defeating Tom Riddle again and nearly dying to save an innocent girl. Harry was actually surprised he'd survived this year, never mind reached the end of it. And now, with the sound of his trunk closing for the last time and a soft and gentle hoot from Hedwig, Harry knew that his thoughts were just thoughts. He had reached the end of the year. He was returning home to Privet Drive and he was looking forwards to a summer of fun and games and, of course, celebrating what, in some circles, was considered to be his coming of age. 13 years old. There was a time when Harry had wondered if he would see 12 with the threat of Voldemort's presence weighing on his mind, but now, he was just over a month away from reaching the teenage milestone. With his trunk locked, Harry walked around his bed and, reaching up his hand, he stroked his friend's soft white feathers gently, his face twisted into a smile of relief and finality as he told her, "You go on, girl, I'll see you at home." Spreading her wings, Hedwig took off into the sky, her reaction an amusing display of loyalty to Harry making the Gryffindor wizard laugh slightly as he considered a thought about his friend. Ever since Hagrid had given her to him as a gift, Harry had always wondered if Hedwig actually understood what he was saying, though if she did, then he also knew that would mean that she was his familiar. Not that he'd mind, of course. According to the books that he'd read on the subject, Harry knew that a familiar, at such a young age as his, was a sign that he was a great wizard with unbelievable levels of potential where his magical abilities were concerned. Given that he could outrun a basilisk, stabbing it through the top of its head with Gryffindor's sword in the process, and also speak to snakes, Harry had actually began to wonder just what other surprises waited for him locked away in the coded mystery that was his magical core. As he returned to his trunk, checking it over one last time, Harry smiled as he considered what he'd just thought to himself. To anyone else, it would sound like something that his honorary sister, Hermione, would think about. But that was only because Harry knew that his potential was purposefully kept back, not because he'd had a bad lifestyle or an abusive childhood, but because the magical world didn't understand it and, if they caught wind of it, they'd ignore it. The fact of the matter was that, ever since he was old enough to understand the words on the page, Harry had always had a strong learning and researching streak about him. He'd hungrily explored each book in the children's library at school and then, when Hagrid had told him that he was a wizard, Harry had also taken in every piece of information from there too. Although the Dursleys preferred to just let him get on with it, since they weren't from that world unlike Harry and his family, Harry had never really been opposed by them for his potential. Sure, they'd tried to pretend that the strange and unusual events hadn't happened when he was younger, but when Hagrid had come out and said it to them, it was like a switch had turned on in their lives. Harry was allowed to read as much as he wanted about his world at home, though Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon both made it a rule that any magical talk was to be kept away from Muggle guests and social events. So when Dobby the house elf had used magic to try and keep Harry away from Hogwarts, they'd both been rather disappointed with him and given him the silent treatment for a long time. When Ron, Fred and George had come to his rescue, like he needed it since the Dursleys treated him like family, the silence had been broken and Harry had sent them a letter home telling them that he was okay and sorry for the cake incident. Accepting his apology, Aunt Petunia sent him a care package via Hedwig with his things and some of his favorite books and equipment. Mind you, living in the burrow, surrounded by boy-who-lived worshippers, was not easy for Harry to indulge in his research-loving side. If he was being honest, it was probably the one and the only thing that he didn't like about the magical world. Nobody understood how hard it was to be two different people in one body. Harry, well, thought Harry, hearing the familiar caring tone of his true best friend, almost nobody. Turning to the source of the voice, Harry's smile widened slightly as he saw Hermione Granger standing in the doorway, her hair tucked back behind one ear and her choice of attire already changed into her street Muggle clothes and not her robes. "You all set?" asked the Muggle-born girl, earning a nod from Harry as he sniffed once before he made his way out, leaving his trunk behind him for whoever transported them to the Hogwarts Express, ready to set off on the journey back home. As they reached the entrance hall, Harry heaved a sigh before he asked, "You heard from Ron yet?" "No," Hermione replied, He's too busy fawning over the role he had to play in Lockhart's leaving from the school, and then he hasn't asked me once about my own recovery. Even if he does speak to us, you know he'll only try and convince you to." "I know," Harry remarked, cutting off her words before he explained, "but I'm not going to stop, Hermione. Just because Riddle speaks the language doesn't mean that speaking it makes someone completely dark. And besides, if it wasn't for my Parseltongue gift, we'd have never saved Ginny from Tom's influence in the first place." "We?" asked Hermione, giving her friend a nudge as she added, "You, by the way, after I was released from the wing, I paid a visit to the library," finished Harry, earning a laugh from his friend as he asked, "and I looked into the fact that you nearly died to save her," Hermione explained, "and how it was that Fawkes the Phoenix could have known to find you. I mean, all right, I get that the headmaster said you showed unbelievable amounts of loyalty, but if Fawkes could find the chamber, then why not Dumbledore?" For a moment, Harry was silent and, as they reached the edge of Hogsmeade Village, Hermione looked to him from the corner of her eye before she asked, "Harry, are you okay?" "Yeah," Harry replied, but the tone of his voice was less than convincing as he added, I can't help but agree with you, Hermione. I mean, the chamber was opened 50 years ago by Tom, and then there's how Dumbledore vouched for Hagrid when he needed him not once, but twice. I don't know. It just seems like there's one too many coincidences with how things have gone this year." Giving him a soft smile, Hermione placed a hand on Harry's arm before the young Gryffindor turned his head to her and asked, "So what did you find out?" "Well," Hermione answered, "in saving Ginny's life as you did, your magic has inadvertently created a life debt between you and her. The magic and the right to cash in the debt belongs to you, but at the same time, if she does anything to disturb you or endanger your life again, you can also, that is, you can consider the debt nullified and breached, but doing so would." She seemed to hiccup with a hint of fear to her expression. Harry, meanwhile, let his hand find hers before he asked, "Kill her?" "At the least," Hermione answered, "or the failing of the debt, depending on the severity of the crime, could make Ginny a beep to your family. I know you would never allow that, but if you didn't, then, yes, Harry, she would die." "Don't worry yourself, my own," Harry told her, his nickname for his friend earning a soft smile and a blush from Hermione as he explained, "While you're right that I wouldn't ever make someone out to be my beep, at the same time, I don't want to be responsible for Ginny's death, so the first chance that I get, I'll have a talk with her and Mr. Weasley about the debt." "Why him?" "Well, he is the head of the family," Harry reasoned, earning another soft smile from Hermione as they reached the station. Finding an empty compartment, Harry and Hermione slipped inside, their things being transported by that mysterious magic of the train's keepers while, at the same time, the usual end-of-term hustle and bustle echoed around them. While they waited for the train to roll out of the station, Harry let his eyes drift to the distant silhouette of the castle looming over the hill that led down to Hogsmeade Village. It was unusual for him to think of this as going home when, all throughout his 2 years of schooling, Harry had thought of Hogwarts as a second home, though one that came with life or death threats and dangers throughout the year long term. As he looked up at the school, however, Harry couldn't help but let his hand drift to the spot on his arm where the basilisk had bitten him and Fawkes had healed him. While phoenixes were creatures of good and light, Harry couldn't help but think about the earlier point that he and Hermione had made concerning the coincidences surrounding this year. At this thought, Harry remembered something that Dumbledore had said to him, though not completely to the knowledge of the others around him. "You will always find that help will be available at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." All right, he'd been dying, but Fawkes had been chased off by the basilisk after blinding it, hadn't he? How had he known to return to Harry with time enough to heal the boy's wound and save him from yet another close call with the Almighty? Harry was certain that he hadn't asked for such a thing to happen, which he also realized was a weird thought to consider seeing as how Fawkes' act had saved his life. He certainly didn't want to die, but how had it been possible for Fawkes to know he needed him? As Harry tried to wrap his mind around these thoughts, his constant thinking and dilemmas plaguing his thoughts in the process, the young Gryffindor groaned as he felt the mother of all headaches creeping up on him. Hearing the groan, Hermione smiled before she moved across and, to Harry's surprise, she laid his head in her lap and gently began rubbing circles into his temples. Meeting her gaze, Harry laughed before he asked, Not that I'm ungrateful, Hermione, but what are you doing? Mum does this for Dad all the time when he gets a bad headache, Hermione explained, the touch and friendliness of the act helping Harry more than he realized as she added, "Don't worry, I'm only doing this to help you relax, I'm not after anything." I didn't say you. You were, Harry replied, the touch and effect of the actions making him rather drowsy, though alert enough to feel a sense of curiosity about Hermione's comment. Before he could make heads or tails of it, Harry's eyes were closed and he was lost to the embrace of Morpheus. Harry Potter, Phoenix King. As Hermione heard her friend's soft breathing echo in her ears, she couldn't help but laugh as she muttered to herself, "Funny, Dad usually wound up asleep as well." Before she could move away and let Harry catch some Z's, the calm atmosphere of the train ride was interrupted when the door to their compartment opened and, from the other side, Ron Weasley poked his head in, his eyes wide as he saw Harry lying in Hermione's lap. "What are?" he began, but before he could get another word out, Hermione had shut the door in his face. "I don't have the energy to put up with him now," she muttered, moving Harry's head back to the seat while she returned to her own place, a part of her curious as to what exactly had caused Harry to drop off like that. Whatever it was, Hermione figured that her friend could use a good night's sleep, especially after spending yet another year listening to Ronald's incessant snoring night after night. Harry Potter, Phoenix King. Unknown to Hermione, however, Harry's sleep patterns and dream state was anything but peaceful. Instead, as soon as the blackness of sleep claimed him, the young Gryffindor was surprised to find himself being almost lifted from his body and, soaring through the air like some sort of ghost, he found his path taking him back to Hogwarts, more specifically, back to the Chamber of Secrets. As he soared down into the tunnel, his eyes widened when, up ahead of his path, he found a familiar bright red figure waiting for him, the form of this figure perched on top of a live basilisk's head. "Funny," Harry muttered, looking to both the red feathered form of Fawkes as well as the basilisk of Slytherin. "I seem to remember killing you." "I did die, young speaker," the basilisk's voice replied, its tone edged by a sense of purpose and instruction as it explained, "Not a feeling I care to recall, but thanks to the blessings of my co-guardian, I have been reborn and the magic of my maker has found you again." "You're, what?" asked Harry, but his words were cut off when Fawkes, spreading his wings, opened his beak and let out a song. It was a powerful, bone-jarring, heart-rending song that echoed through the chamber and, as Harry listened, he was surprised to find the song being turned into words, or so it sounded to him. "When the Guardian falls, a champion shall rise. Blessed with the power of the immortals and gifted with unknown legacies, he shall become the sovereign of magic. Heralded by the Scion of Light and aided by the lost darkness, the sovereign shall reign over all externals and rise as a force greater than the first. Wounded by the Guardian, but saved by the Watcher, the sovereign shall have the power to save us all, or to plunge the world of the mage into the new apocalypse." If Harry didn't know any better, he could have sworn that Fawkes had just given a prophecy of some sort, but the question on his lips was, "Why?" "To warn you, little master," replied Fawkes, his tone as sharp and musical as ever to Harry's untrained ears. "Now that the prophecy has come to fruition, it will change everything for you. But fear not, for you shall have allies in the days ahead. While you are preparing, you must also be wary and willing to make a choice." What choice?" asked Harry, but before he could get an answer, the power of his spectral self seemed to pull him back towards his body, the last thing he heard being Fawkes' powerful voice in his ears. "You will know when the Lost One returns to you and returns you to the path of the King. Until then, luck be with you, my king." Harry Potter, Phoenix King. As Harry found consciousness returning to him, his heart felt cold with a sense of dread edged by a feeling of worry that wormed its way inside him. What did Fawkes mean by returning Harry to the path of the King, and what was that strange prophecy supposed to mean? Who was the Guardian? Who was the Scion of Light and the Lost Darkness? And why did Harry suddenly feel more lost than ever? As he tried to get the answers to come to him, Harry was drawn back to the present by Hermione as she told him, "Welcome back, you okay?" I think so," Harry replied, sitting upright before he asked, "Anyone been to see us yet?" "Only Ronald," Hermione answered. "He tried to make some sort of remark because of how you were lying on my lap like that, but I shut him out before he could say anything. He might have been about to apologize, Harry surmised, but Hermione just shrugged before she returned her attention to the now continuing Hogwarts Express journey back to platform 9 3/4. Truth be told, Harry didn't believe his own words either, but at that moment, his thoughts were somewhere else more important and more distressing than Ron's opinions. What did Fawkes's message mean? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the video.